is happening on YouTube. Something big is happening on YouTube, and weirdly, no one's talking about it. Now, over the last few months, they've made a huge change to the algorithm. It's one of the biggest updates in the platform's history, and I've never seen anything quite like it. Now, for the first time ever, small creators are popping up all over the homepage, with new channels getting massive traction out of nowhere. So if you've been thinking about starting a YouTube channel, right now is probably going to be the best chance you're ever going to get. The latest update offers an extremely rare opportunity to make more money on YouTube than you ever thought was possible. And it's now going to be much easier than ever to grow a small channel. So in this video, I'll explain what the big update is. I'll also reveal 4 specific niches that are thriving in 2025. And I'll also share some secrets on how to earn huge amounts of money with just a small audience. So, hopping straight in, YouTube's algorithm update. Have you noticed that loads of small channels are cropping up all over your home feed recently? Videos with under 500 views, sometimes even fewer than 200 views, are now appearing on the homepage every single day alongside big creators with millions of subscribers. And it's not just me who's noticing this. Others are seeing it too. These small channels are finally being recommended by YouTube, and as a result, they're gaining views at a rate never seen before. Now, this is because YouTube has intentionally updated its algorithm to promote new channels. A top YouTube executive explained that YouTube now has a dedicated team where their sole mission is to help small creators get noticed. Now, this is a huge moment for YouTube, as it's honestly the first time in the platform's history that's focused so heavily on supporting the growth of new channels. Now, obviously, this strategy makes sense for YouTube from a business perspective, because YouTube generates revenue from ads. It's how they make their money. So the more creators producing quality videos, the more ads can be run, ultimately increasing YouTube's profits. So by helping small creators gain traction, YouTube ensures they continue making content, which simply means more ad revenue for them. So it's a win-win for everyone involved. Small creators are happy, YouTube's happy. Small creators are getting views, YouTube's getting money. Now, a quick message to all my fellow small YouTubers. If you're not using this AI tool, you're missing out on a lot of views. All of the biggest creators on YouTube upload, and here's the latest trend behind it all. Nexus Clips. It's a viral AI tool that analyzes your videos, picks the best segments, and then creates up to 5 viral shorts from a single video. It effortlessly repurposes horizontal videos into vertical videos that you can instantly upload as shorts. It also has facial recognition, and it can even add animated subtitles automatically. Now, the top creators tried to keep this AI tool a secret, but now we all have access to it, so hop on it whilst it's still hot. Now I'm going to show you 4 niches that are taking off in 2025, because creating random videos and hoping for success is no longer a strategy you can rely on. Instead, success on YouTube in 2025 needs careful planning. After years of creating content on this platform, I've found 4 niches that are currently dominating and will continue to perform well into the next few years. Now, these niches are relatively easy to get into for beginners, but they also make a ton of money. So this list, and probably my most favorite one to watch on YouTube at the moment, is the minimalistic lifestyle videos. Now, this is the type of content that's just so relaxing and slow to watch. It's kind of where people just enjoy the simple things of life, like connecting with nature and making videos without loads of sound effects or extra fancy editing. Now, whilst everything is becoming more and more digital, many people are now beginning to crave nature and simplicity again. And this is why channels like The Outdoor Boys, Trend the Traveler, and Back to Basics Adventures are absolutely killing it right now. Now, these guys are all about creating videos in nature, doing survival challenges, or even simply just living the simple life in a van traveling around America. The videos are so simple, guys, but they're so satisfying to watch. I don't know about you, but I found that as I get older, I spend less and less time outdoors. So watching these channels really helps me when I crave a bit of adventure. The second type of content that's popping right now is personal growth videos. Now, this type of content focuses on sharing everything behind the scenes as you build or learn something new. It shows the raw truth of a personal growth journey, and it's perfect for those who feel like they're not yet experts, but they want to document their process. Now, a guy called Edmund Young is a great example of someone who's killing it in this niche. He's grown to over 13,000 subscribers in just over a month. And he basically just filmed himself building his business as a solo startup founder, sharing every step of his business journey. His POV style videos make viewers feel like they're right there with him, experiencing his struggles and his successes firsthand. Now, this format works really, really well because it's relatable. People want to see the behind the scenes process of building something. Like these days, people are just so sick and tired of seeing success stories and flash cars. They actually want to experience the journey and challenges that are part of real life as well. And obviously, there are so many young, aspiring entrepreneurs who just want to share this journey with someone. So if you're an entrepreneur or you're building something, this is a great niche to hop into. Now, the next niche you should consider is expert educational content. Now, as you might have guessed, this format is all about providing your audience with educational value and positioning yourself as an expert in the field. Now, it's my personal favorite because it's a highly effective and very easy way to monetize. This is what this channel is right now. I'm providing you guys with expert YouTube growth advice. You might be wondering why I'm a suitable person to give this advice, and that's because I've got well over 200,000 subscribers across 3 channels. So I decided to set this channel up in October, and I'm already well over 20,000 subscribers in less than 3 months, which just proves what I was saying earlier, that it's now easier than ever for small and new YouTubers to grow quickly on the platform. Like take this channel as
people are $20 off when they use code LBA75 on Bing.com to send free all over the world. Only
So, my take on this YouTube thing, my people. Brother, say, yo, you cannot grow on YouTube. I'm not saying that. But I tell you, say, yo, YouTube thing, yeah, brother, is not an easy thing. You know what I say? Yeah, man, it take a lot, really a lot out of you. Unless you got money, you know what I mean? You can pay for your ads. Then. You can pay for your ads and your subscriber them on YouTube. That take a very long time for you to get monetized. You know what I mean? Unless I got some good ads running, you know what I mean? But otherwise, I have some good contents making. But otherwise, yo, you hard to grow up on YouTube, you know, people. And it's not an easy thing, bro. So you are going with full art on different topic with up on music.
Yeah. Say at right school for real. And then like education wise, was there anything you had pre like 9 to 5 wise if it wasn't music?
Beginning and man, my parents they kind of strict just me and roll a little bit and learn a little bit here and there, is it?
And then all the households, your mother and father in the house, siblings, all that.
Yeah, man, good family.
Okay.
Is it? Big brother.
And high school?
High school.
Yeah, where school high school is?
Yeah, Glenmere High School.
Oh, bright school, man. Glenmere Bright School. Glenmere beat my school and squeeze couple times. Well,
yeah.
At bright school for real. And then like education wise, was there anything you had pre like 9 to 5 wise if it wasn't music?
I mean, yeah, we always consider options though if things don't work out. I think we did want to do something in the foreign relations thing. You know, that we did a really pre cause going to school, my academic journey, me did even involve in the UN debates. So me did go to US to represent like Jamaica and Glenmere, understand?
From this now to the Jericho.
Yeah.
Music. When music get introduced in your life?
So you're going people. Tune, tune,
big right. All of me killer them big thugs. When I just can't. So me know everything goes. We don't want to spill blood.
Song, So the first song I'm playing ago, Big Guns, Jeff Fully Auto, that released 2 years ago. It's a Brian Macy's.
Chinese wise, so the cryptal.
So this is a song a controversy about, you know what I mean? So it's a Jeff Fully Auto version. It's a brand new.
Tell a pussy when I laugh, when I take that. Big guns, we have big rights. All of me killer them been thugs. When I just pull a dead dog, you shoulda keep in your bed cause the Taliban's them a make quack. Pull a laugh, when I take that. The glass tint up, if you're passing wine on your window. So me know everything off, we know want to spill blood. So we end up in a show people feeling up in a red grass. No Taliban's like them near a show guns. We could not sleep at your yard in a 4 months. I get involved, yellow tape. People I look disgust. Me not trust nobody, me can't trust nobody. Me they God cover me. People are more now, like y'all get fucked down a whole house. Laugh pass full of kids that me sure about. And if you see me travel with an IMX, and none of no politician with me I go vote. I'm up for the kill of the first squad it, so it's luck man I rent. We no frightened, we no jump and a leap when boy are on beat.
So my opinion on these music. First and foremost. First and foremost, you know, my opinion on these songs. They sound similar. They have a nice same flow. You get what I say? Same pattern. But the lyrics them, you know I get no copyright strike. You don't make them listen. Lyrics them, you know what I mean? The lyrics them different. You can see say similarity is there, very strong. Very, very strong. But like we said, one person change up the lyrics. You see me? Change up the lyrics so they have different words. And the rhythm different. But same slow beat. You know what I mean? You don't know how they do it. Boy, but that's on YouTube, you know, bro. If you can't copy a work off of YouTube, bro, and make it better and bigger, you just not gonna make no money, you know what I mean? So same thing with the music industry. And you just know it a go on. You get what I mean? So it's all about making it's all about making originality. But an idea I'm gonna use your work and make it sound. You know, it's all about marketing too and marketing. So you have to know them things too. So I say, this thing have to reach this, so. You know what I mean? Because there's some simple communication. You know what I mean? 'Cause, you know, but boy, this thing it'll get bigger. A big song. The song them a big bumble class and Taliban a big song because the whole world run with Taliban. You get what I say? So you know Taliban one of the biggest song right for 2003, 4. Yes, sir. Big Gun's a big song, a original song, so it eventually it'll get bigger after a certain time. You know what I mean? Two artists them good. Don't want to see nobody work, I go to waste. You know what I mean? Some people work hard and build them YouTube thing and but if you not comply, use people work. Them are gonna say infringe on them material. I get them answer so you have to go wise up. Anybody work on use brother and just contact them, let them know and then negotiate something. If you not gonna work, you just not gonna work and you just leave it alone and you don't have to leave it alone. Just try and be inspired by it. You know, get more inspired and get more inspiration. I get them answer. Yeah man, cause nobody nah.
Wah, 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 wah. You want me to buy a new shoe? You want me to dance for shoe? Wah, wah, wah. They couldn't explain wonderfully. Knowing that don't come to Brazil, you're going to get robbed. Don't come to Rio de Janeiro, it's not safe. What everybody told me before I got here. And yes, you do have people that hold guns in the certain neighborhoods, but you tourists are not really going to be going there. And if you go there, you can go over a tour, and it's actually very, very safe. People will tell you, don't go around with your phone out, don't do this, don't do that, but it ain't that bad. People love to talk so much on the internet saying, "No, it's so dangerous." It's not even that dangerous. Don't listen to what people say online because half of it ain't even true. Don't. Okay? Here's another one. See, the people are actually friendly. Don't come to Brazil, you're going to get robbed. Knowing this, who would still buy a house? These houses are all prefabricated in the factory, ready in 30 days and deliverable nationwide in 3 days. Fully furnished interiors with smart vanities, a separate wet and dry bathroom, all utilities included, and even air conditioning and underfloor heating. Just unpack and move in. Installation takes just an hour and you can settle into your new home in a day. Don't just think about it. Take action. Contact Knowing this, who would
Yeah, my people. All I made, you know.
is this? What are you doing? Why don't you follow me?
What are you doing?
What are you doing home?
What are you talking about?
Why are you home already? I'm getting a spray
Surprise.
tan. I'm getting a spray tan for your.
You've been hanging out with your ex?
No, this is this is how a spray tan. Yeah, this is spray tan. Let's talk about this.
It's like,
Obviously, yeah. Like we're just friends. Oh. Yeah. We all thought you were married. I don't know.
Quit dreaming now, the sun is on the rise. By the end of the day, this dusty room will be 1,000 miles away. Once heard said in a song, best keep traveling on.
Get me content, people. I'm too weird,
Guns won't balance. I mean, it don't kiss. DoorDash, food, and the only person you got something. I'm never folding my towels the same ever again. Hold on, when you just did that little flip thing,
Hey, Tucker, you ready to see your bride? Okay, come on in. Tucker, you're supposed to stay back so after the wet. Hey, Tucker.
This cat had a rough day. Reports say it was spotted floating on a piece of ice in a lake in Massachusetts. Some good Samaritans knew they couldn't wait for first responders to arrive, so one of them got into a rowboat and went out to rescue the cat.
Rowboat with a shovel.
This cat had a rough day. Reports say it was spotted floating on a piece of ice in a lake in Massachusetts. Some good Samaritans knew they couldn't wait for first responders to arrive, so one of them got into a rowboat and went out to rescue the cat. This cat had a rough day. Reports say it was spotted floating on a piece of ice in a lake in Massachusetts. Some good Samaritans knew they couldn't wait for first responders to arrive, so one of them got into a rowboat and went out to rescue the cat.
Boy, no complain. Mm-hmm.
Hey, y'all, this looks cool and all, but I think the Papa Service dog. Hey, y'all, this looks cool and all, but I think the Papa Service dog. Hey. Blue pickleball mean? What does blue pickleball mean? What does orange pickleball mean? Orange pickleball. Oh my god. What does multicolored loofah mean? What does multicolored loofah mean? Oh my god. What does blue pickleball mean? What does blue pickleball mean? What does orange pickleball mean? Orange pickleball. Oh my god. What does multicolored loofah mean? What does multicolored loofah mean? Oh my god. What does blue pickleball mean? What does blue pickleball mean?
It's not being the red zone. It's a very important job. Walking on the luggage carrier at the airport trying to sniff out illegal items. The way he steps over everything as he clears them is just fun. Take a look.
Go, Enzo, go. Go, Enzo, go, Enzo, go.
It's not being the red zone. It's a very important job. Walking on the luggage carrier at the airport.
Oh god, it's stopping. Spray and water? Go in here. Oh shit. Fucking cloud is causing an accident. Spray and water? Go in here. Oh shit.
Watch out, buddy. Right? You want to go with?
That's what the boy get on to put it good.
Watch out, buddy. Right?
Holy fuck.
You want to go with?
Y'all come get y'all baby sometime. This gonna be a teachable moment. Watch. Now what you learn? What you learn? Tired, y'all. Now come get y'all child. I told y'all I'm tired. Y'all come get y'all baby sometime. This gonna be a teachable moment. Watch. Now what you learn? What you learn? Tired, y'all. Now come get y'all child. I told y'all I'm tired. Y'all come get y'all baby sometime. This gonna be a teachable moment. Watch. Now what you learn? Y'all, now come get y'all child. I told y'all I'm tired. Y'all come get y'all baby sometime. This gonna be a teachable moment. Watch.
what we tend to not understand is that time really doesn't exist. Clocks exist. Time doesn't exist.
Right.
And like you said, we've been given this functional arrow of time, which puts us in one specific direction so that we can organize our thoughts and our days and our years and weeks and what we're going to do and where we're going to meet up with somebody and everything else. So we have this ability to coordinate and collaborate with each other, like how we're here today at this specific time. However, if you understand that time is also an illusion, it's something that you can use as a tool, but if you also understand that it's an illusion, then you can actually master time and you can maximize what you're doing on this planet.
I'm 19 Keys, and this is High Level Conversation. Tap in with the guys. Peace, family. Welcome back to another High Level Conversation. Today we have a powerful presentation, a very powerful energy, spirit, man, guide, scholar, polymath, intellectual, executive, actor, producer, author, you understand me, TV host, academia, a man really whom those who have seen needs no introduction. You understand me? A very extraterrestrial intellect. You understand me? A person that can dive in multi-dimensional areas. You understand me? And a person that I don't have to hold back with whatsoever. You understand me? This is a man who has, secured funding to build underground cities in Georgia. You understand me? A person who is a 2-time best-selling author. You understand me? Of Woke Doesn't Mean Broke and of the Emerald Tablets, and also the founder of Forbidden Knowledge. You may have seen him on the Travel Channel. You may have seen him on the History Channel. You understand me? You may have seen him in another dimension when you just happen to be popping some shrooms or something and traveling through somewhere. And Billy Carson was right there floating next to you, giving you some guy. You understand me? This is a powerful brother. Not only is he found things here on Earth, but he's actually found things out in space. You understand me? And we're going to dive deep into exactly what that means. So today, I want to introduce you to none other than the most powerful, prolific brother known as Mr. Billy Carson.
Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate you having me on.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the great introduction.
Absolutely, man. I make sure I have very intelligent people, you understand me, who require a great introduction, you understand me. For those, of course, like I said, who know you, you don't require any introduction. You understand me? You are a man, a great platform. You understand me? That stands on his own merit based on the knowledge that you possess, research, investigate, and deliver to the masses.
Thanks, man.
Today, man, I want to have a roundabout conversation about a multitude of different subjects. Here at High Level Conversations, I like to have an actual cipher, you understand me, where we build and we collide and create new universes, you understand me, a university of thoughts. And first thing I wanted to talk about was time itself.
Yeah.
And the ideas of time. There's a lot of people that's trapped into increments of time that they have to work in, you understand me, from a 9-to-5 position, and they have to live within windows of hours and dissect their days based on that. You understand me? And the unfortunate reality of it is that most people will never have a true understanding of life because they're living on borrowed time. You understand me? And so I'm always working to help present perspective and observation on where people can understand the laws of time a little more. You understand me? Especially as we enter into 4th and 5th dimensional phases here, you understand me, on this planet Earth. You understand me? Or the universe, as we will. Human beings, are we very interesting, beings. You understand me? Like, just the idea that we allow someone else to decide what time is for us is a very interesting thing. Right? From Julius Caesar to the Roman Pope with his papal bulls deciding, what is a 365 calendar, what is talking about 7-day weeks and 60 seconds and 60 minutes. And we say, okay, Let's go along with it.
Yeah.
You know, and we don't realize that it speeds up. You understand me? The process from being born to when you leave this place.
Yeah.
You know, and then we already have expectations on what life is going to be because there's other people that tell us what it is, when we're going to die, when we get old, when we're going to feel a certain way. So it sets up a curation for us to die a certain way and at a certain speed. I want to hear what your interpretation of what time is first.
Yeah, well, you know, this is a very deep question. I've talked about this so many times in different lectures and workshops, you know, because what people in the third dimension, we're in the third dimension, what we tend to not understand is that time really doesn't exist. Clocks exist. Time doesn't exist.
Right.
And like you said, we've been given this functional arrow of time, which puts us in one specific direction so that we can organize our thoughts and our days and our years and weeks and what we're going to do and where we're going to meet up with somebody and everything else. So we have this ability to coordinate and collaborate with each other like how we're here today at this specific time. However, if you understand that time is also an illusion, it's something that you can use as a tool, but if you also understand that it's an illusion, then you can actually master time and you can maximize what you're doing on this planet. Because if you go any high in all the higher dimensions, you know, we're in the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and all the way up.
For the layman that don't understand what being in the third dimension means, can you give us a breakdown?
Okay, sure. So if you draw a line on a piece of paper, that's the first dimension. If you then connect those lines and create a house on a piece of paper, that's a two-dimensional structure, or you can move that into a computer. Anything you see in a computer that looks 3D is actually 2D, right? So, and because we're in the third, we can see down into 2D, we can see all the way down, obviously, into 1D, and we can manipulate those dimensions from our higher selves. Now, now there are beings in fourth, fifth, and sixth dimensions, just people above us. Now, because of that, they see us and they recognize the past, present, and future operating all at the same time. Everything's happening at once.
Right.
There is no separation between the past, present, and the future. The arrow doesn't exist. Because they're higher than us, they can look down into the third and they can see into what we're doing. So
who are hey, we gotta unpack a little bit. We gotta unpack.
Okay.
It's high level, but I want to make sure that the people can follow along with it. So, you know, talking about third dimension, right? You know, it's ants are not third dimensional beings, right? Because they can't see upward, right? They're not horizontal. You understand me? They exist on the plane where they're looking forward, right? So when you're moving about the rest of the world that is higher up to them, they have no access to that, no perspective on that whatsoever. You understand me? For them, everything is straight and in front of them. For human beings, we have the ability to look upward, to look inward, to look outward, to look around, right? So therefore, we're connected into different angles, different perspectives, and different dimensions. You understand me? And then what I wanted to get with next, so let's say we got the third dimension, right? Now, talking about the fourth dimension, right? What is the fourth dimension?
The fourth dimension is something called a tesseract. And if you go into the ancient text, it's Metatron's cube. Meta, M-E-T-A, meta, obviously, you know, the metaverse, right? They got that from Metatron's cube. It's a fourth dimensional substructure. Now, this fourth dimension is really something called a quasi-crystal. And this quasi-crystal in the fourth dimension, it casts a shadow. And the shadow that it casts, it creates the realm that we're living in here. We're living in a shadow of a higher dimension. That shadow creates a third dimension. It actually creates a fractal of it, creates this fractal holographic matrix that we're actually maneuvering in the third dimension right now.
So would the fourth dimension be considered a dimension of time?
You can address a fourth dimension of time like Albert Einstein was saying if you're just looking at a third plus a fourth being the arrow. But when you actually move up into another dimension, we now know in quantum physics that there is actually a fourth dimension. So all dimensions are in 90-degree angles of each other. And according to quantum theory right now, we're really anticipating that there's at least 11 dimensions, or otherwise the universe would collapse. So there really is truly a fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, all the way up, not just the arrow of time. That's just something extra. They try to make it make sense back then by saying the fourth dimension is time, but time is actually not a dimension at all.
So now that's a very interesting because it's a lot that I'm sure that everybody's like, all right, I thought I was smart, and then I tried to keep up, and then I got left behind.
Right.
You understand me? And what I want to bring people up to speed. You understand me? And the ideas in correlation to the analogy of how we're moving as a collective human species, specifically with technology, right?
Yeah.
Because I think it can be connected to, cellular technology, right? Going from 3G to 4G. And, going from 3G to 4G to 5G, which allows us to be able to do different things that we normally weren't able to do that weren't possible.
Yeah.
Right? Let's say you got 3G phones, it's hell, you make better, faster calls. You understand me?
Yeah.
Connected. Then you get the 4G and you're talking about now applications and streaming, right? And Wi-Fi, right? Being able to connect within systems and the Internet of Things. And then 5G allowing completely new systems of possibility. And this was where I think a lot of people missed the point in 2020 where everybody was going through the craze of whether 5G was killing them or not. It was more so what was 5G going to do, right? So the NFTs and the Web3, right? And you're talking about, AR, VR, spatial reality, all these different things are not possible unless you have 5G being in connection. So it was representing a new world being produced outward. And it wasn't just an accident that NFTs came after the pandemic and this technology came after. There was something happening at that same point in time that for me, it was entering into a new phase of the world, a new dimension, a new speed, right? And that speed, can be known as time, if you will. And a lot of people without that ability to process at a high level, right? Like you got bandwidth, you got landline speed, you got Wi-Fi speed, you got 5G speed, you get left behind.
Yeah.
So everything seems that it's moving fast, but that's only because you're not moving as fast.
Right.
Everything stands still when you're moving at the same speed.
Yeah.
You understand me? And so what I've always tried to do is keep people up to speed where we at in the dimension that we're currently in, or a little bit above, so you can be ahead of your time as a visionary.
Yeah.
Because the fastest speed is the mind. You understand me? Being able to travel in your thoughts.
Yeah.
Right? That can take you into time, that can take you ahead of time, if you will.
Oh yeah.
But the ideas of time itself, I love the concept that it being an illusion because, even the era with time is connected to language, right? That I wrote in my book about how when we speak in the English language, it's a very future tense reference, right? So we're always referencing the future as we speak. I will be there. I'm going to do this.
Yeah.
And we have so many different phrases within the language. We're always pushing ourselves, not connecting to the present, but at a later point in day and time.
Right.
You understand me? And I think that learning to be present connects us to the power that we have in control over.
Yeah.
And then once you have that power, then you know how to create seeds that can control the rest of the time. But you said something about beings, right? Now, we always look at ourselves as people, but then when we talk about people, you're talking about human beings, right? The being part is not something that the average person understands, right? And then when you're saying that there are other beings, who are these other beings?
I believe personally, just based off of my research, and I've gone through now over 1,000 scriptures, texts, papyruses, cuneiform tablets from all over the world. They all have a very similar story. And all these ancient civilizations talk about beings, not just beings who came here from other planets, people that look like us and we look like them. In other words, not identical, but very similar. In other words, a bilateral, bipedal hominid of some type that can maneuver around, that has appendages that can manipulate the environment, because without that, you can't move out into space and other places. And they also talk about multidimensional. You get into like the Nag Hammadi, stuff like that. We're talking about multidimensional beings. And so in physics, in quantum physics in particular, they started theorizing on these dimensions and were able to even analyze and discover some that they actually do exist. And on top of that, they realized that the dimensions are packed so tight on top of one another that if you can phase shift your atomic structure, your subatomic frequency, you can walk right into another dimension. And so they started postulating, what if beings from higher dimensions are some of these apparitions and these paranormal phenomena that we're seeing, are they able to maybe take a glimpse or a peek? Are they phasing through into our universe. And so from higher dimensions. And so they started really theorizing it. It seems to be, and based on my research, that there's people living everywhere. Not just, and I'm not talking about little green men with antenna. I think that there's people living all throughout this universe in the third dimension. And I think there's people living all throughout even higher multiple dimensions, maybe at a certain level, a certain height in those dimensions. Maybe they don't have a real corporeal body.
Right. Non-physical.
Non-physical, you know what I'm saying? But I believe that the consciousness is there.
Then that part is interesting, the non-physical aspect, because I understand that and I can believe in that idea and that concept. It's like what people think, I think of angels as angles.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Because, you know, angels are supposed to exist in between dimensions.
Yeah.
You understand me? And angles, you understand me, are dimensions.
That's
right? And so it's like perspective is your angle in which you see things and
Yeah.
view things. And oftentimes angels come and gives us new perspectives, new thoughts. You understand me?
Yeah.
Arriving from a different, completely dimension of thought that we couldn't arrive at ourselves.
Correct.
You know, but at the same time, when you're talking about non-corporeal bodies or non-physical bodies, you understand me? I like that concept because when you're talking about time, talking about light, you're talking about all of these different ways in which light or energy can exist within and
Right.
consciousness, right? The awareness of, you know, output, you understand, mathematical output, right? Do you believe that the universe is mathematical?
Oh, absolutely. The language of God is mathematics, because mathematics can literally explain everything that we experience and everything also that exists. Even the fact that we're existing in a light matrix can be proven through mathematics. So we're living in a matrix that's basically written on mathematics called Adinkra codes. And these Adinkra codes go all the way back to the Dogons. Dogon tribes out of Mali, Africa.
Yeah.
They actually originated these codes, and they were given these codes by the Nomo, and they learned them. They drew them out as art forms. But now, and they put them on clothing and blankets and everything else.
So the Dogon tribe, very interesting tribe, you know, that was able to discover, you know, systems before telescopes and things of that nature.
Yeah.
So how did they arrive to be able to, because I know a lot of people, I posted about this not too long ago, people want to understand how the hell did the Dogon tribe arrive to it,
Yeah.
right? I just subscribe to, you know, us being, you know, gods, melanated beings on this planet Earth. We connected in a way that we just don't understand anymore. You understand me? And being multidimensional, I think about physics in that aspect where you're talking about things being entangled. You know, not Will and Jada entanglements, you understand me? But quantum entanglements.
Right. Yeah.
And you know, it once you understand that, being multidimensional to me is easily understood from the fact that you can break us down to atoms, right? And then
Yeah.
cells, and then we get into our skin and we see our physical.
Yeah.
But from an atomic level, those are different laws.
Yeah.
Right? And we're made up of atoms. So that an aspect of our existence is obeying different laws of the universe.
Yeah.
And then our cells are obeying different laws,
Yeah.
gravity and magnetism, right, and flow. But then we as human beings are obeying different laws, right, of gravity and magnetism in the universe. And then we forget about the universal laws of our multidimensional self
Yeah.
because we only know man's law.
Exactly.
You understand me? So I think being multidimensional is easily understood as above, so below. You understand me? But the idea of the Dogon people being able to chart systems, how were they able to figure that out? You understand me? Before the Europeans had an idea of what was out there.
Right. Well, to be honest with you, if you go all the way back to the ancient Dogon history, before they got to Mali, they were in the land of Kem. They were the original inhabitants of the land of Kem before it was called Egypt. And so,
Kem meaning the land of black.
The land of blacks, correct. Exactly, land of blacks. Kem was black, it's all black. That's in the tablets.
So Kem, there's so much Jews in here. But so in Kem, you understand me, that's Africa.
Yeah.
Right? I know everybody calls the Middle East as if
You know, it's Africa.
it's the Middle East is the most funniest made up concept, magical idea on the planet.
I know.
Because it's like you have in Africa, but no, this is like the Middle East Africa. It doesn't count for sub-Saharan Africa, and Northern Africa, and East Africa. Like, but it's Africa, right?
It's Africa.
Yeah. So
I mean,
for those who don't
Cairo
know,
is in Africa.
Cairo's in Africa.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I know people still get it wrong to this day.
That's crazy.
It
So go
surprises
ahead.
me. But so they, according to their records and their handed down verbal history, their records are etched into caves, stuff like that. The Nomo came here from Sirius B. Okay, so there's a trinary star system that we know of called Sirius, the Sirius star system, A, B, and C.
Yeah.
B is a failed star. In other words, it ran out of fuel, turned into a white dwarf. These beings were orbiting on a planet that orbited that star, according to the Dogon, not me. Came here, they're called the Nomo. The Dogon called them the Nomo. Taught them all about the star system, the orbital pattern, our entire solar system, the names, the shapes, the sizes, the colors of all the planets in our solar system, all the planetary alignments. And they even knew that that white dwarf star was so gravitationally heavy that one spoonful couldn't be lifted by over 1 million men. They even knew that. We learned that in quantum mechanics and quantum physics in the 1970s, 1980s. We hypothesized it. And obviously we couldn't even see that star until the 1980s, 1970s,
Wow.
I'm sorry.
So when did they record it?
Thousands of years ago.
Thousands of years ago.
It's like, we're talking about over 6,000, 7,000 years. They've had depictions of them and everything else, and they taught them how to make these Dogon masks, but they also gave them the Adinkra codes. And these Adinkra codes look like designs on clothing and patterns. When you turn these designs into three-dimensional structures, they become something called error-correcting codes. And Professor James S. Gates, a black professor who used to be the science advisor for Obama when he was in office. He's now the professor, I believe, at the University of Maryland in supersymmetry and theoretical physics. He discovered these Adinkra, or he rediscovered them, obviously, and he turned them into three-dimensional objects. And then from there, he found the error-correcting codes. He was analyzing and accessing information about the ether of space-time, and he discovered that the entire ether, in other words, everything this soup that we're operating in throughout the entire universe, is running on a specific code. It's called an Adinkra code. It's called error-correcting codes. The same exact kind of codes that run search engines and web browsers. That's what's running the universe.
So listen now. At certain points in time in the interview, the glasses got to come off. This was one of those points in time when we're talking about Adinkra codes and going into multidimensional aspects of thinking. You know,
this episode is brought to you by Goldwater.
But, you know, being connected to the stars, you understand me, and being connected to the universe is a very interesting aspect of thinking. You know, I grew up, you know, in the Nation of Islam.
Okay.
And in the Nation of Islam, there is a lot of, you know, astronomical teachings, you know, about astronomy and sizes of the planets and distance. That was one of the first things we had to learn.
Wow.
Right, where the distance between the planets, the speed of light, the speed of sound, right? You know, the total square mileage of the water, earth, land, mountains, rivers, lakes, right? Everything. So, you know, deep into the teachings of Elijah Muhammad is astronomy, right? He wasn't really into astrology because he said it was too much guesswork. But astronomy he was into because it was mathematical.
Yeah.
And you're talking about, you know, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, for a black man to be teaching astronomy, especially the poor black people in America. It was it was
light years ahead of time.
It was an interesting indication of, you know, where he got his knowledge. Because he had a third grade education, but he was teaching about astronomy. Right? And he would dare the scholars of the world to prove him wrong. Of course, none of them did, right? Because he was talking about Pluto back in those days before they would recognize Pluto, right? And I used to always think about why. And one of the last books that he wrote was called The Theology of Time.
Oh, wow.
And The Theology of Time it's not a book for the beginner, initiate. You understand me? It's definitely more novice when you get into your understanding. And then that's when he proposed and he talked about alien life on Mars, right? He talked about the different planets, who can and who can't go there, what they were doing and building. Like, he has very detailed composition of thought on extraterrestrial life. You understand me? And the origins of the planet itself and the universe itself. You know, and it's very interesting because we often believe that our connection to, you know, the way that the Dogons were able to chart the stars is lost, right? You know, but that knowledge has always been within our DNA and always been passed down within us. There's just certain keepers of that knowledge, right? And those keepers of the knowledge are not often listened to because, especially today, we in a very static, distracted, low-level way of thinking. So it's like, you have to think about the mind, and it's not even to say that they were the most intelligent people on the planet,
Yeah.
but connected, you understand me,
Yeah,
as
yeah.
being different. Like that's a different type of intelligence.
Yep.
Because we only measure academia or scholarship intelligence that you get from universities, but we don't measure the intelligence you get from the universe.
Yeah. Yeah.
You understand me? I want to talk about, I don't want to leave time in the star system just yet, but I do want to talk about your relationship with astronomy and whether you believe astrology to be a true science or not.
Well, I'm actually an amateur astronomer.
Okay.
I've been doing that for a long time.
Yes, sir.
I have a real nice telescope. I have a Celestron SLR, and it's a real nice telescope. You can actually see the rings of Saturn. You can see Jupiter. You can see Mars.
Yeah.
I took a famous picture that's been circulating for years of Mars during the summer. When you take a picture of Mars during the summer, it actually has green, it has blues. It's not a red planet. You can see that the ice caps are smaller, which means they've melted. There's a lot of liquid water on the planet. And a lot of those greens, I believe, is vegetation. And now all the science data is coming back out from NASA. Now, all of a sudden, press releases are coming out. The soil on Mars is better for growing crops than on Earth. Now they're saying there's billions of tons of liquid water on Mars now.
Yeah.
You know what
I
I'm
can
saying?
believe that.
And they're also talking about the fact that there's an atmosphere that is the equivalent to being like 18,000 feet above sea level, but that's like going to Peru. I'm going to Peru in a few weeks, right? So same thing. You got to acclimate to that height, to that low oxygen, but you can still breathe as long as you stay close to the ground. Once you go higher up, it's going to be very dangerous. But if you're within like 10 feet of the ground, you can actually breathe. You just need to acclimate. So all of a sudden, all this is coming out because why? They're getting ready to build an infrastructure up there, in my opinion, and do a breakaway civilization. That's what the whole Elon Musk and all that's on Mars is all about. So I got really into it. Now, one of the reasons why I built the underground shelter that you mentioned, called Fort Terra Nova, that was back in 2012, was because I was analyzing the precession of the equinoxes, the movement of stars across the sky, the constellations across the sky. I noticed that they were speeding up. Based on my calculations, it was moving, instead of 27,000 years for one cycle, it was actually averaging around 25,000. I'm like, are the books wrong? Are these great astronomers wrong, or what's going on? And the more I dug into it, the more I looked into it, I realized the only thing that can explain this is if our sun is orbiting something. It would need breakaway speed, and it would speed up and it would slow down, speed up and slow down. So I started digging into that. I found out that they had something they were calling Nemesis out there, something that they couldn't exactly say what it was, but they were saying there was a huge object out there orbiting our sun, and our sun was orbiting it. And they found it about 3 or 4 years ago. They labeled it Planet 9, but really is a brown dwarf star. They found a brown dwarf orbiting our sun. So we live in a binary solar system. We don't have one sun, we actually have two. One's a brown dwarf, which you can only see with 2-mass infrared mode on your telescope. You have to have a digital scope to see that because it's so dim, you can't see with the naked eye.
Is the sun black or white?
The sun is white. It's bright white, so it's not black actually. If you actually were able to go out and look at the sun above the atmosphere, you'll find out that it's actually bright white light. When it hits our atmosphere, it scatters, and when the light breaks down, we see more of the yellows because the blues are kept up there. So the sun actually is bright white.
I saw some say that the sun is black, but it's the charge of light that gives it the appearance of white.
Well, it's a nuclear explosion. Now, what's interesting about the sun is that a lot of the light doesn't even get to the surface for like 100, 200,000 years. So it could be both, a little bit of both. It could be that it is a dark sun, but the light is what we can see. For example, the sun is 8 light minutes away from Earth. So if the sun went dark right now, we'd have daylight for 8 minutes. Now the light,
and that's 90 million miles away.
90 million miles away, right? And the light that's formed on the inside from the collision of the atoms on the inside, the nuclei, when they're colliding and splitting, that light, it doesn't go straight from the center core right out to the outside of the sun. It actually meanders through the inside of the sun for thousands and thousands of years before it releases itself and leaves the corona. Then it takes 8 minutes to get to Earth. So the light that we're experiencing right now is hundreds of thousands of years old before it even got to us. You know what I'm saying? Before it left our sun.
So light is very interesting. You understand me? I want to talk about light and water for a second. Look like we might get to the whole elemental period by the time we're done with this conversation. So, you know, I remember before I got on the journey of, you know, teaching the financial literacy and liberation aspect, you know, my deeper studies was into quantum physics and science and psychology and, you know, a multitude of different things that I believe would help guide enlightenment. You understand me?
Yeah.
And so studying light, I started studying the fourth phase of water, right? Where in between, you know, for those who don't know, you know, water has 4 different phases. Some people say 5, but we're going to the 4th. You understand me? Solid, liquid, gas. You understand me? And I used to think about that because I say the only difference between the water and each structure is the proton arrangement, not the proton count.
Right.
So it's not something new that's happening to the water that is entered into it that changes its state. It's the arrangement,
Yeah.
you understand me, of its energy. And so when I thought about that, and then of course, you know, light is energy. So we can say that it's light that changes. And then water has the most different states out of any other element. And so I liken that to consciousness, right?
Yeah.
That our consciousness can be in rigid states, it can be in flow states, right?
Yeah.
But what changes? Your consciousness going from a lower consciousness to a higher consciousness is enlightenment.
Yeah.
Right? You know, when we read, right, I always say we re-add, right? We're re-adding knowledge that is already in us because we're not actually, nothing physical is going in there. Nothing is going to tinkering and changing with your brain. It's literally electricity changing the arrangement.
Yep.
You understand me? And the structure of your state of consciousness.
Yep.
And you can see a symbol, right, and gain enlightenment.
Yeah.
Right? And it can cause an inner knowing that can have your mind, you know, raising this vibration, right? And, you know, that's not something that we often think about. And a lot of people gonna be like, oh, this conversation ain't gonna high level for real, right? But I say the 4th phase of water on purpose because, you know, everything around us emits energy. Every single thing. We walk into a room, we say, damn, the vibe is off.
Right.
We don't realize we're speaking in scientific terms.
Yep.
You understand me?
Real science.
Yeah, it's true science. The vibe is off, but you have an intuitive connection on what that vibe is.
Yeah.
Right? That there's friction in the air, that the ions, you understand me, are positive or negative charged when you go into different environments.
Yeah.
And so if we understood that, then number one, we will create a more conscious sensitivity to the environments that we go to.
Yeah.
But we are in environments that are often very austere to, you know, our embodiment, our aura, you understand me, and who we are. Because, you know, for those who don't know, we emit an aura from our heart.
Yeah.
You understand me? And when that is pierced, that's when we start to get sick. And we are in environments we're not supposed to be in that are in friction to whatever our vibration is. That's when we feel off, right? And there's only certain people, and I'm what Minister Louis Farrakhan said, somebody asked him once, they said, how are you able to go into all of these different type of environments? You understand me? And not be changed by them or not feel sick by them sometimes because you're around all these different type of people. And he said, I bring my own atmosphere.
That's right.
You understand me? Like, I bring my own atmosphere.
I know exactly what he means.
Yeah.
I walk into a place and I put a bubble around myself.
Yeah.
I just literally put an energy bubble. I just see it coming out of my head and wrap it myself. And I walk through, I got my energy bubble.
Yeah. No, that's super key. I mean, so when we go to water, right, we 70 to 90% water. Some people say I'm basically almost 100% because even those things can be made up of water.
Yeah.
But when we're talking about water and the effect that light has on water, right? Because, you know, water is charged by light, and water has memory in it.
That's right.
You understand me? I think it was Dr. John Pollock that was giving a breakdown on the 4th phase of water. And it was one of the same doctors who discovered, I believe, HIV back in the day, who's trying to figure out ways to utilize sound waves to create medicine.
Yeah.
You understand me? And basically that every disease has a frequency, and if he can counteract that disease with a dominant frequency of the cure, then he can cure that person.
Right.
Because water traps frequency in its protons.
Yeah.
You understand me? So that if our environment is a certain vibration, then we take on that vibration of that environment.
Yep, absolutely.
It's the same study about rice and water. When you speak over certain things, you're trapping that, right? So that's why nobody who's angry should ever serve you food.
Exactly.
Or they dislike. If you make a waiter mad, don't eat the food from there anymore. Got to keep them happy and pleasant. Otherwise, they can give you food poisoning just based on their negative energy.
Right.
Right?
Exactly.
But I bring that up to bring this. You know, as human beings, the things that we should know the most about, we know the least about.
Yeah.
And that's being a human being.
Right.
Right? water and light, right? We are light beings and we are water beings.
Yeah.
You understand me? Wholly. So I studied that to understand the effects that the environment has on myself.
Yeah.
That's knowledge of self,
Yeah.
knowledge of self.
You got to do that.
So, what is it about light itself as a messenger of information that is important that we observe from the things that we eat, besides the breakdown today,
Yeah.
right? Where we go to, but at the same time being a way for our brains to be able to travel,
Yeah.
right? Like, and then can you correlate it into biophotons? You understand me?
Right.
When I be thinking, I just be having thoughts, so they jump over. That's why I had to call this show a conversation.
Yeah.
So as light beings, what does that mean?
Well, one thing people don't understand is that we are all made of actual light. Well, everything in the third dimension is made of light.
Mm-hmm.
And so we are light and light is us.
Mm-hmm.
We know that the illusion of this avatar body and this chair I'm sitting on and the table that you're sitting at, the illusion of it's there. But what is this? This is slowed down light waves.
Mm-hmm.
When you slow light down and then consciousness interacts with it, it collapses it to what we call solid matter.
Mm.
So solid matter is actually an illusion.
Right.
For example, the only thing stopping my hand from going through this chair is the repulsion of the electromagnetic frequencies. I don't actually touch the chair. You
Right.
don't touch anything.
Yeah.
And so if I can phase shift the atomic frequency of my hand to match the same frequency of the atoms in this chair, I pass my hand right through it because atoms are 99.999% empty space.
Right. Like pouring liquid into liquid.
Exactly. That's why when galaxies merge together, like we're merging with a galaxy right now called Sagittarius, you don't see any real collisions happening or anything
Shout
around
out
us.
to my Sagittarius.
Yeah. Because, galaxies are mostly empty space, just like atoms. Everything's a fractal. So we are light beings, and also because of that, we're a fractal. We have consciousness, which is also light. And
What is a fractal?
A fractal is when you take, for example, if you look at a hologram, and you go to one part of the hologram, one tiny piece, and look at it, you'll see the entire image in that smallest piece. The only thing you lose is a little bit of resolution. Okay. And so it's important for people to understand that this entire realm is a fractal of a whole. In other words, as above, so below.
So if you look at an atom, it gives you the whole thing.
It gives you the whole thing. Absolutely.
So human beings, would you consider a fractal of the universe?
We're a fractal of the universe. And our consciousness, even though it's one consciousness, it's also a fractal of main master consciousness. And it's really incredible that every thought that you think in your skull, it leaves your skull as a form of a light wave. Every time you think. Yeah, man. Every light wave, every time you think. And we know this because we can put a cap on your head in a laboratory, put a little electrodes on it, sensors, and tell you to think about something, and it's going to show up on the computer screen because the computer's reading the light waves coming out of your skull. We can't see those waves because we can only see 1% of the light spectrum as human beings.
Right.
We're limited. We don't see gamma rays. We don't see ultraviolet.
What affects us the most?
Yeah, exactly. Those are the things that are all around us that are really interacting with us all the time, and our brains too.
Right. And that's what I was getting to with the water, because the ultraviolet radiation is what causes that fourth phase to flow, like blood flow within our bodies and things of that nature, by creating a separation between positive and negative charge. And in between that small space right there is where it creates that charge and flow. And they was doing a study where they tried to take two prods, put one on the other end to create energy.
Yeah.
Right. But go ahead.
Yeah. So that's what it is. So we have this power of thought, which you were talking about, having the ability to even travel through light, leaving your mind and traveling light. You can actually connect to other realms, other dimensions through conscious thought. Quantum entangling your light waves with other light waves that exist in the universe, not only in the third dimension, but even multiple dimensions.
Right. So like quantum entanglement, for those who don't understand, are two basically atoms that are entangled with one another, even if they are at vast distances.
Right.
Right. And Einstein called it, spooky. Right, because he didn't understand what was going on.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But we understand. It ain't spooky. It ain't
He said a spooky action at a distance.
Yeah.
And you can entangle atoms, you can entangle photons, which are lights. Right. So
do you think that's what happened when people fall in love? They consider to be soulmates?
I think it happens. Well, your mind can entangle with somebody on the other side of the universe. A lot of the times, you can say, "Oh, I came up with this great idea,"
right?
But you really didn't. You just downloaded that idea. because you entangle with the information.
Entangle.
That's all it is. All information actually exists. And now, like big time mainstream quantum physicists and theoretical physicists are admitting that this is true now.
Yeah.
Like it's not woo-woo science no more. This is like you're getting taught in university. When I was at MIT studying applied neuroscience, one of the things we learned about was this exact thing. The fact that not only can you walk in a room, like you were saying earlier, and you can sense the vibe, and you can actually transmit negative or positive energy to somebody. If somebody's at a low frequency, and you walk in positive and high frequency enough, your light being can actually raise their energy level.
Right.
And if you're not high enough and they're low, they can actually drop your energy level.
Right.
Depends on how strong you are consciously. And then also we talked about the fact that we can entangle with information throughout the entire multiverse. So information can even come from the universe's own mind. And if you're able to discern that information, you can actually then, if you can put the action behind it, it could be one of the greatest inventions. It could be Web3. It could be, you know what I'm saying, whatever we got going on now. NFTs or whatever. All this stuff comes from other places.
So biophotons is what I wanted to get to. Because biophotons to me is very interesting, because I think it's like taking the concept of science and physics and being able to apply it, you understand me, in a real world sense, and connect, yourself and your willpower, right? It was Dr. Wesley. He has the Book of God. And he is a very, very dope book, very amazing book. Everybody should study it. But he gives a breakdown about photons, and this is one of my first introductions to it, when he was talking about a study that was done at this university, to study biophoton levels, which is basically, for those who don't know, is light within the human body.
Right.
And so one of the things that they studied was the fact that during a time that a patient was sick, you understand me, the light that they emitted glowed brighter, right? And of course, that was because the body was working to heal itself.
Yep.
And the thought process was that if you go back to ancient human being origins, that those human beings were just light beings, complete light beings. And as I'm positing this thought right now, as melanin, you understand me, overtook those bodies, and you're talking about, that very dark melanin, and then you have light, piercing out of that, which used to be where hair follicles are, you understand me? Then you're talking about a blue aura, or a blue hue, right? And so in ancient texts where you see a lot of the blue representation of gods or beings, there were the representation of the original man and woman as light beings.
Yeah.
Now, the way that I connected to science more so is the idea that, our mind has light within it, right? And it communicates directly with the light outside us, and that this is scientifically proven that we can think things and bend the wheel of reality around us. Like the Matrix played with our concepts and ideas. The spoon doesn't exist idea. But more so is, each one of us have different levels of consciousness and conscious power.
Yeah.
And the ability to bend and change reality around us, which is also a very masculine trait, because testosterone increases that biophotonic energy, you understand me, within the body. So depleted testosterone depletes willpower as well. So it's saying that, for me, I always say that one act of masculinity is willpower, the ability to take thoughts outside your mind and produce them into reality.
Yeah.
So if you have a people who are not able to produce their thoughts, then those people are lost without that will, right? Without that power, without that godliness. And so that's something that I think about often as I see our brothers and sisters hoping and wishing and trying to bring things forth, but they just can't, because that light inside them is dead.
Dead. Plus, a lot of the male in this society right now, they're being emasculated.
Oh yeah, sterilized.
And so, and a lot of it's chemical based.
Yes.
It's the food.
Chemical
it's
castration.
Chemical castration, man. It's all these microplastics that are, we're inhaling them, we're eating them. It's in the food, it's in everything. They did a test on those microplastics. They were converting male frogs into women.
Right.
This is just crazy stuff. So
that's a hell of a leap.
It's a big leap. That's a big leap. That's
a resist myself, y'all.
Oh man, but it's so true, and so it's taking away the testosterone levels in men are the lowest it's been since they've been recording.
Right.
And so to that effect, what you're saying is, the levels are dropping, and the ability for men to make a lot of logical decisions is also dropping.
Right.
You see men now operating more off of emotion versus logic.
Right.
That balance of logic versus emotion isn't there anymore.
Right.
A lot of times there's a lot more men that are more emotional than women.
Yes.
So their plan is working out, and the plan for them really is to not let us discover our light body, not let us discover our light consciousness and the power that we really truly have inside of us to change and bend and mold this matrix to our will and overcome and supersede where they are.
Right.
What they want us to do is just continue to stay in these small little pockets, fighting each other over scraps, and not really ever getting to the higher levels and realizing that we're supposed to be able to bring our heaven right here to this earth right now.
And see, that reminds me of when you talk about the beings that can see and they look down, right? Like you imagine somebody in a tower looking down on the people playing the game of the rat race, but they can see dimensions. They can see where the people are headed. They can see all different angles, right? And those are the people, what considered to be the 1%. You understand me? And then, of course, that can be translated into multi-different, names and forms and species and things of that nature. But the ruling class, if you will, you understand me? The manipulating class, those who practice tricknology and deceit on the rest of the population to not know their power.
Right.
Like the greatest trick of the devil is to get you to not know that you're a God.
That's it.
You understand me? Because the moment that you have self-realization of your power, number one, you stop looking at them to help manage you discover it.
Exactly.
Because if we go to chattel slavery times, and I like to say chattel slavery just because it's such a different form than the rest of the slavery.
Yeah.
But chattel slavery is all about breaking that knowledge of self and that knowing of who you are. Because how can you make a slave unless he is completely dependent upon your will?
Exactly.
And the testosterone-filled masculine slaves were the hardest ones to break, the ones that have their own faith and belief systems, because they weren't going to relinquish that power to someone else.
Right.
No, they fought, and there was insurrections all throughout times because that willpower was fighting another will.
Yeah.
You understand me? And so now what we got is more so Chris Rock, where you don't fight the will no more. You just let it slap you around. You understand me? I just had to drop another. I couldn't help myself. But the lack.
Oh man.
I love jokes, y'all. I love jokes. I love comedy. But no, for real though, because here we are in present day. When we talk about chemical castration, man, this is very important. Like we've went through so many different phases fighting those beings. You understand me? Who bring in drugs, who bring in guns, who bring in propaganda, who bring in, MK Ultra, you understand me? And toxins, poisons from the air to every single thing.
It's not black people.
No, definitely not. we ain't got that type of control.
No.
Unfortunately, that's the issue.
Right.
So, like you can take that back to it's unfortunate that the greatest minds are producing destructive things. Their greatest minds are producing destructive things.
Yeah.
And now what we are in this phase of reality is figuring out who we are. Because that's still always the biggest key to all of this.
Yeah.
Because the hardest thing is to teach another black man or woman who you are.
Right.
Let me teach you whether you want to call yourself black, original, you understand me, Moor, Hebrew, Israelite, alien, whatever you want to call yourself. You can describe yourself as an Anunnakian.
Yeah.
But understanding at the core, you understand me, that being of godliness that you possess.
Right.
And that is unstoppable once you truly recognize who you are.
Yeah.
Not just from literature, not just through paperwork. I'm talking about through spirit, things that can't be taught, that have to be known deep within.
You have to walk in your own power. When I walk places, when I go places, I expect the universe to unfold for me. I expect things to open up for me and things to just happen for me when I walk into places. I can just be going to the grocery store. I'm walking in power. People, if they can jump inside of my body and feel what I'm feeling, they'd be like, God damn.
Yeah.
This guy really, you know what I'm saying? I'm walking everywhere I go. I'm walking in pure power. I act like I'm commanding and wielding the universe to my will. And that's something that scares us. And the reason why is because we've been programmed to think if you do that, that's of the devil and that's evil. And you got to beg somebody else to give you this power. You can't just walk in this kind of power. But the same power that created everything we see in this entire universe, in this multiverse, is the same power that's inside of my body.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
You know, I want to talk about something because when we talk about power, culture is probably our culture specifically, which is getting to our spirit, powers this world. We are the battery.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, melanin is a battery itself.
Yeah.
Right. And when we talk about that, I was studying, you know, years ago, the Kardashev scale.
Okay.
Right. When we're talking about type 0 to 1, 3, 4 civilizations. And when I was studying back then, I would relate everything I learned in physics and science to Black culture and how it could be an analogy to where we can utilize to liberate ourselves. So for those who don't know, the Kardashev scale is a model of, you know, how civilizations can grow, if you will, right, into more efficient system and models and more control, right? So we are currently, what I believe, you know, like 0.5, but type 0 civilization.
Type 0.
Right, type
We
0.
Type 0. We crawling though. We trying to crawl.
We try. The concepts are getting out there.
Yeah, it is.
But you know, the politics are in the way, to be honest.
That's what happened. The polytrickster.
Yeah, the polytricksters. So type 0 is saying that we get our energy from dead coal and plants.
Yeah.
You understand me? That, you know, our energy systems, number one, are inefficient. You understand me? And that's why we steady have these energy wars. You understand me? That we are dependent upon these resources, that we don't have the ability to reproduce ourselves. You understand me? And or have control over supply. And so, you know, that's why human beings are always at risk for extinction. Ideally, is because we don't control external things outside. You understand me? We can't control a meteor hitting this planet. We can't control the sun exploding. We can't control any of those things. So that's why man now just wants to jump to another planet. You understand me? Because he don't believe that he will be able to gain control before it's too late, right? But a type 1 is more so talking about the ability to control weather, control earth, control the sun, or at least in a sense being able to absorb all energy from the sun and utilize that to power the world that is today. And then you have the analogy of type 1 type systems, right? Type 1 language would be what would be considered like English. English, you know, they're a language that's going extinct every day. You understand me? And English is rapidly fast growing all across the planet Earth to become a type 1 language where everybody on the planet speaks English. So that is a method, you understand me, of energy transfer, communication, and translation that all beings on this planet Earth will be in understanding. Then when we're talking about systems like music, hip hop is I consider hip hop basically a type 1 system when you're talking about music. Because hip hop produced beings, number one, and tones and frequencies and rhythms that are known all across the planet Earth.
It's mathematical.
Right. And then you have other beings, the Beyoncés of the world, the Kanye's of the world, who are known by people all throughout the entire planet Earth. You understand me? From a one world system, these are very identifiable symbols, right? Because they're not, you don't know the person. So the person is, the brand is a symbol, which is a representation of a energy. You understand me? That has a translation that creates feeling, right? From each person that knows it in their perspective and their connection to it. But after I say all of that, I say all that to say, hip hop culture is the most powerful energy that exists on this planet Earth. You understand me? Because it can move reality in ways that we don't even understand yet. Because it's a one world communication system to all melanated people across the planet Earth. That we can literally put everybody on the same vibration and frequency, you understand me, by exporting culture throughout the diaspora. And if we understood how powerful that concept was, we have the ability to leap past and make quantum leaps over everybody with this system that we created called hip hop. And this is why we have so many culture vultures, because culture vultures understand this expressway throughout the world. If I connect to a rapper, if I'm a white guy, and if I'm a smart white guy, I need to, and if I can afford it, I need to get close to the rappers. The rappers don't realize they have more leverage than I do.
They're the big influencers of the world.
I've never seen a rapper understood their value so much when they stand next to a white guy and give them their presence. Because what you're doing is you're giving them an culture and you're giving them an audience where you're spreading their message and connecting them to hip hop.
Right.
And it's wildly known that there are a lot of culture vultures. We just don't speak on it.
Yeah.
You understand me? Because people are, you know, favored for this, favored for that. But once you really understand it, there was a, I'm not gonna name a name at this point, famous, he might be a billionaire, maybe a couple 100 million or whatever. But I was speaking in the same arena he was speaking in. He was speaking right after me.
Yeah.
You know, and I kept trying to rub shoulders. I'm giving him the cold shoulder.
Yeah.
I don't want no pictures, no nothing.
Right.
Because what I realized that he would get more value if I took a picture with him than he would get from me.
Right.
Because now he's connected to top thought leader in the culture. He seems down. You understand me? He seems connected.
Yeah.
History will look at that picture and say we had a relationship.
Yeah.
You understand me? How could he be other than, you know, in the way we trying to depict his morality if he was connected to 19 Keys at that time?
Yep.
So why wouldn't I utilize that as leverage? Why would I just allow somebody to absorb my value, connect to my culture, but we don't think about time? We don't think about our true power at all.
Energy vampires.
Energy vampires.
Yeah.
And we utilize our dead leaders as our coal and our energy. You understand me?
Yeah.
So we're not operating in the present system, controlling our weather, controlling our culture, controlling our time, controlling our language, our mind, our music.
Yeah.
So for me, it's about taking, you know, melanated people from a type 0 civilization to a type 1 civilization. And then, you know, type 2 and 3, those civilizations, you talking about controlling planets.
Oh, yeah.
All kind of stuff. We don't even need to go there yet. We're far off. But it's an interesting model and it's an interesting idea when you're talking about measuring progress of a people that have been trapped under another people's thumb.
Yeah.
You understand me? And working to increase the aggregate efficiency of our output.
Yeah.
What we put out based on the energy that we get back.
Yeah.
And how do we increase that as a people,
Right.
you know, for a revolution.
Yeah.
Right? But I want to talk to you about something else, because I heard you talking about AI. Now, I look at, we know we are in a time of declining population,
Yeah.
right? Specifically in America anyway. You understand me? When Elon Musk said that, you know, we need population growth, and Bill Gates said we need population decline.
Yeah.
But what I realized, they were talking about two different places. Elon Musk was talking about America, Bill Gates was talking about Africa.
Yep.
So Bill Gates was saying that they're going to have another 2 billion people by 2050. We need population decline over there. Elon Musk say, well, listen, we already have fewer births than we do deaths. You understand me? So therefore, we're on a decline.
Yeah.
We need more birth, right? So he's trying to get out of here.
Yeah, he's trying to go. He's trying to get out.
He said, I'm out, man. The
One-way
party
trip
too
tomorrow.
crowded. You feel me? He grew up in South Africa, so he know what it's like where it's 7% of them over there.
You know.
So it's interesting because I look at those who are in power, of course, power wants to maintain power.
Yeah.
Right? So it only makes sense that the people that are in power wants to continue to see power, and they don't want to concede power to anybody else. So when you're talking about playing God, that's what they want to do. If you can't have the population size, we have to figure out another way to maintain control.
Yep.
And AI to me is one of those ways to be able to maintain control.
Mm-hmm.
You won't have the brain trust anywhere because people outside are no longer just coming in and saying, well, we'll give our brain to America, spark invention and innovation.
Yeah.
There's decreasing innovation and invention in this country.
Yep.
So not only you got AI in the form of artificial intelligence, and I'm 19 Keys, so I break things down into 1-9. But A is numerical 1 and I is numerical 9. And that 19 is representation of male, female, conscious, subconscious.
Mm-hmm.
You understand me? God itself, because everything is between that 1 through 9.
Gotcha.
Collapse back into a 1. When we talk about artificial intelligence, it's more so not even just AI of artificial intelligence, artificial insemination, artificial ingredients as well, right? And these are all the ways that I see that those are in power are working to maintain power, utilizing AI. Can you speak upon the future of AI and where we headed?
Yeah, definitely. The AI is dangerous. If you look into the ancient Sumerian tablets, you'll discover in the Epic of Gilgamesh, who was considered to be half human, half god. They call him a demigod. His father was Enki, and he had a human mother, according to the tablets.
Yeah.
And they want to send Enlil, who was his uncle, sent him on a journey, a hero's journey. This is the original story of Noah's Ark, by the way. This is where the Bible got it from.
So Sumerian, for those who don't know, the Anunnaki, first civilization.
First civilization, the cradle of civilization. They call it the cradle of civilization, coming out of Mesopotamia.
What did they invent?
Roads, city grid streets, bicameral Congress, plumbing systems. I mean, you name it, everything you could think of, schooling and chemistry and mathematics, and they even had a metric system back then. Talking about, hundreds of thousands of years ago, they had a metric system. And so they literally, the whole modern society we have today came out of Sumer. There's a tablet where Enlil is speaking, and he's showing his sister this crystal tablet, by the way, is what it's called. And he's showing her his plans for all time on this planet. He said, these plans I have here, these plans are going to last for all time. And that's where we're still in it today. We still got the same Poly Trickster program he put in back then. They had their own numerical kingship, the way they ran their selves, but they gave humans the political system.
That's a very
and they also installed inflation at that same exact time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a very, 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 very interesting idea. So in that system, right, I know that children who are born, and at the same time you're born in any time, you succumb to a dominant paradigm. The dominant frequency wins, right? And so, do you believe that based on, the Anunnaki or Enlil having this crystal tablet, you understand me, where he wrote down his plans for time dominance, you understand me, so that he can conquer ages of time, do you think that it's possible to go against that plan, you understand me, and create our own will for the planet?
Yeah, it can. The program that he put in was so good. We're born, we're given a name, a race, and a religion, and we're basically, we grow up defending that whole identity. It's a fake identity. It's not really us. We've kind of forgotten and relinquished who we really are and given it up to this system, this institutionalized system that was put in place thousands of years ago. But if we really come together, that's the biggest part we got to do. We got to come together and stop all this divide and conquer. You're this religion, I'm this thing, or you're this light skin and I'm this dark skin. All this stuff we gotta, black men want to fight black men all the time. We want to attack each other socially now on social media because you doing too good and I'm not doing as good as you. We gotta drop all of that. We gotta stop all of that. And we gotta synchronize. We gotta realize that we're better together than apart. Not tearing each other down, fighting each other, slapping each other, all this kind of crazy stuff. We got to come together and we got to realize, man, how can I bring a piece of the puzzle? How can you bring a piece of the puzzle? You know what I'm saying? Just sitting here talking to you, you got pieces of the puzzle that I don't have, and I got pieces of the puzzle that you don't have. We can start building a whole doggone puzzle. We can put a puzzle together, and you add more people. Next thing you know, that picture, that painting is amazing.
Yeah,
we can make a mosaic.
Yeah.
And so until we get to that point, though, we're always going to be bickering and fighting and arguing over resources and pocket watching and hating and worrying about this, worrying about that, because that's the program they instilled into us. We got to now override this DNA and this RNA programming code. We got to say, you know what? We got to talk to ourselves. You know what? I'm being a hater right now. I'm being a troll right now. I'm pocket watching right now. I'm being jealous right now. Why am I doing that? And analyze inside of ourselves. Why am I doing this? Why do I feel like this? And work on our internal self and learn how to not be that way. Learn how to give somebody the benefit of the doubt. Learn how to try to work with somebody. Learn how to ask better questions so you can understand better instead of getting angry. And learn how to control your emotional state. And when we can do that and we can link up and we can make big power moves together, that's when the world's going to change.
That's very powerful. You understand me? And of course, it's something that we've known but not been able to do.
Yeah.
So we talk about DNA, right? Because really, in order to give a breakdown on, the Anunnaki and the Sumerians, we need to dedicate an entire, breakdown for that story, and we can, say that for another day and time. But I want to go and talk about DNA and the ability to upgrade our DNA.
Yeah.
One of the ways that I upgrade my DNA is through travel. You understand me? And through meditation and eating and environment, things of that nature. But can you talk about DNA and our ability to upgrade our DNA and some of the methods that we can utilize practically?
Definitely. First of all, people have to understand that DNA is a storage medium. It actually stores data and information. So when we say things like your program code and you're operating off your code, it's actually a true scientific statement. 1 gram of DNA can hold 433 petabytes of data. There was one scientist, George Church, replicated his ebook 80 billion times and downloaded it onto 1 gram of DNA, which is 1 drop on the tip of your finger.
80 billion.
80 billion. What he did was he realized that DNA stored information. He's like, wow, our body is full of data. The whole human body is full of data. Billions and billions and billions of petabytes of data. And what he said was, he realized you can take data from a server, a computer, and convert it from zeros and ones into A's, C's, T's, and G's, which is what your DNA reads. And then you can actually download the data into the DNA and store data in a volume instead of storing it linear, like time, 1 arrow. But when you can store it in a volume, you can store much more information. So then he replicated it 80 billion times, and then he transferred it from DNA, from A's, C's, T's, and G's back into zeros and ones and uploaded it back into a computer. So he recognized that DNA is also a server. He's like, man, this is incredible. So we have this ability in us to move data and information. Now, because of something called epigenetic memories, we know that 15 to 20 generations before us, that programming code was downloaded into our body. So you're born with this hard-coded information already in your body. Most of it is only, though, this is the sad part, it's only trauma that came from previous generations. All the slave beatings and whoopings and the separation of loved ones and the buck fighting, all that stuff, it's in your body. That's why when black people start feeling like, I'm depressed, I got PTSD, but they don't know why. I'm feeling down or ill or angry or whatever. A lot of it is, it's the epigenetics. So to overcome this, what scientists realize, you can actually start to re-encode that DNA by doing simple things. Simple. One thing is, write down 10 positive affirmations about yourself, and then speak those out loud 3 times a day, out loud, for 21 days, and your DNA begins to change and rewrite itself. You begin to start to believe those cymatic frequencies coming out of your mouth, that your body is actually listening to the information. Like you said before, the body is mostly water. The water has memory. The water in your body speaks conscious energy. So when you are releasing that conscious energy into the atmosphere, your body is then absorbing it back into the water, and then the light force energy is rewriting your DNA. And so we can actually rewrite our DNA. We can change the way we think and see and feel about ourselves just by speaking out loud. Like you said, meditation, and I love travel. That's all I do is travel nonstop. You already know that. That's going to enlighten and open up, broaden all your horizons. It's going to make you see things from other perspectives and understand. It's going to raise your consciousness. Traveling, I tell people all the time, leave your zip code. You got to.
No, that's a fact, because you got to think about the making of a slave. If I want to make somebody a slave, I don't want them to see the world.
Right.
You understand me? I need them to only see from my perspective.
Yeah.
You understand me? Because therefore they're going to have my same biases engineered within them, and I can control the radius of where they go.
Yeah.
You may think that, oh, if you walk over here, you might die. Somebody's going to attack you. But if you actually traveled there, there's no way a person can make up that lie that causes you to halt yourself within fear.
Yeah.
Right? And most people, God is fear. You understand me? Everything that they fear creates the radius, the circumference, the diameter of their thinking, their movement, right? Their entire being. And so breaking away from, those connections of fear allows you to be restored into who you really are, to walk around as a child. A child doesn't know fear. A child is programmed into fear. A child is programmed into civilization. You understand me? Coming under jurisdiction and code to operate in a manner of behavior that allows them to, be so-calledly free within a world of this social contract that we have. But the reality of it is that for us to be able to develop and to grow into who we are and to be able to transition out of these thought forms that control this world, you understand me? And to break these cabals of power, it has to start with this realization that becomes a field. We talked about unity. Like Muhammad say, our unity is more powerful than an atomic bomb. But then when you think about what is an atomic bomb, you understand me? The breaking of those atoms, you understand me? And, when we build, the guys always talk about, we cracking atoms, you understand me? We create new worlds. But we think about all of that energy coming together because, human being energies are jewels, you understand me? And if we were able to bring that electricity together, it literally would be an atomic bomb. And that sort of energy has the ability to create atomic shift on this planet. You understand me? That can create new paradigm shifts on this planet Earth. So anytime anything is observed through the collective, a shift happens at that moment.
Yep.
There's no collective observations or world events that don't change the world.
Yep.
Because once the whole entire world gains a collective perspective on something, it creates a new dimension, a new angle, a new inventions, innovations, realities. Everything starts to happen from that moment. And we've been through many of them in our lifetime already. And it's just in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
We'd have been through recessions, paradigm shifts, different new presidents. We'd have been through 9/11. We'd have been through so many different things.
Yeah.
Today, during the timing of this filming, there's a terrorist attack that happened. And April happens to be one of the most observant months of white terrorist attacks, right? From Timothy McVeigh, from the Oklahoma bombings to the Columbine, right?
Wow.
And it's a few other ones. April is one of those, fourth months. A lot of things that happen on the 4th.
Yeah.
And once we understand that we living in this world of a four-corner contract, you understand me, that, paperwork rules this world and it lifts us off of being attached to the land itself.
Yeah.
That when we walk around, we don't look down at our feet and say we own the land. We have dominion over the land. We think that we are always on someone else's land. We are always under someone else's control. And that mental observation depletes the soul of being able to have a real connection with the earth itself.
It does.
When you look around, there's somebody who has sky rights and land rights.
Yep.
Not ownership, but rights.
Right.
Right? And once we realize we living in someone else's plans, as you say.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you believe it's the Anunnaki, whether you believe it's the 1%, whether you believe it's these families are controlled, you have to know that we're living in somebody else's time system, and it works very well.
Oh, very well.
Very well.
They
Very
mastered this sucker.
way too well, matter of fact. And we are controlled by invisible forces.
Yeah.
And if you don't think you do, you stop at that stop sign. You stop when there's a street light, you understand me? And you don't cross that line because something may happen to you. An invisible force, no police around, no people, but you still listen.
Yeah.
You understand me? That is, you're talking about some people, it may not be cars for miles, and they will still follow that system.
Yeah.
Right? I want you to touch on the ideas of systems. Because institutions is what I focus on, like the reality of we building institutions are only things that can dominate existing systems.
Right.
But what is the energy form of a system to where it actually has real power and control over human form?
Yeah. Well, the way that they built all these institutionalized systems that we have that are controlling mankind, they're all predicated on fear. You'll find that fear is the biggest thing. For example, you go to school, if you don't get good grades, you're going to get in trouble. You won't pass the next grade. If you act up in school, you might get, you don't stay in line or whatever, you might get spanked with the ruler or the paddle or whatever. Obviously on the street is follow these exact rules or you're going to go to prison. So they have all these systems in place. And these systems that they put in place, when they have these little fear factors built into them, even religion has a lot of fear factors put into it.
Absolutely.
People fall in line because why? Fear, the body pays attention to fear first. The mind is always, okay, there's fear. I got to stop this fear. I got to do whatever it takes to not allow this, whatever this fear is, to happen. I don't want it to happen to me. So the body goes into fight or flight mode, and then it starts focusing on the fear. Once the body does that, these people who rule, the ruling elite, they know that we got them with the fear. Now we can manipulate them to do whatever we want. So they always do the same thing. They create the problem, okay? They wait for the reaction, and then they provide the solution to that problem. So they're actually manipulating all sides of it based on fear. The fear is a key thing in all these institutions that has us locked in, because people, when that fear hits them, they don't recognize that fear is not real. False evidence appearing real is what fear is, right? The acronym. But for them, it's as real as it can be. But in true reality, fear is a choice.
Yeah, fear comes from ignorance.
Yeah.
Once you know something, there's nothing to fear because you have all the data. You know exactly how to move, what not to do, exactly what it is, what's not. And once you come to that realization, it gives you so much power over all.
Yeah.
Right? And so becoming fearless, you understand me, is key.
Yeah.
Our bodies all automatically store systems to tell us fight or flight.
Yeah.
That in moments and situations is giving us a signal that you are in danger.
Yeah.
So this danger needs to teach you to make a decision.
Exactly.
Either this tiger that's coming right now, you understand me? You're going to stand very still and hope that it doesn't attack you, or are you going to run, right? Or are you going to fight?
Yeah.
You understand me? Because they're fright, flight, and fight. You understand me? And I think that that's one, and the fight is the decision that you have.
Yeah.
That even if this tiger is so close, I can't run, I can't stand still now, not here. I have to figure out a way where I'd rather go down fight.
Yeah.
And I think that that's the part of human decision making that is never deposited as an idea of this is an option.
Yeah.
That you can always choose to fight in every moment, in every situation, even if the certainty is death.
Yeah.
You understand me? Because at least you would die being alive.
Exactly.
You understand me?
Exactly.
But to freeze or just to run, because there's times where, flight is the most, intelligent option that you have, right? But fighting, there's something so powerful and majestic about that, because that's the human spirit colliding with whatever force that is in front of it.
Yeah.
When you see two boxers fight, those are spirits going at it.
Right.
And whoever has the most will win. You understand me? Not even sometimes we have the most skill or better technique. Sometimes it's all about who got that greater spirit. Because the fight is often won before you get into the ring.
That's right.
There's one spirit that's already decided, whether it's deep into their consciousness, subconscious, where they don't even know it yet. They've already decided that they're delusional. You understand me? And sometimes you can try to overcome it with confidence, right? What you know about yourself and my training, my skill, your overcome it with your ego. You understand me? Well, I can do this even if I can't do this. You understand me? But then there's mathematics. Mathematics of this person's skill, level, confidence, will, all of this is higher than your frequency. And when these collide, this one is going to win. And that's why I like the idea of mathematics, because mathematics really sets us upon understanding reality in a very practical and logical capacity. There's spiritual intuition and spiritual intelligence, yes, 100%. And I think that wholly on this planet Earth, men and women are disconnected between the feminine energy that exists. Men are completely disconnected nowadays from the masculine energy, but the feminine energy, because we talk about a woman's movement, but there's not a lot of feminine energy involved in the movements. And the feminine energy, Mother Tanetta talked about it. She talked about the 9 planets, right? And the feminine, and in the connection with, the astronomy and the feminine energy, and why that 9, circulates that 1. I told you we'll get to the 1 9. We go always find the 1 9. But we talk about that 9 circulating that 1, that consciousness circulating subconsciousness, and 1995, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan opened up the Million Man March speech with the secrets of the number 19. And he talked about the idea that when that 1 is next to the 9, it represents something to be uncovered. You understand me? And then he went on to break down that these monuments that was there representing the 16 and the 3rd president is 19. And he said that this monument up here is 555 feet high. You put a 1 next to that, represents 1555 when black people came over here. And he said that on these shores and these steps, you understand me, were a trade of black bodies, representing some of the Masonic secrets of how they first produced this country. You understand me? And he was giving that breakdown in front of course, almost 2 million black men, future president, future billionaires of the planet Earth, everybody. That was a world-shifting event, but when I listened to that, I thought about the fact that, the body itself, our bodies, atoms, I call Allah the original man, ATOM, you understand me? Or I say AGTC, Allah God the creator. You understand me? But at the end of the day, our bodies are carbon bodies, our melanin bodies. We are electric, frequencies. You understand me? We are the most powerful electric conduits. You understand me? Just based on our physicality. And I think what happens with society is, number 1, jealousy. But 2 is the lack of appreciation of our parts we're supposed to play on this planet. You understand me? That, we gonna always be dark melanated, beautiful, shiny, sheen beings. You understand me? But when you allow things like the Hermetic prophecies that talked about, when human beings developed so-called and developed intelligence, those were white human beings, and that being spread across the ecosystem of the planet Earth, creating a white supremacy. And then validated people like, well, man, we was charting star systems and speaking in geometry and using mathematical language, you understand me, before we ever seen a light-skinned person on this planet Earth. But you can't, if you want to do anything for race relations, you cannot forget about the story of time. And I ain't gonna ever call it history. History is just a lie. The story of time is about what happened on this planet, the true history.
The true history.
And if you ever, if a white person, or black person, brown, yellow, orange, all these frequencies of colors that represent subscriptions to different cultures, ideologies, values, norms, rituals, ever want to have a place where there's commonality and trust and alignment, you have to accept the truth of reality. Not the stories that was told by the winners and conquerors that fit the propaganda of the controllers and rulers, but the true story on this planet Earth. That's the only way we get to a true compromise between the people on this planet Earth that have a treaty of understanding. You understand me?
I always tell people the past is prologue. People say, why do you always study the past? Why are you into those ancient texts and ancient books and all? Because until you understand what happened back then, you won't be able to build a future. The future is going to be built based on what you know about your true past and the true history. If you can't figure out at least as close as possible to what was happening back then, the future is still going to be a gray area.
Aliens.
Yeah.
Let's talk about aliens. Can't have Mr. Billy Carson on here without talking about aliens. My theory is aliens are black men. That's my theory. Now, and of course this comes from many different sources, but I remember I was reading something, or watching it rather, I can't tell you the difference, where they was talking about, spacesuits, human spacesuits, and how human beings will have to change if they were traveling in space, right? Number one, there's more radiation, so you're gonna have darker melanin skin. A lack of gravity, you will have a smaller, less dense body. So you're going to be a skinny, dark-skinned, big head, black man or woman. You understand me? So, these are spacesuits. I mean, we deal with radiation. That's what the melanin does. You feel me?
Radiation and the heat.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Do you believe in aliens?
I believe in aliens.
Are you an alien?
Well, we're all aliens. You know what I'm saying? So.
Alien might answer like that. Some people say this brother be thinking, man, he might be an alien.
A lot of people say that, but I think that we are the aliens. When you talk to the Aboriginals, I went to Australia. I went on a walkabout 8 miles out into the doggone nowhere, nothingness. I mean, just out there, man, with the fires. Okay. This is right before the lockdown came, and I'm out there looking for these ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs in Carryong 9 in Australia, which we found them. We sent those glyphs to the Board of Antiquities of Egypt, and they authenticated them as being authentic Proto-Egyptian hieroglyphs. And so my conversation with the elders was, what is your homegrown, handed-down verbal history? Because they have a verbal history. And the Aboriginal elders said that they were seeded on this planet. They said that the Pleiadians brought them to Earth, and they were the first people on Earth. Those are black Aboriginals.
Who are the Pleiadians?
The Pleiadians, if you look up in the sky at night, there's this area of the sky where they call them the Seven Sisters. Homer's Iliad talks about them. They talked about in the Bible, talked about in Sumerian tablets. The Greeks, the Romans, they all look up to the Pleiades. It's actually, we call them the Seven Sisters because only 7 bright stars you can see with the naked eye, but there's many more stars there. But in that region of the sky, according to so many ancient texts, so many ancient civilizations, there was advanced civilizations there. Before this area had any inhabitants, that was the region or sector of the galaxy that had a lot of life. But a big war broke out. And in this war, there was something being used called the Brahmahanda weapon, okay? The Brahmahanda weapon, which actually could destroy planets. And this weapon would blow up planets. And imagine if you're in a star system and there's planets blowing up, planet-sized debris is crashing into your planet. So this created a space refugee situation, kind of, space refugees. And they started fleeing and going out to different stars: Orion, Aldebaran, Zeta Reticuli, You know, all these different star systems, Sirius, Draco. This is why
They had the Draco?
Oh yeah, the Draco star system's up there. That's what the Great Pyramid in Giza in Cairo is aligned with those with Draco, Aldebaran, Orion, and Sirius. And so we were like, man, what's going on here? So the more you dig into this text, it's like, man, these people fled from war, re-established themselves on other planets, and eventually found this solar system and came down here and created another breakaway civilization. These were the Atlantean people. Now, when you analyze the text, it gives descriptions of these peoples from time to time. And if you look at, for example, the Sphinx in Egypt, you look at the features on the Sphinx, you can see this, it's a face of a black person, right? And what's interesting is some of these Anunnaki, they were more albino, not all of them. Some had albino type skin. They weren't Caucasian white, but they had albino skin, but they had the African features. Some of them had blue eyes, but they had the knotted hair.
Like Prometheus.
Right, kind of like that. But Prometheus is still kind of really more almost like milk white. If you look at a black mulatto, a black or a black person that has that, you know,
more
that skin
brownish
condition.
glow.
And but they had the knotted hair, knotted blonde hair, and blue eyes, a lot of them.
Like the Aboriginals.
Yeah, like the Aboriginals, and also the people of Melanesia, right here, you know, in Asia. And so I did a whole story on those, a whole TV show on those before. So I really dug deep into it. I was like, wow, these people are really potentially not from this planet. And so the more you analyze it and realize, wow, then other people from other star systems brought humans here. This is like, this Earth is like
parents abandoning their kids?
No, what it was is like they were trying to find a place to keep their civilization going, not something like the species going. Okay, and so that's why you have people that look Asian and people that look Caucasian and people that look black and people that look. There's a mixture of people, according to what I've read, that appear to be dropped off here. This is like an abandoned seed colony, this planet.
Interesting.
You know, and then after that, much later, these other people showed up. These other Anunnaki people showed up, took advantage of a situation where people were in a lower state of consciousness. They were not technologically advanced. We were more advanced spiritually.
So when they were dropped off, you saying that the races were dropped off, or were they all dark-skinned, melanated people?
The first people on this planet were all black, and then you find something interesting in the Emerald Tablets. After Thoth comes to the land of Khem to help rebuild civilization because the flood had destroyed Khem. After he does it, he tells his people that he brought with him. He brought people with him from other planets, and they went around the planet. He said, go around the planet and duplicate what we did here. Now, this is my personal belief. This is not in any text. I always tell you the difference between what I believe and what I've read. Now, these people, for example, if I'm now going to be the king or the ruler of Asia, and I'm a being from a place that looks Asian, I'm going to brand those people. I think they genetically branded people to look. In other words, these are my people. Look at them; they look just like me. And the reason why I say this is because if you go and look into genetic books, the geneticists actually discovered that the difference between a black person, a white person, an Asian person, a Native American person, 2% variance in genes. But that 2% variance that makes a different race altogether could happen in 200,000 years. That's the only amount of time we've been here. So they're saying it would have taken millions, multi-millions of years for that to happen, naturally.
Now, for my studies, there's no records of Caucasians past 6,000 years.
See, Caucasians are the newest race on the planet. They're the newest race. If you look at the Sumerian tablets, the Caucasians came from out of the Caucasus Mountains. It says something to the effect of when they were in the Caucasus, they then, he said that the exact terminology was that they, there's a certain term that they use for that. Not manufactured the Caucasian, but they said that they had, the word will come back to me. It's like they made them in a way. It's something, it's a terminology that they use, it'll come back to me, that how they made the Caucasian, but they're the newest being on the planet, according to these texts. The other races were already here. We had blue people, green people, you had, black, you had yellow. Yeah.
This will be a great movie.
Yeah.
Now, there's a belief that based on studying the Anunnaki that they are coming back. You understand me? So can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, in all the texts, they always say that they're going to return. the reason why they left was there was a pyramid war. There was a second pyramid war. Amun-Ra, also known as Marduk. You can look up Marduk's name in the Torah. He's in the Bible. He's in the Sumerian tablets. These guys everywhere. He's Amun-Ra. He started a war because he wanted to extend his kingship. He wanted to take over kingship in other areas that he wasn't supposed to on the planet, so forth, so on. And so that war was nuclear. They used weapons, and the reason why you know it's nuclear because the description of the way that the people were dying, it was that they said the black people, this specifically says that their nails were falling out, their hair was falling out, blood was coming out of their eyes. This is radiation sickness, obviously. And so we know that it was a nuclear war. When you go into those regions, the Mohenjo-Daro in the Indus Valley, the buildings there turned to glass. They're still sitting there. The bodies are laying in the street holding hands. No animals have scavenged on those bodies. They're still laying there. You go to Africa, to Cairo, and you go to Giza. If you put your hand in the sand and up, every now and then you pull up balls of glass. That's what they used to carve the scarab beetles out of, because they're making a ode to the gods for the war that happened. So to turn sand into glass, you have to have 3,000 degree temperature glass, right? So we know that there was a war that happened that created this situation, so it's just really amazing, man. The technology we have now is just a copycat of what they already had back then. And that war is what really caused them to want to flee. In one of the tablets, Enki goes to Anu and says, "Can you please stop the evil wind?" That's what they call it. That's nuclear fallout. He's like, "There's nothing I can do. Forebode and get in your ship." And so he told him, like, "Turn around, man, get in that ship. We got to get out of here because this thing is coming." And they said that evil wind covered the land and killed all the animals, the people, and everything else. And a lot of these people never came back. But they said that, that they'll be coming back. Now, there's two ways to look at it. One way is some of the offspring is still here on this planet. Probably most likely maybe that ruling elite class. And then it's said that there will be some type of a future situation where they will return and take back claim of the rightful kingship of this planet. So, and in the Emerald Tablets, it says the same thing, which is interesting because it's even older than those tablets. It's like 36,000 years old. And it says that far in the future, an enemy will come from deep space. So it's pretty interesting.
No, it's definitely interesting. Now, what are the different type of aliens? Because you got the grays, you got the blacks. I want to know what's the different type of aliens.
There's all kinds. You have black people. I think most of the UFOs that are flying overhead are being piloted by black people. That's my personal opinion.
Now, that's very interesting because Honorable Elijah Muhammad said decades ago that there was a mothership up there. You understand me? And he gave a full description of the mechanics of the mothership, how it was piloted.
Yeah.
You understand me? How the people lived.
Wow.
And he said, I believe it was made in Japan. You understand me? During that time. And, he was the first to introduce the concept of like aliens and telling the government, you understand me, that the mothership was going to destroy them. Wow. With these different type of bombs that they had. And he gave a breakdown on how many baby planes that was there.
Wow.
And that there were black men and women up there. Like it's a very detailed account. And then after that, in the 1930s is when they started to create those programs towards observing UFOs, and then started to create counter stories of why they were UFOs. Right?
Yeah.
But the Honorable Elijah Muhammad maintained his knowledge of UFOs and the accounts of their existence, and so does the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan today. And number one, I don't believe the UFO community gives any real reverence and appreciation to what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was doing back in those days. And
he knew that he was ahead of his time.
Oh, yeah, surely. Oh, he was ahead. He was breaking it down back then. You understand me? He was like, listen, man, here's the people of Mars. We got the mothership up there. You understand me? There's black people in the mothership. They got the baby planes. They got these certain type of missiles.
Wow.
When they drop, it's going to do this, that, and the third. Like, it wasn't without detail.
Wow.
You understand me? And he told them this is how it worked. This is how they were able to build it. This is how they funded the sources to be able to build it. They were a collective of scientists that was able to come together. Like, how long it stays in the atmosphere, how long does it have to come down here? Like, it's a very detailed account.
Wow.
And it's funny because there's many things that are controversial towards the Nation of Islam. I've never seen any, like, I've never seen the government itself attack that aspect of the Nation of Islam.
They don't say nothing about that.
Which I would think would be the most open part you would talk about. Like, hey, this man talk this, that, and the third. Let's attack this. He's crazy.
Yeah.
But that's never been, you understand me, something that they use as a point of attack.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? Which is very interesting to note. So I've always grew up with the idea of UFOs and aliens, you understand me, just as, you know, a knowledge in the household.
Yeah, yeah. People just get scared. They think that we're talking about little green men.
Yeah.
Now we're talking about men and women, people that look just like us.
Yeah.
The majority, I think, of people that we call aliens look just like us, in my opinion.
I would imagine, and if you gotta understand, if I'm an alien, I'm up there, I wouldn't want to come down.
Yeah, no, that's ghetto.
Like if I got a little alien TV, you know what I'm saying, and I'm watching the reality Earth, the reality TV Earth. That's what it was called. It's called reality TV Earth. And I'm flipping these different channels, and y'all tripping.
Yeah.
You know, oh man, this what the Bloods is doing. This what the pharmacists. I don't ever want to come down there. If I get caught, they throw me in the prison for life. If I don't know all their rules and I trip up, nah, guess what? I'm not coming down there. You understand me? That would just make sense to me.
Yo, it does. See, it was easier for them to interact with people when we had less technology and we were more green, so to speak, because there was no immediate threat on their life. There was nothing we can do. Matter of fact, we saw them as gods.
Right.
Now with all this technology and the military industrial complex wanting to weaponize anything they can get their hands on.
Right.
They want to take them down. They want to shoot them down. They want to get their hands on them and see what they can turn into weapons.
Right.
What kind of technology can we convert into weapons for ourselves? How can we reverse engineer this stuff? That's all they're focused on.
Yeah, I mean, human beings are not nice.
Right.
You understand me? Like, we want to steal their technology and then use it for ourselves. And if we get them, most likely you'll capture the science of their biology.
Yeah.
Who want to come to Earth with that?
You put them in a zoo.
Yeah, we wonder if aliens are hostile, but we already hostile.
We're the hostile ones.
We hostile to aliens of other countries.
Yeah.
So I know we're going to be hostile to aliens from other planets.
I know. It's crazy. It's
like,
true.
Guaranteed. You understand? It'd be like, you don't want to let a human being to over one border to another. So you're telling me I'm coming from another planet and y'all gonna let me come kick it and share resources in life? Ain't no way, no how.
Not gonna happen.
Especially, but the old saying is that, you know, if aliens have the technology in which we believe they have and the abilities to travel, and that means that number one, they're much far advanced than we are, which requires a greater level of intelligence. And so they would have more capabilities of wiping us out than we ever could imagine.
Oh, yeah.
You understand me? In ways that we wouldn't be able to see.
Yeah.
Right? As much as the human intelligence has evolved collectively, because, you know, I don't think that the average human being is that much more intelligent than somebody in the 1800s.
Right.
Besides the fact we have more access. Right? But when we talk about true human evolution, we're talking about upgrades of our DNA.
Right.
We're talking about upgrading and the processing of information and how we output that to solve daily problems and issues. And the average person is not that intelligent.
No.
That's why we
the smartphones are making us dumber.
Yeah, that's a super fact.
Yeah.
You understand me? And the radiation is destroying our ability to focus. And human beings collectively need focus in order to grow. You understand me? Like, if you don't have no focus in your life, you're distracted to the point where you can't get birth to none of your ideas.
Right.
You understand me? So it's like, you know, aliens, I feel like the concepts of them are interesting. And I think that the world needs mysteries in order to give us more reasons to be alive.
Yeah.
You understand me? Because the moment we figure out everything else, there's nothing else to do.
Yeah.
You know, we know why the cosmos was created, how it was created, at every single point in step. That the reality of it is there's a possibility for certain knowledge to be known. We can theorize based on our level of intelligence, but who's to say that the math that we have is like not baby's math?
Right.
You know, and then we discover a completely new type of math that allow us to phase through things, and open portals, and create different versions of reality and different colors to see. Like, who's to say that there's not a science like that exists? But the same way where we can only see a certain spectrum of the light, maybe our minds can only compute certain spectrum of knowledge.
That's so true. We can only compute to a certain amount because it's only based on our level of consciousness.
Right. But that also means to me though, that I don't believe in the idea of impossible. You understand me? I think that there's something that exists that I don't measure size based on value. So it's like, let's say human beings are just a cell, you understand me? And the bacteria of the universe.
Yeah.
You understand me? That doesn't mean we don't have value, because the way that we experience reality is our value in itself.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You understand me? That we are energy, and that we wouldn't be in existence if we didn't have a level of value.
Yeah.
It's just that I think we come up with more systems to devalue ourselves than anything.
Right.
We think about how vast the universe is only to think about how small we are.
Right.
Human beings need to constantly downgrade themselves and constantly demean themselves to put themselves in their own place.
Right.
And in that thought process, we are becoming our own gods, sitting ourselves saying that humble yourself, humble yourself.
Yeah.
We always try to find a million different ways to humble ourselves.
Always.
Because that would things to tell me that our brain is working to control how powerful we really are. You understand me? And let free and really understanding who you really are, that's when you just start creating more and more.
When you get to that level, anything that you think of, you just do.
Yeah.
I just bought an electric guitar before.
Yeah.
I'm gonna learn how to play the electric guitar. You know, my girl was like, "You bought an electric guitar?" I said, "Yeah, I just want to learn how to play it." You know, I bought a violin. I played the violin. Whatever I want to do, I just do it.
Yeah.
Because I see it as we are this, entity here, and the universe is vast. But I see it as I'm a part of something huge. Where other people see it as I'm just a speck in the dark.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
But so let me ask you this: you discovered a black satellite?
The Black Knight satellite. I didn't discover it; it's already up there. But
well, you know the rules on this planet.
Yeah, I know.
You know, we're going by Christopher Columbus law.
Yeah.
You discovered this, man.
Yeah. Well, of course. And so what happened was I had heard about it and researched it years ago.
Well, first let's say, what is the Black Knight satellite?
Okay, the Black Knight satellite is
this
an object.
Like Batman got his.
I know.
His
it's crazy. This is real crazy. So this is an object orbiting the planet, and it's well documented. It's actually on the space agency servers. It's on the military servers. It's on university website servers. The object is that they've labeled it space junk. So what they're saying is this object, which was detected all the way back in the late 1800s by Nikola Tesla first, he picked up a signal from it. Then the 1950s, ham radio operators picked up the signal again and actually decoded the signal. 1960, Duncan Lunan wrote an article. He's a journalist for Time magazine. Wrote an article about the object. It made Time magazine, and then many more consequential articles came out about this object because why? It was changing its own orbits. It was in the first equatorial orbit, then it went to a polar orbit. When Sputnik was launched in 1964, it followed Sputnik to the moon. This thing is under intelligent control. Mm-hmm. It's about 15,000 tons. And so what happened was the United States saw it up there, Russia saw it up there. Russia thought it was us, we thought it was Russia. Then we both said, wait a minute, we can't launch nothing like this. We don't even have this kind of technology. And so they were like, damn, what is this? So they really started looking at this thing and analyzing it. And we finally got a chance to see it close up and personal with STS missions, the space shuttle missions. Took HD quality video and photos of this thing. And they were like, wow, we're gonna call it junk because we don't know what this is. They're afraid to touch it. They're afraid to move into it and try to, take a piece of it. See if they don't know if it's gonna have a defense mechanism or whatever. They just know this thing is orbiting the planet in a way that it shouldn't be orbiting. And the fact that it is giving off a signal that has been decoded as being the Epsilon Boötis constellation. But that's not a big deal. But the big deal about that is it's giving the location of the constellation where it was in the sky 13,000 years ago. So this thing potentially could be 13,000 years old. And so what I did was I created a documentary, which is coming out in June the 5th, it hits the movie theaters. This object is it's still moving around, still making its own course corrections. And it is still giving off a signal, and the signal is still giving off the location. When you look into the Sumerian tablets, you find out that Enlil owns the Epsilon Boötis constellation, the same constellation that this thing is saying it's from.
So that's probably one of his ships just up there chilling.
Yeah, it's his all-seeing eye. He had an all-seeing eye in the tablets. That's where they got it from for Lord of the Rings and all these things. The all-seeing eye came out of the tablets. He had an all-seeing eye, so he could see what was going on the planet at all times. See, when you have a planet
that's
spinning,
why you consider it a satellite.
Yeah, satellite. When your planet is spinning on its axis, and you have something orbiting this way, it's able to take scans of the planet in a way that can give you a view of the entire planet in so many hours, right? Versus doing this way, you can only get what's going around the equator. But when you do this way, you can see the entire planet. And so he had that all-seeing eye. And what happened was Michio Kaku made an amazing statement that made me want to make this documentary. He said in Epsilon, it's about 10 years ago, there's a void. It's called the Epsilon Boreas Void. It's the largest empty space inside of a constellation that they know of in the universe. He said, but it looks like light is bending around something. He said, this looks like a type 1, type 2 civilization that's cloaked in Epsilon. So when I found out about the signal coming from Epsilon, and Lil owns Epsilon and the Sumerian tablets, he's an Anunnaki, I said, I think this is all linked. And then I found cylinder scrolls that show the Black Knight in ancient cylinder scrolls. So all this is going in the documentary, which is coming out very soon.
Fascinating, man. I got one last thing to ask you about. You know, you've searched through thousands of pictures from the Mars rover.
Yeah.
And you've actually found a face.
Anomalies.
Famous face, though.
Yeah.
On Mars.
Oh, yeah.
Tell us about that, bro.
Well, there's this object in Cydonia. Ironically, they call Cydonia on Mars, you know, this area where there's this space and these pyramids. On Earth, Cydonia in ancient times is Cairo. So they really know what they're doing. They're hiding truth in plain sight for us. But there's a gigantic 4-mile wide face there. And the face is right outside of a pyramid city with a 5-sided pyramid. Now the city, the pyramids, and this other debris, which looks like a collapsed structure, is in a format which there's an angle of 19
Talk to me, man.
degrees. Okay.
Now, before you go to arrive to your next thought process, most people don't know about the number 19, that there are phenomena all across the universe that are at angles of 19 degrees.
That's right.
Including Jupiter's red eye.
Yeah.
You're talking about Yellowstone Park, different volcanoes, all throughout the universe.
Yes, that's true. And so this is 19-degree angles making this triangle, right? Where these landmarks are on Cydonia on Mars. The face, the 5-sided pyramid, and this other area where it looks like a collapsed city. And so Avebury in the UK on Earth, right by Stonehenge, you have this city there where there's these artificial structures built up from dirt, mounds they call them, and these paths through the land. If you take that Avebury ordnance map from the city, which is downloadable online, and overlay it on Cydonia, where the face is located, it's a perfect match. So somebody on Earth mimicked what was already on Mars, but the only thing is this was like in the 1600s.
It was terraforming, you understand me, and replicating what was on Mars.
Yeah, that's what was happening.
Well, that's some interesting dynamics right there, man.
Yeah.
I think one thing about what we can all agree about this planet Earth is that we don't know everything.
No.
You understand me? And there are schools of mystery, thoughts of mystery that maybe remain mystery for all eternity.
Yeah.
You understand me? Or maybe we know, but we don't have verification. And the unfortunate aspect of now is that we need to verify everything so that it becomes evidence as fact.
Exactly.
Because I don't believe the Dogon people actually went to the constellations, you understand me, and mapped it out and then came back.
No.
I think that they had a connection and an intuitive knowing and understanding that was downloaded transferable knowledge, you understand me? And they didn't have any reason to question it. They wrote it down, this is what we seen, because this is what came to us.
Yeah.
Why would information come to a people who are pure, uncorrupted from all of the images, information, the information that we get now in society? When I tell you what's a picture of, you know, an alien, or picture of a mountain, or picture of this place, you're usually going through an image that you perceive as reality. What if the color corrected filter may never be what you actually think it is until you go and experience.
Right.
So unfortunately, we have all of this data and information in our head, which doesn't allow us to truly think like human beings connected to reality.
Yeah.
We are connected to the digital structures, and they inform us on what reality actually is, you know. But I wanted to jump off of Earth for a second, you understand me, look above and see things from a different dimension. Now, one thing that I do know is that I don't believe we have a beginning nor ending. You understand me? I think that the beauty of human soul and human spirit is that it is limitless. And we find different ways to go through experiences over and over and over. And I think that memories are too heavy to be carried over into whatever other phase that we exist throughout life as energy transfer.
Yeah.
So we go through those things consistently. But I believe that, you know, we are source, you understand me, which gives us that same power.
Yeah.
And that regardless of wherever you at on this planet Earth, whatever condition, level, system, you know, whatever you believe in, you have the power to produce change.
Yeah.
And that can be measured scientifically, it can be measured theologically, it can be measured spiritually. There's enough evidence, if you need it, to showcase that you have the power to change whatever condition that you are in on this planet Earth. You understand me? And at the same time, we have to realize that there's a game being played on our backs. And the only way that it's going to change is if we stand up.
That's it.
You understand me? And we tap into that energy, that inner intelligence that allows us to rule over our spectrum of reality.
Yeah.
So my brother, I appreciate you tapping into a high level conversation.
Thank
You most definitely are an alien, but I appreciate your extraterrestrial presence.
Yeah, man.
You understand me? Can you please tell the people where they can find you?
Sure.
You understand me? And where they can tap into more of the knowledge that you have.
Yeah. Well, they can find me on forbiddenknowledge.tv.
Yeah.
It's the website. It's a streaming TV platform.
Yes, sir.
6,000 shows up there right now, 20,000 subscribers. Great platform if you want to go there and get a lot of knowledge-based content, conscious content, everything from cooking, yoga, esoteric wisdom teaching. My mystery school is up there, which you attended before in person. It's all up there on Forbidden Knowledge TV, and they can get my apps on Roku, Apple TV, Amazon Fire TV, the iOS store, the Google Play Store, the Forbidden Knowledge TV app, and they can check it all out right there. Or they can go to forbiddenknowledge.com and see everything we have to offer.
There you have it, people. I appreciate y'all tapping in. Till next time, make sure you're not overconsumed by low-level conversations, because this was a high level. Tap in. I'm 19 Keys, and this is high-level conversation. Tap in with the guys.
You ever traveled somewhere and saw kids playing soccer? There's something really fascinating about how sport transcends all cultures, languages, history. Over the years, I've dabbled in every sport imaginable. And I think that's part of the reason when I launched Push that I was absolutely inspired by how we can help athletes across all sports.
I've represented the British diving team since 2015, competing at European and world level. This is really where fine margins make all the difference, which is why I started using Push.
Push is an advanced strength training wearable. Part of our mission is to optimize athletic training, making sure that when an athlete is walking into the gym, they're actually getting the most that their body can afford to give that day.
Push gives me rep by rep feedback in real time, so my lifting becomes more flexible and efficient, which helps me improve my strengths as a diver.
We were constantly getting requests for Android support. And one of our challenges is that we were a small team, and we knew that trying to support 2 different code bases was going to be super difficult. With Flutter, we are able to save roughly a day a week in just syncing 2 different code bases. It's really enabled us to push out a lot more features a lot faster. Being a wearable, we really needed to make sure that the Bluetooth connection was going to be robust and reliable, that it can handle any type of data transfer that we need. And we were blown away by just how performant Flutter was. We really wanted to make sure that our technology can scale and can help impact athletes' lives at various levels of development. And that's something that I'm really proud of.
Push gives me motivation to see how far I can go and what I can achieve. That ultimately means the Olympics.
Welcome to Flutter Engage. We're so glad to have you join us virtually wherever you are. It's been a tough year for many, and so we're thrilled to share some good news as we show you some of what we've been working on and announce some new things that we think you'll like. Our theme for this year's event is to highlight the flexibility and portability of Flutter as a complete UI toolkit for building beautiful apps for any platform. And today is a key milestone for Flutter with the launch of Flutter 2, a major upgrade to Flutter that builds on the momentum and foundation of previous releases and opens up a broad range of new target platforms for production use. Over the next hour, you're going to hear us talk about Flutter on Android and iOS, as well as web and desktop. You're going to hear from companies like Microsoft, Canonical, and Toyota. And you can learn more about how our work on Dart provides a unique technical envelope for your code, providing a portable, productive, and robust combination of capabilities for building apps. Flutter is the first UI platform that is designed for an ambient computing world. And this vision is unique to Flutter, a portable toolkit for building beautiful, native, fast experiences wherever you might want to paint pixels on the screen. Our goal is to shift you from having to start with the platform you're targeting and focus instead on what you want to create. Some UI toolkits impose tight constraints on what you can build. They limit your creative expression to what fits within the toolkit. But Flutter allows you to handcraft beautiful experiences where your brand and design comes to the forefront. Flutter is fast. It compiles your source to machine code. But thanks to features like stateful hot reload, you still get the productivity of interpreted environments, allowing you to make changes while your app is running and see the results immediately. And of course, Flutter is open, with thousands of contributors adding to the core framework and extending it with an ecosystem of packages. So the big news in Flutter 2 is that we broadened Flutter from a mobile framework to a portable framework, unleashing your apps to run on a wide variety of different platforms with little or no change. As of right now, there are already over 150,000 Flutter apps out there, and that number has doubled just since last summer. These apps come from big teams at big companies, as well as entrepreneurs and startups who simply want to share their idea with the world. And we thought we'd show you some of our favorites. So let's talk about what's in Flutter 2. You can think of Flutter 2 as a free upgrade for your app. We've shipped about 10 updates to Flutter since our original launch, but in this release, we add support for something worthy of a major version upgrade, a major increase in the number of users you can reach. If you've built a Flutter app so far, you've probably been thinking primarily about iOS and Android. But with Flutter 2, your app can target 4 additional platforms: Windows, macOS, Linux, and the web. And when you add iOS and Android to that list, you can see how uniquely flexible Flutter is, with native support for 6 different platforms and the ability to tailor the experience for each platform without compromising performance. Flutter is perfectly suited to both rapid iteration and high-quality results. So, to demonstrate Flutter's versatility in action, we asked our friends at GSkinner to create a demo app that spans all these platforms. Let's show you what they've created.
Hi, everyone. Here at GSkinner, we've created a variety of Flutter apps that compiled to and ran on multiple platforms. But for this project, we wanted to go beyond that and build something that purposefully considered the norms, user expectations, input devices, and idioms for each platform, create an app that truly felt at home on every device. We also wanted to leverage the unique strengths of each platform to power a creative workflow. After some brainstorming, we decided to build a scrapbooking app called Flutter Folio. Let's take a closer look at how the app works on different devices. Mobile devices are great because they're portable, follow us everywhere, and they usually have a camera built in. Given that, we focus the small screen experience around capturing content. Let's say you were on a walk and you bumped into Tim and his rabbit Carl. You could use the mobile-friendly UI to quickly navigate to an existing scrapbook and reminisce about shared experiences. Or navigate to your furry friends folio and snap a few pictures of Carl to add in later. Of course, larger screens provide a lot more space and improved precision, which makes them ideal for creative work, like editing a scrapbook. So when you get back from your walk, super excited to add in your new photos of Carl, you can fire up the app, maximize it via the native controls and the custom title bar, and use your scroll wheel or arrow keys to navigate to a scrapbook you're looking for. While editing, you can use desktop-specific idioms like multi-select, native menus, keyboard shortcuts, context menus, and scroll wheel zoom. But of course, not all large screens are the same. When working on a touch device, the UI adapts in a variety of ways, such as providing larger hit areas and exposing functionality through contextual buttons instead of right-click menus. Last but not least, we wanted to target the web. These days, browsers are capable of almost everything you can do in a native app, so the full app runs there as well. But the web is unique in the ease with which content can be shared. We leverage that strength to let you share a read-only version of your scrapbook. For example, to share your amazing new page with Tim and Carl, so they can follow along in real time as you make new updates. This URL is actually live right now if you want to go check out Carl. Of course, we barely skimmed the surface today, so I'd like to invite you to visit flutter.gskinner.com, where you'll find more info, source code, and links to the app. We also learned a ton building this, and we're excited to share that knowledge on our blog and via Twitter. Ultimately, we were able to build an app that runs great and feels at home on 3 form factors, 5 OSs, and the web, while reusing over 95% of our code. We built Flutter Folio with best practices in mind. You can check out the source code to start making your apps platform adaptive today.
If you want to experiment with this app further, the source code is available at flutter.gskinner.com. And for more on great design practices with Flutter, check out the separate talk with Filip Hracek that we're posting live today. Of course, there are hundreds of other new features in Flutter 2. We continue to make progress on foundational areas that you and your customers care about, improving performance and stability, supporting the latest UI trends and widgets, and increasing accessibility. We've completed our work on a new state restoration API. We've support for running on Apple Silicon. We've added multi-line text editing and keyboard shortcuts. We've added interactive scroll bars. We've implemented null safety throughout the framework, and we've closed nearly 6,000 issues. The full list of pull requests merged is a 200-page document to give you a sense of the size of this upgrade. And we have a blog post with a lot more details. Flutter isn't just being used outside Google. Over 1,000 engineers inside the company are using Dart and Flutter to develop apps today, representing over 30 different teams. And the apps that you see on this list here are already shipping using Flutter. One of the largest apps from Google using Flutter is Google Pay. And Timothy Jordan recently sat down with Piyush Ranjan, who's the Vice President of Engineering for Google Pay, to ask him about their experiences with Flutter. Let's hear what they had to say.
Hey Piyush, Timothy here. Ever since Google Pay moved to Flutter, we've been getting some questions from our developers. Was it an effective move for you, and would you recommend it to other teams?
Hi Timothy, thanks for asking. In a nutshell, I'll say yes, it was absolutely effective. You might have heard of Google Pay, but let me first tell you the scale of the problem. We are trying to launch in 30 countries on 2 platforms, Android and iOS, and serve users in all these countries. We have 150 million plus users. Now, as a result, we have 2 code bases, right? iOS and Android, and there's a total of 1.7 million lines. We also had feature disparity. The feature being implemented in each was happening at different rate. Also, tech debt was building up, and we needed more and more engineers to keep up on development on these code bases. So we started looking at Flutter, and after weighing the pros and cons of a rewrite and a migration, we decided to rewrite everything. The good thing was we ended up with 35% smaller code base. 1.1 million lines compared to 1.7 million lines. And at the same time, our tech debt went down by 90% on a per engineer basis. Now, once the rewrite was done, we also found that our engineers were 20% more productive in terms of feature implemented because of the rewrite. We were also able to merge all the duplicate release process, experimentation, the launch process, security reviews, because now everything was done on the Flutter code base. Plus, the best part was with every engineer working on the same code base, we were able to take the iOS engineers and Android engineers and get 50% engineering efficiency immediately because they were all working on the same thing. Now, if I had to go back, I would absolutely make this decision all over again. And to answer your question, yes, I will recommend it to any team that builds on multiple platforms.
Okay. Thanks for joining us today, Piyush.
So one of the most interesting things about mobile development is that phones come in so many different shapes and sizes. And one of the latest trends is foldable phones. One great example of this form factor is the Surface Duo from Microsoft, which combines the best of Android with the Surface team's hardware engineering expertise. And we're happy to announce that Microsoft has been contributing code to Flutter over the recent months. Here to tell us more is Guy Merrin, who leads Surface Developer Experience Engineering.
In the last year, we've seen new device form factors emerge, the foldable and dual screen devices. This new form factor is great for productivity when you're in your home office or when you're on the go. The device adapts to you. When you're creating content, playing a game, watching a video, typing, or just reading and browsing the web. For us, the mobile developers, it means new scenarios and user experience to explore in our apps. First, your app can now run on 2 screens and not just one. You have more screen real estate to show content and interact with your users. When thinking about 2 screens, you can also utilize various dual screen design patterns, such as the least detailed view, the companion pane, and other ways to organize your application UI. The foldable form factor also provides opportunities for your app to share content with another app. For example, when 2 apps are running side by side and by adding drag and drop functionality to your code. We want developers to take advantage of foldables and dual screen devices regardless of the platform or app that they're building on. Today, we're happy to announce that we're collaborating with Google and bringing foldable support to Flutter. We're contributing code to enable Flutter apps to take advantage of these new opportunities with devices like the Surface Duo, but also enable it on other devices, like from manufacturers like Samsung and others. Let's see a demo now. The best way to demo anything Flutter is by using the Flutter Gallery app that we are all familiar with. This is the Surface Duo emulator, which you can download today. Let's run the Flutter Gallery app and look at the widget. The app is started on a single screen, so let's span it across both screens now. As you can see, the app reacts natively to dual screens and repositions the assets across both panes. This is typically the first step that you will take in your app. Start thinking today of the new layouts that you may want to show now that you have 2 screens. But Flutter is all about widgets, so let's see those in action. We've added foldable support for the existing Flutter widgets. For example, when you use a dialog, it will now be hinge aware and will display according to your choice on the right or left pane. We've also modified other modal routes, pop-up menus, and other widgets. Let's move on. We've added a new widget to help you position assets on 2 screens. We call it a 2-pane widget. You can use it to place assets on the right pane or on the left pane. It will also display correctly on a single-screen phone or a tablet-like device. The 2-pane widgets makes it easy to support all these new form factors. But enough with demos. Let's dig into some code now. We've added display features to Media Query. You can use it to query the type of displays you have and the position of the hinge. When you're using the 2-pane widget, add your own widget and content to either the left or right pane. Let's summarize what's new. Foldable and dual screen devices are available now and ready for you to try them with your app. You can use a dual screen device or a dual screen foldable emulator. The code and widgets we've previewed here are ready for your review and your feedback. We want to meet developers where they are at, and today we're super excited to share this news with you, the great Flutter community. All the samples and widgets are open source and ready for your contribution. We're excited to see what you build with them in your app. Thank you, and back to you, Tim.
So let's talk about portability. Last year, we gave you an early preview of web support. So today, we're delighted to announce that Flutter's support for the web platform has hit the stable milestone. This is a huge leap forward for Flutter, building on the portability of Dart, the power of the web platform, and the flexibility of the Flutter framework to deliver the same experiences on the web as on mobile. And it's exactly the same Flutter framework. It's not a fork, it's not a different edition. The web is just another device target for your app. So not every web page makes sense in Flutter, but we think that Flutter is particularly suited for app-centric experiences. Things like progressive web apps that integrate with a user's environment, including installation, offline support, and tailored user experiences. Single-page apps that deliver a client-rendered experience, and existing Flutter mobile apps that want a fast path to the browser. So I thought it'd be fun to chat with Dion Almeida, who is responsible for the web developer ecosystem here at Google, including, of course, the Chrome browser, and get his take on how Flutter fits more broadly to the web platform as a whole. Dion, thank you for joining me today.
Thanks a lot, Tim. Thanks so much for inviting me to share my excitement, really, about Flutter 2 and the availability of web support. You know, we think the web is an incredibly broad tent. It was born as a content platform and enables richer capabilities for publishers than ever. But we've seen this open platform evolve into a great one for use cases such as commerce and, of course, apps. Now, the broad tent has allowed for many web frameworks and approaches to innovate, offering you, the developer, choice. And there's plenty of room for Flutter to join the fun. Now, the web has many strengths, including ubiquity and reach. So if you're building a Flutter app, you now get to reach users outside of app stores. And with the power of URLs, users across operating systems or device types could be directed to any part of your app, from links that are shared by friends, clicked on in search, from an email, from anywhere. So I remember when Spotify came into CDS one year and shared their story of their first progressive web app, and how it drove so much engagement because many users were simply looking to listen to a song, and were now able to go straight to that action versus facing any install friction. High-quality PWAs like these are now possible due to the web pushing on two areas. First, platform improvements. These enable fast performant rendering, and we know this is really important to the Flutter community. Second, bringing capability gaps to the web in a soft, trusted manner. Project Fugu is our main umbrella for this effort. And PWAs are just a great fit for Flutter because of the marriage between, on the one hand, a world-class developer experience for app development, and with the other, the web platform ingredients that can be incorporated by the Flutter engine, so you get improvements for free as both Flutter and the web evolve. Now, we've seen this at work, as Flutter's web support has transitioned from tech preview to beta to now production. The Flutter team were able to try different rendering approaches, starting with the DOM, but then CanvasKit taking advantage of new APIs to help with ergonomics and speed up performance. This is where WebAssembly and WebGL open the door for massive optimizations, which the Flutter team has done wonders with. We're collaborating in many other areas, such as improving text metrics, new accessibility APIs, and more. So I hope that you and the Flutter team collectively keep pushing us further to enable the next generation of experiences, because we really do know that we've only just begun. So with the Flutter and Chrome team working well together, we can iterate on web platform features that Flutter can abstract and make easy for you to use, so you could just focus on your app. Now also, users are clamoring for high-quality PWAs. So Flutter gives you a great way to ship them, and I can't wait to see what you, the developer, do here, because I've seen how the Flutter community always delivers on high-quality, creative experiences.
Dion, thank you so much. It's great to have you join us.
Thanks again, Tim. Appreciate it.
So since we announced beta support for the web, we've been focusing on some major architectural improvements that extend and optimize the core Flutter framework for the web. Perhaps the biggest thing that we've been working on since the preview, as Dion mentioned, is performance, and we've been making a ton of progress. We recently switched our default for the desktop browser over to a new CanvasKit renderer that combines Skia and WASM to couple a lightning-fast web graphics engine with the productivity and ease of use of Flutter. And we're seeing huge performance gains as a result. So I want to show you an example of this with a demo from Felix Blaschke, who's a developer in Germany who's been experimenting with Flutter graphics on the web. Even more fun, I can take the same demo and run it multiple times simultaneously on the same machine, thanks to the power of Flutter. So performance is important, but it's not the only thing that we need. A Flutter app that's running in the browser should feel like a web app. So we've been adding features to Flutter that help you use the best of the web. For example, hyperlink widgets, text autofill, control over address bar URLs and routing, and PWA manifests. And thirdly, we want to make Flutter web experiences feel right, whether you're using a mobile phone or a laptop with a keyboard and mouse, and regardless of what shape and size your browser window is. So we've added interactive scroll bars and keyboard shortcuts. We've increased the default content density in desktop modes. And we've added screen reader support for accessibility on Windows, Mac, and Chrome OS. I want to show you one example of the kind of app that shines really well on the web. iRobot is the company behind the popular Roomba robot vacuums. But they also have coding robots that empower the next generation of innovators. Let's take a look at their Root robots.
Your child may have what it takes to become the next great digital visionary. You just have to allow it to take root. Coding shouldn't be something just computer scientists do. It should be something everyone can do. And Root makes that possible. It's easy for coding to feel abstract, but Root teaches computer programming in a new way. It starts with a language so simple that a young child can use it even before they know how to read.
iRobot built their app with Flutter, and today they're launching the web version of their experience. So here you can see the app running in the browser using the same code as their tablet app. On the left side, you can see their visual code editor, which lets you drag and drop commands and flow structures that will run on the robot. And on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see a simulator that shows a virtual robot and lets you test out your app before running it on the real thing. They have a whole library filled with different project ideas and 3 different coding levels within the project aimed at different age levels. And of course, everything you see here is built with Flutter, including the simulator, with the same code shared between iOS, Android, and web browser. It's really cool to see iRobot using Flutter for educational purposes. And I hope you'll check it out yourself at code.irobot.com. Of course, we're using Flutter's web support ourselves. One example that will be familiar to most of you is Dartpad, our web-based scratchpad for exploring Flutter and Dart code. We also use it throughout our documentation, so you can see how to work with a widget inline in your browser without first having to copy it into your app. There's so much more to say about running Flutter on the web, and so we have a breakout session dedicated to this topic, where Mariam Hasnani and John Ryan walk through building and deploying a web app with Flutter. So you've already seen how portable Flutter is, with the ability to go from mobile to web. And the great thing about building on open source foundations like Skia is that we can take this work further still, including 3 platforms that together reach well in excess of 1 billion users: Windows, Mac, and Linux. Today, we're delighted to announce that we're also opening up desktop to the stable channel of Flutter, enabled with an early release flag. This release lets you produce standalone executables for each platform: macOS, Linux, and Windows. And you can even use the developer tooling provided on each platform to submit apps into the store. We're excited that everyone can now run Flutter natively on their development workstation. This isn't just our work, it's been a community partnership. Microsoft has contributed a number of pull requests to the Flutter engine to use the latest Windows Runtime APIs when running on Windows 10. On Linux, Canonical has been a fantastic partner, and I'd like to have them tell you about some of their contributions to Flutter.
Hello, I'm Ken Van Dyne, Engineering Manager for Ubuntu Desktop at Canonical. When desktop application support in Flutter was announced, we saw an exciting opportunity to make Linux distributions, including Ubuntu, an attractive target platform for Flutter app developers. Flutter's native multi-platform story is growing rapidly, and we wanted to be at the vanguard. We worked with the Flutter team to bring desktop Linux support to Flutter, making it easy for app developers to publish their apps for Linux. By making Linux a first-class platform in Flutter, we are inviting application developers to publish their apps to millions of Linux users and broaden the availability of high-quality applications available to them. We not only enabled Flutter for Linux, we also worked with the Flutter team to publish the Flutter SDK as a snap in the Snap Store, the App Store for Linux. By publishing the Flutter SDK as a snap, we've made it very easy to install and set up your development environment to build mobile, web, and desktop apps with Flutter on Ubuntu. Even with just these basics in place, we're at a very exciting point in our Flutter journey. Linux support for desktop apps is rich enough that we can recommend it for developers to use today. We continue to support Flutter for Linux, keeping it in sync with other desktop platforms. But that's just the start. We also want to give developers a rich toolbox of window types to create effective user interfaces across platforms. To do so, we will work to bring full multi-window support to Flutter for desktop across all the desktop platforms that Flutter supports. We are working with the Flutter team at Google on the specification now, and we will start the engineering work very soon. Of course, plugins are an essential part of the Flutter app ecosystem as well. We are working on enabling popular Flutter plugins for Linux, including Flutter support for Firebase, Bluetooth, network connectivity, desktop notifications, and more. Furthermore, while enabling app developers to bring their apps to the Linux desktop, we thought it would be nice to bring along the Ubuntu style as well. Ubuntu has a very distinct style, which we are proud of. We call this style Yaru, which is a community-led effort within Ubuntu. We have worked with the Yaru team to bring Yaru to Flutter, which takes material as the base and applies the Ubuntu style, colors, and fonts. This enables app developers targeting Ubuntu to match the distinct Ubuntu style with ease. Now that we have enabled Flutter for Linux, for other app developers, it's time to further our commitment by building our own Linux apps with Flutter. As we've already announced, we are developing our next generation Ubuntu desktop installer in Flutter. Soon, every user who installs Ubuntu desktop will be doing so with our new installer built in Flutter using the Yaru style. Along with the new installer, the out-of-the-box experience for devices preloaded with Ubuntu will also be powered by Flutter. Choosing the installer as our first app written in Flutter is a bold move, to say the least. It's the first thing our users see, and as everyone knows, that first impression is critical. It not only has to be beautiful, it has to be robust and reliable. It has to run on a wide range of hardware, ranging from old PCs or laptops to the latest hardware on the market. The user experience can also be very complex, with advanced dialogues for disk partitioning, supporting a huge variety of possible configurations. We feel Flutter is up for the task, and choosing it for the installer is telling the world that choosing Flutter for Linux apps is a great choice. The desktop team had not only worked to make Linux a first-class citizen in Flutter. Flutter is the default choice for future desktop and mobile apps created by Canonical. We look forward to working with you. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Ken. It's a really big deal for us that you picked Flutter for the very first experience users have of Ubuntu, and we're looking forward to continuing to work with Canonical. So we talked about how the key theme for the Flutter 2 release is portability, upgrading your code to be able to run on 6 different platforms: iOS, Android, web, Windows, macOS, and Linux. But there are even more screens out there beyond the kind of operating system that you might have on your phone or your PC. So I'm delighted to introduce another customer who is using Flutter to bring beautiful user interfaces to light in a critical part of their own product. Toyota is the world's biggest selling automaker, with over 9.5 million vehicles sold in 2020. And with cars, beautiful, tailored user experiences matter. Toyota are building Flutter right into the heart of their core product. And so I want to hand over to Daniel Hall to share more about their plans with Flutter.
Hello, I'm Daniel Hall, Chief Engineer at Toyota Motor North America, as well as Global Chief UX Designer at Toyota Connected. Basically what that means is I'm responsible for leading design and development for our next generation in-vehicle infotainment systems. Today, we're excited to announce that Toyota is partnering with Flutter to bring a best-in-market digital experience to vehicles by building infotainment systems powered by Flutter. Using Flutter marks a large departure in approach from how in-vehicle software has been developed in the past. While we're not ready to share our final product just yet, we'll take a little bit of time to talk about why we chose Flutter and how we're using it at Toyota. So, why did we pick Flutter? At Toyota, we continually evaluate options for bringing the best possible user experiences to our customers. Flutter immediately caught our eye for a number of reasons. Foremost, Toyota customers expect a consistent and high-performance in-vehicle user experience to match the overall quality of Toyota vehicles. Flutter's rendering engine provides good performance in a constrained environment, and features like AOT compilation give us the consistency we're looking for in an in-vehicle technology. Flutter also allows us to provide an in-vehicle user experience on par with what customers have come to expect from their smartphones. Everyone can probably think of a bad experience they've had interacting with touchscreen apps outside of their mobile phones. These apps are often sluggish or just don't feel quite right. What we're doing with Flutter at Toyota directly addresses that problem by leveraging Flutter's cross-platform mechanics. Flutter's done a great job of packaging touch mechanics that just feel right no matter where they run. Finally, after noting Flutter's performance traits, we were really sold on Flutter's developer experience. Despite releasing our apps on a single target platform, we leverage all the multi-platform tools that Flutter provides for the pipeline from design all the way to release. Even as an alpha feature, desktop support combined with hot reload provides a fast development workflow. The variety of different release targets that Flutter supports, such as iOS and Android tablets, are useful for all sorts of physical and digital user testing. We can even leverage web support as an integration into design tools to improve our feedback cycle with product designers. Of course, this developer-friendly workflow isn't just for our own benefit as we create software. Our ultimate goal in using Flutter is to streamline in-vehicle software development, resulting in a better customer experience. A technology that enables high productivity with a relatively low barrier to entry allows us to create a tighter overall feedback loop in our design and engineering processes. These faster iteration cycles allow us to collect and integrate feedback from our customers earlier and more often, which helps us create the best experience for our customers. We talked a little bit about why we chose Flutter, but what are we doing with it that is unique to Toyota? Well, to start with, we're using Flutter's Embedder API to leverage the technology in our infotainment systems powered by automotive-grade Linux. The Flutter engine's architecture makes it relatively easy to support embedding in our target environment. It's just a matter of cross-compiling the engine and wrapping it in an embedder. The Embedder API is fairly easy to use and allows us to integrate our Flutter apps with in-vehicle systems. Additionally, we've created several in-house tools that enhance Flutter's developer ergonomics by extending them to include our design process all under the same umbrella. Our overall goal is to support a workflow that enables design tools to generate code so that validation and running software is immediate. Both Dart's language design and the Flutter SDK's software design have enabled us to support such tooling. For example, Flutter's approach to declarative UI and code as configuration allows us to very easily perform code generation based on designs, without any complicated or confusing middle tiers of configuration. Most importantly, while developing these Toyota-specific tools, Flutter's open source principles and high-growth developer community have been critical to our success. Without the support of the large and open ecosystem, we couldn't extend Flutter to enable our in-vehicle use cases. At Toyota, we see working with open source software as a positive investment towards our in-vehicle user experiences, and we look forward to playing a role in the open source Flutter community. We can't wait to share more details of Toyota's partnership with Flutter in the near future.
So, from cars to web browsers to laptops to phones and tablets, Flutter truly is unique as a UI toolkit in its flexibility. By bringing together beautiful, fast user experiences with a productive development environment that lends itself to exploration and iteration, all delivered as free open source from Google. There's nothing quite like it. Let's now go one level deeper and talk about Dart, our client-optimized language for fast apps on any platform. Why does Dart matter? Well, Dart combines a unique set of capabilities for building apps. For starters, as you've seen already, Dart is portable with compilers that generate highly performant Intel and ARM machine code for mobile and desktop, as well as highly optimized JavaScript output from the web. The same Flutter framework source code compiles to all these targets. Secondly, Dart enables true iterative development with stateful hot reload on desktop and mobile, as well as language constructs designed for the asynchronous concurrent patterns of the web. And thirdly, Dart offers Google-class performance across all of these platforms, with sound null safety guaranteeing null constraints at runtime as well as development. There really is no other language that combines all three of these capabilities together, and it's the reason why we often talk about Dart as the secret sauce behind Flutter. Now, we've not been standing still with Dart, so Bob Nystrom is going to tell you about some of the work we've been doing in Dart to upgrade your app.
Thanks, Tim. I'm very happy to tell you that we have shipped null safety for Dart. So now the type system helps you eliminate null reference bugs. This is the biggest change to Dart since we added sound static types in Dart 2. With null safety, we didn't just add non-nullable types to the type system, we also added a slew of features like smarter flow analysis, late variables, and required named parameters, so that your Dart code isn't just safe, but easy to write. These changes are so big, in fact, that the only reason we aren't calling this release Dart 3 is because we managed to ship null safety without breaking your code. Instead, we allow null safe code to coexist with null unsafe code. This lets you migrate to null safety incrementally when you want, and we provide automated tooling to help you. When you migrate, in return, Dart gives you more than most other languages with non-nullable types do. Null safety in Dart is sound. That means that when your program is fully migrated, the type system guarantees, like a mathematical proof, that no non-nullable expression can ever evaluate to null. This guarantee is great for confidence in your code, but it's even more valuable for the compiler. Chips are so complex today that we need sophisticated compilers to make the most of the hardware. Compiler optimization is often about detecting that some operation isn't needed and eliminating it, but that optimization is only safe to perform if the compiler can prove that the operation is never needed. Sound null safety gives the compiler that proof when it comes to null checks. Here's some Dart code. The getAge function simply returns the value of a field on a given instance. Here's the assembly code our compiler generated before null safety. Since the parameter to getAge could be null, the compiler has to emit a null check before the field access. Here's what you get today with null safety. Since the field's type is non-nullable, there's no need to check for null. The generated code simply accesses the field. Our 10 instruction function is now only 3. That's a small change, but real programs contain thousands of these checks. So eliminating them means less code to download at install time and less to execute at runtime. Of course, working on Dart isn't just about new features. We are constantly improving the performance of existing features too. A quote I love from an algorithms book is, "Efficiency determines the boundary of what is possible." When we make something twice as fast, your app can be twice as rich and interactive. Here are a couple of other improvements we've made. The Google Pay team recently rewrote their flagship app using Flutter. They ramped up fast and wrote a ton of Dart code, so much that they started hitting the wall where the size of their application was going to harm adoption. So we worked to unblock them so that they could use Flutter's compile size optimizations, which got their app 14% smaller than it was with the default compilation settings. Servers often speak UTF-8, but Dart's internal string representation is UTF-16. We found out that UTF-8 decoding was a bottleneck for the assistant team, so Aska on the VM team rewrote our decoder, hand authoring some parts in x64 and ARM assembly to take advantage of vector instructions. The result is anywhere from 2 to 20 times faster than before. When you want to access features unique to a hardware platform, you need some kind of interop system, which Flutter has long had using asynchronous platform channels. Recently, we've been working on a new lower-level synchronous way to call native code named Dart FFI. That system is now out of beta and ready for production use. With null safety out the door, we get to turn towards the next batch of language features. I want to talk about one area we're exploring to give you a feel for how we look at language design. Whenever I talk to developers coming to Dart from Kotlin, the top 3 requests they have are non-nullable types, extension methods, and data classes. So we have the first 2 now, so let's talk about the last one. With the data class, you define a type with a set of fields, and then the language gives you a constructor, equality, hash code, and copying operations for free. It's essentially baked-in behavioral policy. The problem is that methodologies change faster than programming languages. If a few years from now users decide that persistent data structures are better than immutable value types, we can end up with deadweight language features. So what would it take to be able to define policy at the library level? How could we enable a Dart user to essentially add data classes to the language themselves? What I'm talking about here is metaprogramming, code that produces other code. Metaprogramming is already common in Dart using code generation. If you've used Angular Dart or the built value package, you've already run Dart code that generated other Dart into your app. But code generators can feel heavyweight, opaque, and kind of bolted on. So we're exploring adding static metaprogramming features directly to the language. Our goal is to enable frameworks like Flutter to eliminate some of the verbose code you have to write today. I'd love a metaprogramming feature expressive enough that you could use it to define a data class system that feels as natural as data classes do in Kotlin. Now, we don't know what the solution will look like yet, but we're actively exploring the design space. Okay, that's a lot to absorb about the language, but a fast language is no use if you can't productively write code in it. So next, Kenzie's going to talk about developer tools.
Thanks, Bob. Hi, everyone. I'm Kenzie from the Flutter team, and today I'll be showing off 4 new tooling highlights available with Flutter 2. The first new feature we'll look at is one we call Flutter Fix. As part of Flutter 2, we've done a lot of work on consistency and tidying up the framework to make our APIs more approachable and to make your code cleaner. Now, I know what you're thinking. Framework improvements are great and bring all sorts of new and improved functionality to you, but usually they also come with some breaking changes to your code. Well, fear not, because what we've also done as part of Flutter 2 is created a tool called Flutter Fix that does all the heavy lifting for you to migrate deprecated APIs in your codebase. For example, I have the budget tracker project open in IntelliJ, and this is a sample app that hasn't been updated in a couple years now. So now that I updated to Flutter 2, there are some analysis errors to address. You can see that it's using a couple deprecated APIs. So let's click on one of these warnings and see how we can solve the problem. I can see the deprecated member here, as well as the quick fix icon. And the quick fix option allows me to automatically migrate my code to the new API. So now I can see my code has been updated and the warnings have gone away. We've added quick fix rules just like this one all throughout Flutter. And as we move forward with new breaking changes in future versions, we'll add new quick fixes to help you migrate your code. Flutter Fix helps us keep the API fresh without breaking your code, so give it a try. And now that we've moved our budget tracker to Flutter 2, let's move on to the second feature I'll be showing off today, null safety in Dart. To do this, we'll fire up the null safety migration tool with the Dart migrate command. Right now, my code is in a state where null safety is not enabled, but the migration tool will enable Dart null safety and help me migrate my code so that it's compatible with the null safe runtime. So I'll open the tool, and this tool analyzes our code to determine what can be non-null and what should be nullable. And from this, the analysis tool displays suggested changes with the explanations for those changes. So for our case, all looks good to me, and I'm just going to go ahead and accept the changes and apply this migration. So if I come back into my code, I can see that my code has been updated to null safe Dart. And now that we've migrated our code to null safety, we can still use nullable types, but by default, our object references will not be nullable. eliminating a whole class of bugs from our app, making our app smaller, faster, and more robust. And that's just the tip of the iceberg on null safety in Dart and on the migration tool. So check out the null safety deep dive to learn more. For the third tooling highlight of the day, I'm going to show you some new Flutter debugging tools. So let's do a little bit of work on the budget tracker app. I'll get it running here next to IntelliJ. And if I play with the app a little bit, everything looks good, but I want to make sure that everything looks good also in landscape mode. Oh, and it does not. So it looks like we have an exception here in the run console. And I can see that a render flex overflowed by 282 pixels on the bottom. Now, looking at this error output, I can actually directly navigate to the error causing widget in my code. But that's not as helpful as we'd like, because what I'd really like to be able to do is go directly from an error message to inspecting that widget in Flutter DevTools. But luckily, we have created a new feature that allows me to do exactly this. So when an overflow error occurs, your IDE will show you a message in the bottom right window of your screen. And this message describes the error that occurred, as well as gives you the option to inspect the error-causing widget in the Flutter DevTools inspector. So let's do that. This opens up the Flutter inspector directly selected to the error-causing widget. And moreover, we can see this directly in our IDE. Using the inspector in the past would have required you to open DevTools in your browser, but now we've actually embedded DevTools directly in your IDE. So whether you're using VS Code, IntelliJ, or Android Studio, you'll always have access to this powerful tool that gives you insights into your running Flutter app. So let's get back to the problem at hand and use the Layout Explorer to solve this issue. I can see that I have some unconstrained heights here. So let's fiddle with the flex values in the Layout Explorer to see if I can fix the problem. And there we go. Problem solved. The overflow error went away. And now I know that the single child scroll view was just missing a flex value of 1. And that means it needs to be wrapped in a flexible widget. So what I will do is come over here and wrap this single child scroll view in a flexible widget. So now it has the flex value of 1 that it needs. And if I come into the run console here, do a hot reload, I can see that there are no more exceptions and the issue has been resolved in the app. Over time, we'll be adding similar functionality for other common errors to make it easier for you to go from problem to solution using Flutter DevTools, all without leaving your IDE. And last but not least of our tooling highlights, I'm going to show you some new features in Flutter DevTools. I've already shown you how the inspector can be embedded in the IDE, but you can also open DevTools in the browser, where you'll not only have access to the inspector, but also more sophisticated debugging tools for things like performance, network, memory, and more. Some of this new functionality is available in the Layout Explorer itself. By popular demand, we have added the ability to show a visual representation of fixed layout details in the Layout Explorer, in addition to the flex layouts we already support. So now you can debug layout issues for all kinds of layouts. We've also added an app size debugging tool to DevTools. So let's see this in action with the Budget Tracker app. I have already created the size analysis file for my app, so I'll go ahead and import that and analyze the size. We can use this tree map in the tree table below to explore our app size and visualize the space occupied by different classes and libraries. Looking at the overview of my app, the assets are a little concerning. I only use one image in this application called Headshot, and it's rendered as a really small avatar in the app. But I can see here it's taking up 1.6 megabytes of space, which seems like way too much for such a small image. So now I can revisit my assets and optimize the image or use a smaller version, and then I can verify the improvement using the diff viewer in the app size tool. But unfortunately, that is all the time we have. So be sure to check out the Flutter 2 announcement post to see all the highlights and new features. To get these tools, all you have to do is run Flutter Upgrade to get the latest Flutter 2 build. Thanks for tuning in. Back to you, Tim.
Thanks, Kenzie. Our developer tools are another example of the unique flexibility of Flutter, built with Flutter, for Flutter, and integrated into whatever tool you're running. And for those of you who want to hear more about how Dart null safety works and how to migrate your apps to null safety, check out the breakout session from Leif Peterson. Okay, so we've seen how Flutter 2 expands Flutter from mobile to web, desktop, and embedded devices. We've talked about Dart as the secret sauce that provides Flutter with a portable, productive language runtime with new features such as sound null safety that offer increased robustness and performance. But the Flutter ecosystem is much broader than just what we provide. In fact, there are over 15,000 packages now for Flutter and Dart from big companies like Amazon, Microsoft, Adobe, Huawei, Alibaba, eBay, and Square, to packages like Lottie, SQLite, and SVG, as well as individual developers like you and me who are packaging up useful functionality for others to use. One great example of a useful package is from Sentry, who are publishing a major update to their Flutter SDK for their popular crash management and release tooling. This package provides tools to help developers ensure their app is healthy on all their target platforms, offering deep insights into exceptions and crashes, whether they occur in Flutter or in underlying components. We're also today announcing a major update to our Flutter plugins for several core Firebase services: authentication, Cloud Firestore, Cloud Functions, Cloud Messaging, Cloud Storage, and Crashlytics. We've updated all these packages to support sound null safety, and we've overhauled the Cloud Messaging package in particular. But there's another major package we're releasing today, and I want to hand over to Zoe Fan to tell you all about it.
Thanks, Tim. Hello, everyone. My name is Zoe. I am a product manager on the Flutter team. There are many ways that mobile developers get paid for their work. Monetizing apps via ads is probably one of the most popular paths for many mobile developers. Today, we support ad formats such as overlay banner, interstitial, and rewarded video ads. However, many developers have been asking us, where is inline banner? Where is native ad? Because in order to create a beautiful and seamless user experience, developers want to display ads as part of their content in existing Flutter view and customize it to match the look and feel of the app. Therefore, today, we're excited to announce an open beta for the Google Mobile Ads SDK for Flutter. This is a brand new plugin that provides inline banner and native ads in addition to the existing overlay formats. Also, in this plugin, we're unifying the support for Ad Manager and AdMob, so no matter what size publisher you are, this plugin is able to tailor to your scenarios. We've been piloting this plugin with some of our early customers in a private beta program, and many of them have successfully launched their apps with these new formats. Swamusica is one of them. Today, it is our great pleasure to have Alan, the CTO of Swamusica, to share his experience with us all. Let's welcome Alan.
Hi, I'm Alan, and as Zoe told you, I'm the CTO of Swamusica. Swamusica is the biggest Latin American music platform for independent artists in the world. We support more than 16,000 verified artists in publishing and distributing their music on the platform to more than 10 million monthly active users. Our content is 100% user-generated, meaning anyone is invited to upload music they've created. In 2020, we rewrote our Android and iOS apps in Flutter and started testing the Google Ads beta plugin. Since we are a free platform and we need to monetize each user the best way possible, we must have a great UX UI, but how it's done today, with overlay banners, we can hardly call it an okay experience. Because of that, we were excited to be invited to participate in the private beta of the Ads plugin, where we could implement those banners in the widget tree, at last, just like a normal widget. Simple and clean. This made it possible for us to create the best experience possible for our users, while still monetizing from advertising. Okay, let me show you how it works. We want to put our banner right here on this part of the album page, so when we scroll, it will scroll together. We start by creating a stateless widget that receives ad unit name and a list of sizes. Then we will define our banner as the publisher banner ad that receives our sizes ad unit, listener, and the publisher ad request. We can never forget to load the banner. On our listeners, we're gonna listen for the loaded and the failed events and print on screen if needed. On our container now, we just need to put our width and height and the magic widget that will do the trick, the add widget that receives our defined banner. Now we just need to add our newly created widget to that part of the page. It's the SM banner. Add unit, I'm going to put the add unit defined before. It's the add mob banner app. With the sizes, I will put the large banner. It's the 320 by 100. Just need to save, hot reload, and it should appear right now. Okay, we forgot to save the widget. Okay, hot reloading. And there's the banner. It should also appear in every page. As you can see, it's scrolled together with all the widgets as we wanted. That's it. You don't have to only take my word. We've had amazing metrics showing an increase of performance since we made the change. When we launched the new app with the Google Mobile Ads SDK for Flutter, we saw a 350% increase on impressions with a 43% increase on CTR and 13% increase on our eCPM. That's it. Hope you guys liked and saw how easy it is to insert ads in our apps with the new ads plugin.
Thank you, Alan, for sharing your experience. And also, huge thanks to many, many other developers who helped to beta test this new plugin and make our mobile ad solution more robust. The Google Mobile Ads SDK for Flutter is available today for you to download from pub.dev. We hope this new plugin helps you unlock more revenue growth for your Flutter apps. If you're interested to learn more about how to monetize your apps via ads, we have a breakout session later, and we look forward to seeing you there. Back to you, Tim.
Thank you, Zoe. You know, community is at the heart of all we do as an open source project. We have over 750 contributors to the core Flutter framework alone, to say nothing of the tens of thousands of you from around the world who organize and attend meetups, write blogs and samples, create packages, and file issues and feature requests. Flutter is an attempt to raise the bar for UI development everywhere. And so it's not just a Google product, it belongs to all of us. As someone who's been privileged to be able to travel around the world and meet with people using Flutter, I'm particularly excited by the impacts Flutter has made in Africa, where there are some of the most creative and entrepreneurial developers I know, drawing attention to an often overlooked part of the world. So I wanted to introduce you to a few friends now.
I'm a Flutter developer from Lagos, Nigeria. A software engineer from Ghana.
Mombasa, Kenya.
Port Harcourt, Nigeria.
Luanda, Angola.
I'm a Flutter dev from Ghana.
Towards the end of 2017, I just saw that Flutter is released and it's by Google.
I discovered Flutter in 2018.
I discovered Flutter from communities.
From a friend of mine. A friend of mine introduced me to Flutter.
Turning my designs into full-fledged applications was always a painful process until I stumbled upon the Flutter website early last year. I spent a while building a few CSS-inspired effects for web using Flutter. What I love most is the creative freedom it gives you. It's been fun.
So I've built a couple of apps for clients. I have built a couple of user interfaces and shared them on GitHub. You have the freedom to arrange code the way you like. That is really important to me and it fascinates me.
With Hot Reload, you can basically sit side by side with a designer and change themes, colors, designs, and preview it as you're doing it. And I've worked on 5 different real-life applications using Flutter.
Flutter gives me complete control over my interface. There are no limits to what we can do with Flutter.
I get a couple of my inspirations from my own designs, and then designs from Dribble, from other people, and looking at existing native applications, I can be able to say, okay, what if I try to do this in Flutter? I love design, and it's always exciting to bring designs to life. I love how I'm able to build consistent UIs across platforms, and I love how my apps run very fast.
So Flutter has opened doors for me.
I have gotten a couple of jobs from Flutter.
I get the opportunity to earn a living for myself doing something I really do enjoy.
It has enabled me to work with companies in India, in the UK, and in the US. This is my Flutter story.
That's my story.
So we've got lots of other great content for you today. There are 4 breakout sessions. There are some community sessions. There's a leadership roundtable, AMA, with representatives from Flutter and Firebase, and new code labs and demos to explore. We hope you'll join us for some of these. But before we're done, one last video of a new Flutter app that we think you'll love. The first Wallace and Gromit feature-length story in over a decade is coming out, and it's delivered through an app built using Flutter. Let's see what the team has created.
The Big Fix-Up needs your help. We're using the latest technology to invite everyone to come and help us.
Hi, I'm Beth, Product Manager at Fictioneers, and I'm here with my colleague Rex to talk about a brand new project we've been working on for the last 18 months. It's a new storytelling experience featuring the lovable Wallace and Gromit, and it's called Wallace and Gromit, The Big Fix-Up. Our goal with The Big Fix-Up was to create an innovative app that delivered meaningful content to your smartphone, spanning a variety of different types of media in real time. For us, harnessing Flutter was an obvious choice. It was a great fit for the breadth of media we wanted to share, as well as for the real-time storytelling components. Firstly, Flutter and its plugin community enabled us to quickly navigate a complex native integration. I'm now going to hand over to my colleague, Rex Raphael, our senior software engineer. Rex developed an open source Unity integration specifically for our project, which is available for developers now.
With just 1 week, we're able to ensure compatibility of our Unity AR tech stack, such as AR Core, AR Foundation, and all the libraries. And we're quickly able to validate and establish the value of presenting the casual gameplay and media in Flutter using less resources by having rich but shorter AR interactions provided by Unity. Moving forward, Flutter plugin API made it easy to maintain the interaction. Meta channel API is easy to understand and allows us to make bidirectional communications between Flutter and Unity while retaining that beautiful and high-performance Flutter rendering engine that just makes our app look and feels great.
Thanks to Flutter's animation support, we were able to quickly create a unique look and feel for our Wallace and Gromit app through animations and user interface. In particular, the pre-designed behavior made it easier for us to achieve our goals. From that, we then customized the effects to suit our Wallace and Gromit style. We're also able to implement drawing-based animations using Adobe After Effects, Body Moving, and Lottie. Something that really helped in terms of efficiency was that we were able to validate our approach to the UI through wireframing. Thanks to existing material component library, we were able to quickly bring together components that built the backbone of our application. Iterating on our wireframe app to bring in custom, higher fidelity design components was helped greatly by the component-based architecture. Overall, Flutter helped us to achieve our ambitious vision of storytelling, and we're really excited to see where we can take it in the future. If you want to check out how we've used Flutter and play the Big Fix-Up yourself, you can download the app now for free on the App Store or Google Play.
Hey everybody, I'm Andrew Brogdon and welcome to the Ask Flutter Leadership Roundtable live at Flutter Engage. How live are we, you might ask? Let's just say there's a decent chance my daughter might wander in here at some point. So if you see a 4-foot tall version of me wander into the shot, don't worry, it's all part of the fun. Speaking of guests though, we have a bunch of leaders from Firebase and Flutter that have sat down to answer your questions. Let me get them introduced to you. First up, how about Eric Seidel, Flutter's Director of Engineering?
Good morning, Andrew. Nice to see you. Nice to be here.
So, of course, you have been with Flutter since the beginning, right? Like you started with Flutter back before it was even called Flutter, right?
Yeah, we started this project 6.5 years ago now. Ian, myself, and a couple other folks, and yeah, it has been a wild ride.
Awesome. Thanks for being with us here today. Speaking of Ian, Flutter's tech, Ian Hickson. How you doing?
Hi, Andrew. How you doing?
Yeah. And you were telling me the other day that you got started on the project when somebody passed you in a hallway. Is that right?
That's right. Adam passed me in the hallway. Adam Barth, he was one of the other co-founders, and he asked me to write some documentation for us, write some specs for what the project was called at the time, Sky, I believe. And I was like, sure, I'll happily write some specs for you. And then a few weeks later, I started writing code, and I never looked back.
That sounds like my story. I started coding and never didn't want to do anything else after that. Also with us is Mariam Hasnani, a Flutter product manager for the web.
Hi, everyone. How are you doing?
So Mariam, you're responsible for sort of defining how Flutter works on the web, right?
Yeah, we've been hard at work, and we're excited for you to build with Flutter Web.
Cool. And of course, last but not least, you know and love him from Stack Overflow and a bunch of Firebase videos. Frank Van Puffel, better known as Puff.
Hey, Andrew, and hey, Flutter developers. I'm so excited to be here. I brought help. Sparky is going to answer the questions together with me, so it's going to be great.
There you go. Awesome. And of course, speaking of questions, we have some that have come in on Twitter already and on YouTube comments from our promo video back a week or so ago. But we are taking live questions. Behind the scenes, Andrew Fitzgibbon from the DevRel team is monitoring the YouTube chat and Twitter. And so if you have a question right now, go ahead and type it into the chat. He'll be pulling those, and we'll get to as many as we can. That said, let's get going. First question up, well, looks like we have a fun one to start off with. What is the coolest Dashitar you've created or seen? Eric, do you want to start off with this?
Sure. So full disclosure, my Dashitar was the wizard with a very pointy hat, maybe to match my pointy hair as a manager these days. But I think the coolest one I've seen is the knight with like the helmet and the sword. I didn't get that one, but I really like it.
Ian, how about you?
I got a Dash who was holding a tablet with computer code on it. And when I looked very closely at the tablet, I noticed it was JavaScript, not Dart. So I suspect that she's been moonlighting on our Flutter web team.
There you go. Well, speaking of Flutter Web, Mariam, did you get the same Dashitar, or did you get a different one?
No, I did not. I didn't know that we had Dash working on web. But I think I got the superhero one. But the coolest one I've seen on Twitter today is the one that looks like Tim Sneak.
Frank, what about you?
Yeah, I did not see that one, but what I've been doing, actually, I've been trying to create a mashup of Dash and Sparky. So I've been meshing them together quite a bit, didn't get it fully right, but luckily the Flutter team came to the rescue. So if you check Firebase on Twitter, we actually have an awesome custom Dashitar for us right now.
Well, that's the pull you have with our team right there. All right, awesome. Let's go into another question. This one came in on Twitter. This is from Jamba Arno, I believe, or John Barno. When will Flutter Web be ready for production? Eagerly waiting for it. Mariam, you're the PM for Flutter on the web. What do you think?
So great news. As of today, Flutter's web support is now available on the stable channel. So now you should be able to use web as a target device for your Flutter apps without having to enable any flags, which means for those of you who already have existing Flutter web apps, you can now build your app in the stable channel. And if you're new to building Flutter web apps, check out flutter.dev/web for more on how to get started.
Awesome. Yeah, we just updated our Getting Started guides. There's a lot of good resources there. Looks like we actually have a follow-on sort of question. This one also came in on Twitter for you, Mariam, from Chimon1984. Chimon1984. What is an ideal use case for Flutter Web?
Thanks, Chimon. That's a really good question. So with this initial release, we really focused on building a foundation for rich interactive web applications. So think of things like if you have an existing Flutter mobile app, you can use the same code to build a web version and then expand your user base so that now you are reaching web users as well. I think we're also additionally a good fit for building progressive web apps or PWAs or single page applications. So those applications usually have a lot of dynamic content, a lot of interactive UI. And so the reason we really believe those three are the best fit is that we still have some work to do around really supporting those document-centric type pages that you see on like traditional HTML with a lot of rich text static content. And so I think right now we're really, really good for web applications.
That is sort of Flutter's bread and butter, right? Application UI, right?
Yep.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Chaimon or Kaimon. 1984, that's a great question. Moving on, here's one from YouTube. And I'm sad I did not get this person's YouTube name. This comes to us from The Poignancy, which is just an awesome name for an account. Will Flutterfire ever become an official Firebase SDK? And if so, when? Puff, I think this is your department.
I think so too, and it's a great question. So thank you, The Poignancy. Yeah, we at Firebase, we love Flutter. And for those of you who don't know, there might be a few Flutter developers out there. But Firebase is a set of backend services that allows your Flutter application code to talk directly to our server-side functionality. So with Firebase, right, you can add sign-in by just writing Flutter code instead of having to spin up your own OAuth server, right? Or directly talking to a database, right, without having to set up your own REST API. Yeah, and our team loves Flutter, right? Because we love being cross-platform, right? We're a cross-platform development platform. And yeah, Flutter is also cross-platform. So they go together like peanut butter and jelly or like Sparky and Dash, right? Now, it's a bit of a long answer. I think I have 3 parts for you. One of them is the first one, which is essentially the SDKs. And Firebase has a lot of platforms that we support, but our primary SDKs are often iOS, Android, and web. It's one of the reasons we love that Flutter added web support. And what we've done to make those available to your Flutter app is that we sort of take the official application or SDK, and we wrap that in some Flutter code to handle interop for you. And so those wrappers we call Flutterfire, but as soon as you're using Firebase in your Flutter applications, you're already using the official SDKs because they're right under there. Now that leaves the Flutterfire library itself, and that library is indeed, has been going through some changes. As Flutter has been adding functionality, platforms mostly, right, we also had to update that. So we've been seeing some breaking changes there. And those, yeah, have taken some iterations to get through, but I think we're now slowly stabilizing those. So we see more stable API releases coming there. If you find any issues, by the way, or if you see something that doesn't work the way you expect it to work, always report that on the open source repo on GitHub, because we might not know it if you don't tell us. So that's one. Second one is documentation. And we have a getting started guide for Flutter and Firebase in the Firebase documentation on firebase.google.com. But after that, the best documentation lives at, and now I need to always check because I have this tab open in Chrome all the time. It lives on firebase.flutter.dev. So I never have to type that one. But that's where you find great documentation that's really tailored to Flutter usage. So I highly recommend checking that out. One of the great things about that documentation is that it's also open source. So if you find a mistake in there, or if you think we could explain something better, that's great, because we're looking forward to either an issue report or a pull request. Third one is other things, other materials that we create, like video content. And last year, you might have seen that we've been doing from the Firebase side more Firebase Flutter content. So we've done a few code labs, a walkthrough video for these. I've done a live coding talk, nerve-wracking, at the Firebase Summit. And then, let's see, Todd did a video, Todd Kerpelman, one of our developer advocates, and actually he's about to finish a series on using real-time database in the Flutter application. I actually just realized that that might not be announced yet, so let's just keep it a secret between us. Right? No, yeah, so clearly, right, we are working hard to support more of Flutter. Many Firebase team members love Flutter, probably as much as many developers out there. We're great fans, and we can't wait to bring more of Firebase to more of Flutter.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you, Puff. And it sounds like there's some opportunity, much like Flutter is open source pretty much completely. Same is true for a lot of Firebase stuff, like these plugins for Flutterfire. People can get involved if they want to, right?
Exactly, yeah. All of this, most of our SDKs are developed in the open, right? So we're always looking for people to either contribute there or just tell us if something doesn't work, right? We test a lot, but we might not catch all bugs that you encounter. So.
Yeah, a great bug report can make a world of change. Awesome. Well, thank you, and thank you again. The poignancy. Hopefully, that was a poignant answer. The next question comes from Netlinks, and this looks like it might be one for Ian. With more than 8,200 open issues on GitHub, Flutter seems a bit understaffed. Are there any plans to improve the situation, or what are your priorities? Ian, as tech lead, you're sort of in charge of our processes. You want to talk a little bit about issues and how they're managed?
Yeah, sure. So we have, as Netlinks says, we have 8,000 or so open issues. But the important thing is that we are resolving issues about as fast as we're getting them. So, for example, last year we had about 15,000 issues filed in our GitHub repo, and we closed about 15,000 issues. So we're actually pretty happy with the rate at which we're fixing bugs and resolving bugs. The number of issues is more a marker of how many users we have, because the more users we have, the more bugs get filed. And the number of issues we're resolving is more a marker of how many people are contributing. And we have quite a few contributors. We have over 200 people who are officially part of the Flutter Hackers group on GitHub. About a quarter of those are part of the Google team. So most people who are contributing to Flutter are in fact not part of the Google Flutter team, but are part of the open source project. They might be from Microsoft or from Canonical or Nevercode, or be volunteers who are working on their spare time. So obviously different people have different amounts of time that they're spending contributing to the product, but hopefully we'll be able to get more issues resolved to make Netlinks happier.
Well, there you go. All right. Again, thank you for that question, Netlinks. Looks like we have one from Miriam coming up. This is from Failali. This came out on Twitter as well. When will FlutterWeb drop the hash in the URL, and why does it exist? So that pound sign that you see at the end of the URLs.
That is an excellent question. Okay, so let's start with the why does it exist. So today we use something called the hash URL strategy, and that is something we initialize when we are initializing the web engine. So what that means is that when you have Flutter name routes, we're basically initializing those as part of the hash that's attached to the URL. But now, today, with this stable release, we have a way for you to customize that URL and drop the hash from the URL. That way you can make your URL any way that you want, configure it with any other sub-URLs you need to be able to deep link or share the URL with friends and family and users. But then also we have a plugin that somebody in the community has created, so thank you. It's called URL Strategy, and it basically does what the instructions we also have in our documentation do, but just in a very easier way. You just put it in your pub.dev, and then you're able to configure your URL and drop the hash.
Awesome. Thank you, Miriam. Yeah, I know we've gotten some questions on that before, so I'm glad it came up today. Let's see what else we've got. This one comes in from Silvio Plus. Flutter is still having lots of compatibility issues with the new Mac's M1 architecture. Are you working on some solution, or should I buy an old Intel Mac? Eric, maybe this is a good one for you.
I guess I would start by maybe saying you don't need to buy a new computer. So I would encourage you to try again today. There's been a whole lot of improvements to the M1 support as part of the Flutter 2 release. I'd also start by saying that advancements to platforms like M1 on the Apple side, or things that come down from Android or other vendors, are things that we address immediately. So like we learn about the M1 the same time you did. And we ordered an M1 dev box the same day they were available, and we've been working on them since. We broke down the M1 work into sort of 3 buckets, one of which is, do apps run well on the M1? Do the tools that are used to develop apps run well on the M1? And the third bucket being, can we develop our own tools on the M1? And the first 2 buckets, as far as I know, everything should pretty much work. Certainly with the Flutter 2 that came out today, certainly if you are hitting issues with the M1 or otherwise, we want to hear about it. As Ian alluded to, we get a lot of issues every day. We triage them, and we want to address them as soon as possible. So yeah, try again with Flutter 2. But I also would expect it to work well, and it's going to just continue to get better as we continue to make more code changes.
What was interesting with the M1 is that it was almost like a whole new platform for us because we'd never done ARM as a host before. And so, we announced today web and desktop, but really Apple Silicon was kind of its own other platform that we had to support, which is harder to get big banner messages for. We now have support for the current Mac OS release, but it is still a significant amount of work.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of have to build that up from the ground level up, right? You got to first make sure the Dart and the VM and all of that's working, and then you got to make sure the embedder is working, and then just go up through the layers of Flutter from there, right?
Exactly.
Very much like you would end up doing for a new platform.
Yep.
Thanks. Well, Sylvia, hopefully that gives you a good bit of confidence about the M1 architecture. Thanks for the question. All right. Next up, do the Flutter Dart teams ever plan to add official guidance for app architecture? Similar to Jetpack and Android. Ian, you might want to talk about this, and also sort of where we decide to offer guidance and where we don't. That's an interesting question too.
I'm laughing because you're throwing this to me as if you don't know the answer, but you and I have been talking about this for several weeks. Yeah, we have in fact just I think either today or very soon we'll be landing a new template into the Flutter master branch. And that template will be basically an answer to this question. It's, how do you create an app with all the best practices, state restoration, how do you have your app state, and so on. It's not the only answer to the question. The whole point of programming is there are many answers to these questions, and different apps have different needs. But we hope that this particular template will really help here. And we might create other templates in the future for different kinds of architectures. Maybe you'd rather use Redux instead of the state mechanism that we have in this template. So this didn't land today for Flutter 2, but it will hopefully be in the next stable release in a few months.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, these concerns show up for developer relations, my team all the time. It's like, where are we really being useful by saying to people, this is the well-lit path and we recommend it? And where would we be cutting off people from their own ideas that might in fact be better in the long run, right? We took a long time before we ever sort of anointed a state management approach as a good one for beginners. We settled on Provider, which is a great package from Remy. But because we didn't want to sort of solve that problem in a way that would stop other people from solving it in ways that might be better. Awesome. Okay, let's see what we've got coming in on the chat. This is from Khaled Ahmed. Thank you, Khaled. Will null safety break existing apps? Is there some stuff that needs to be migrated? Who might want to take that one? Eric, do you want to take a stab at it? You certainly know a lot about null safety.
Yeah, I think that probably Ian or I could answer this. The idea is that you should be able to migrate. Like when null safety was designed to be an upgrade. There's even a tool that you can use. I believe it's called Dart Fix, and you can run it on your code base, and it will help you go through changing to your code to make it null aware. Ian might have more to say.
Dart Migrate, I believe, is a tool. But yeah, it'll give you suggestions. If you look earlier in the keynote, we have a whole section that talks about how it works. The idea is it should not be breaking. You really would like your dependencies to be migrated first. Your life will be harder if you migrate before your dependencies migrate. It's possible, but it'll be less effective. So if you have a package that you're using that isn't migrated yet, go ask the developer that package to migrate. But otherwise, you should be good to go. And yeah, it should not be particularly breaking. There's no, as was mentioned in the keynote, this is why we are not calling this release Dart 3. It's Dart 2 because it is in fact backwards compatible with null safe Dart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's just like any other language feature. It's in the pub spec. You declare which Dart language version you want to roll with. And so if you're Dart 2.12.0 or higher, then you're opting in. We just went through this process for our samples in the Flutter samples repo. And we did it just as Ian was just describing. Sort of, we looked at our samples and how many had a dozen dependencies and how many had 0 dependencies. We just sorted them in a spreadsheet by that and started at the top and went down from there. And so we're in the actually literally right now landing those in the Flutter samples repo now that the release has gone out.
The other good thing about the way we deployed null safety is you can literally compile an app that has non-null safe code and null safe code simultaneously. And the compiler will use null safety optimizations and the ability to know what the types are when it's compiling the null safe code, and then when it has a boundary to non-null safe code, it will add null checks for you. We call this non-sound null safety, if I remember correctly. And so you can run your app in mixed mode essentially with both types of code in there, and that should work fine.
Yeah, I know the Dart team is very specific about the sound null safety is the particular type that Dart offers, which has some advantages because once you have that for all your code, there are a lot of checks you don't need to make anymore, and it can make your code a little bit faster and tighter. I imagine there'll be a lot more detail on that in Leaf's talk later today. So folks interested in null safety are going to want to stay on the line for that one. But thanks. Let's see, we've got another live question. This one comes from Ankit Kumar. Is Flutter good for 3D rendering? That's an interesting question. Puff looks like he's interested in it. I don't know, Eric or Miriam or Ian, who'd be interested in that one?
I can take it. I mean, we've built Flutter as a 2D system. That said, lots of people have done 3D with it. The APIs that we provide are for drawing 2D objects on a screen, as you would use for a typical mobile app. But the transforms that we use do support 3D. So people have done interesting, 2.5D or 3D sort of setups. Also, the Flutter content itself can embed other textures, other OpenGL textures. So you could write some OpenGL code to write some 3D and then embed the resulting OpenGL texture in the rest of your Flutter app. And we've seen folks do that. In fact, I think even in the keynote, there was this mention of the Wallace and Gromit app at the end. And that has both 2D and 3D in it. I think some of the 3D parts are done in Unity. I'd have to go look and learn more. But mashing the two together is possible. But again, the bulk of Flutter is designed around a 2D experience.
I believe Grant Skinner, who everybody saw in the keynote doing some wonderful things with Flutterfolio, had done some vignettes for Flutter that some of them had some 3D elements just spicing up and adding some interesting design aspects to what would otherwise be 2D app UI. And I believe you can find those on G. Skinner's site. So those are worth checking out as well. He did some wonderful things there. His team, rather. Awesome. Let's try another live question. This is from Blessin George Varghese or Varghese. What about Flutter for desktop? Ian, maybe, do you want to talk a little bit about where we are on desktop?
Yeah, we have Flutter for Desktop is available now in the stable channel, although we don't consider it to be fully stable yet. We support Mac OS, we support Windows, and we support Linux currently. What more is there to say? We don't support necessarily all the features you might want. For example, we don't yet have support for multi-window, although that is coming. We have some efforts going there. But support for your basic one-window app is pretty solid. I've done a bunch of them myself. There's an app I wrote for solving Sudokus that I run regularly on my Mac, and it works great.
Yeah, I would say just a little bit more. Like one of the things I love about Flutter Desktop, and particularly love about it now being available in the stable channel, is it's just so nice for development. Like it's just so, you just turn it on and then you just Flutter run and just boom, it's right there. And it's great for that sort of workflow. So yeah, try it, check it out, and send some feedback. Oh, I guess one other thing I would say is that it's been amazing to me the overlap between Flutter Web and Flutter Desktop. We sort of think about the desktop work in sort of splitting into two camps. One is like, how do you teach Flutter about what a mouse and keyboard are? And what a mouse and keyboard are, like we had to do that for the web because the web has so much sort of desktop-iness in it in parts. But then there's also the other part, which is like, well, how do you teach the Flutter engine to run on a really big phone that's plugged into the wall? And that it comes in Mac, Linux, and Windows flavors. And that sort of engine level work is sort of what Ian was alluding to. Like we have an engine for Mac, we have an engine compiled for Linux, and we have an engine compiled. And that's maybe less far along than the like can you use a mouse and keyboard with Flutter? Which you can, because we put it on the web now. So hope that helps.
I would add to Eric exactly what you said. A lot of what we needed to do to make web stable was to have those desktop form factors supported. Being able to use your trackpad, your scroll wheel, your keyboard to interact with your web app on desktop browsers. But I'd also look at Gskinner's Flutterfolio, and you can kind of see how you can build mobile, web, and desktop app across the board, and how those features go across those 3 different platforms and where we use each of them.
It's actually interesting to look at why we haven't yet labeled desktop as stable. And the 2 of the big reasons are we don't have good testing on our own side to make sure that we don't regress desktop when we add new features. And that might not matter so much to someone writing a desktop app, but it matters a lot to us because we want to make sure that when we write new code for desktop, we don't break things that are already working. The other big thing that we don't have solid support yet is accessibility. And we have a plan for that. We're working on that. We have code being developed for that. But it wasn't ready for today, so that's why we don't see that as a stable product. It's still a beta level product. But again, if you have an app that you don't need accessibility support for, maybe you're running it on some sort of kiosk or something like that, then that may be less important to you. But we consider those 2 features in particular to be really critical before we're willing to put the label stable on anything.
Yeah, it's a lot of responsibility to make sure you're not breaking 6 platforms as opposed to not breaking 3 platforms, right?
Yep.
One thing I wanted to make sure folks are clear on, you mentioned that the desktop support, the beta snapshot of desktop is currently available in the Flutter 2 stable channel release. Is that right?
I believe that is accurate.
Okay. And so that's so people can just have an easier time trying out desktop support as it exists now, right from there, the same version of the SDK they currently have installed, right?
Right.
Awesome.
Yeah, so if you want the latest of desktop, it's better to use it on beta because that's where the updates will be. But you're just going to get a snapshot of what it is today on stable.
So if you have an existing app and you just kind of want to see what it looks like on desktop, sounds like you can do that right from the stable channel. But the latest and greatest would be either on dev or on beta.
And there's something really magical about having written an app for, say, Android, and then just running it on your Mac or running it on your Linux box, and it just works. And it's a very weird experience to have done that. I haven't experienced that before. With the web, you kind of have that when you write your web app and it works in one browser and it works on a different browser on your laptop and a different browser on your phone. But it's really kind of a magical experience to have that with a native app.
Absolutely. Awesome, thanks. Well, hopefully that was a lot of detail for you. Blessing George Varghese about Flutter on desktop. Let's take another live question. This is from Shekhar Shashank. What is the best way to learn state management packages like RiverPod? It's sort of an interesting question about how to approach. Maybe that's would anybody be offended if I took that one? Even though I'm the host, I'm not really supposed to answer questions. Is that okay?
Please, I was hoping you would take this one.
All right, sure. Fire away. Yeah, this is my jam. One of I would say the best way to learn anything with Flutter is to just start coding. That's how I've done most of my learning with Flutter. One of the nice things about Flutter being entirely open source is that when you do run into a crash or something like that, you can go really far down into open source code before anything would stop you. This is how I learned most of the Flutter SDK. And RiverPod, which is made by Remy, he also very good about documenting his code. So if you ever run into any issues while you're playing around with it or just having some fun, you can go straight into the source and see his Dart comments and see how everything works. Also, I would say one of the wonderful things about Flutter is that we have a global developer community who are fun and energetic and welcoming. Not only are they happy to answer questions generally on sites like Stack Overflow and stuff like that, but a lot of them are out there on YouTube right now putting out videos, putting out blog posts and stuff like that. RiverPod has attracted a bunch of users, and so you can find a lot of resources from people who are a few steps further down the road on their learning journey with that particular package than you are. And they've turned around and offered help to you along your way. So if you the best way, just do a search on YouTube, do a search on blogging platform of your choice, and your odds are you're going to find some folks who have already tried whatever it is that you're interested in learning and have left some breadcrumbs for you on your own journey. All right. Let's see. I think we got, let's go back to some of the questions we got earlier on Twitter and YouTube. This is one, this is clearly a Miriam question. What about SEO in Flutter Web? Is it supported? If yes, let us know. Thanks. What do you think, Miriam?
I had a feeling this question was coming. Flutter started as a fork of Chrome. And so indexability has always been on our mind. It's just with this release specifically, we really optimized for web applications and focused on customers, our early adopters that were already building applications with the web. And so that being said, although indexability is something we're looking into, it is a lot of work to get supported. And so if you are looking for building very document-centric, very text-heavy, and just websites that need that SEO support, Flutter might not be the right choice for you currently. We do have ways that you can access the browser in DOM because we do use the web platform, and that is what Flutter Web is built on. So there might be ways that you can find to embed those APIs and the meta tags that you might need for SEO using things like platform views. But as of now, we are looking into it, and we would love to understand what exactly your use cases are, how you use SEO today, so file issues on GitHub, so we can learn more. But it is on our roadmap. It is something we'll look into. But as of today, we're best for web applications.
Awesome. Thank you, Miriam. And just to echo what you said there at the end, filing issues, uploading issues, and adding comments and context to issues, that's one of the best ways for developers to sort of steer the SDK and provide their input. Do I have that right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
a lot of, sorry, Ian.
Oh, go ahead.
A lot of what we've built for Flutter Web is from hearing what our customers needed at the time that they were building with beta and the tech preview. So the best way to shape our future stable releases is to tell us what we can work on.
Ian, did you have anything to add there, or is Miriam pretty much got it?
No, that was pretty much it. We very much use the issues as a way to prioritize. We look specifically around thumbs up on issues, because GitHub makes it really easy to sort by thumbs up on the first issue, first comment in an issue. So yeah, definitely thumb up issues that you like, file issues if you can't find one. That is the best way to help us.
Yeah. I don't know that it's. I was just gonna say I don't know that it's commonly understood how open Flutter is, because I just don't. Not all projects are run this way, but all of our docs are public. All of our issues are public. Basically, whenever we do anything, we do it in the public. And so, yes, there may be a lot of issues to look through, and to find the issue that you want. But it's all done in the public. And so, either you can watch us do it, or you can contribute and join forces and help us make it better.
Yeah, I've come from a long history of open source and open standards, and so I've been trying really hard to push that culture into the Flutter project. I think pretty successfully. We have, an open Discord where all of our conversations happen. We have open GitHub issues where all our issues happen. Our project planning happens in Google GitHub project. All our design docs are in public Google Docs. So yeah, we are very much an open project. And if you're interested in contributing, we have a contributing guide on GitHub. Check it out. Follow the links.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So hopefully that gets a good answer for search engine optimization there, and a little bit on contributing. Let's take another one from YouTube. When will the problem of janky animations on the first opening of an app be resolved, especially with Metal? Eric, I think I've seen you doing a little talk on, speaking of GitHub issues, doing some stuff on this. Do you want to take this one?
Yeah, this has been a popular topic, particularly the last few weeks. And I wrote a long post on Reddit. I'm actually in the middle of working on a longer blog post. I guess I would open by saying performance is something that is like a grounding principle of Flutter. When we first talked about the project 5+ years ago, you heard us talk first about performance. When you heard us talk about the pillars of the things that we're trying to accomplish, performance is, the number one. And that's not just words. Like, we back that up by, every commit that's ever checked in is compared against all sorts of performance tests across the board, across all the platforms. Performance is something that we strive for, we drive towards every day. Specifically regarding to Jank and first run animations, that's an issue that we have been aware of for a while, and particularly on iOS, it did get worse in some scenarios within the last year with the migration from OpenGL to Metal, where we're no longer able to cache the shaders, which are the little programs that you have to run on the GPU to actually produce the pixels. We're no longer able to cache the shaders between runs as well as we were before. So the short and the long of it is we're aware that there are issues here, and we are hard at work on it. Lots of people working on this problem. Ian's working on this problem. And by this problem, I mean the general problem of performance and how do we make it better all the time. We think we're doing pretty well, and we can always do better.
Yeah, around the what I've been calling the early onset Jank issues, that's very much something I'm focused on right now. If you look at GitHub project 188, I remember the number by heart because I open it so often. That's where I've been tracking all the bugs about this. The best thing you can do, to echo what we just said in the last question, the best thing you can do to help us here, if you are seeing Jank at the start of your application, please file a bug with code that reproduces the problem, include a video showing the Jank, and include a timeline trace showing what your app is actually doing during that video. That is by far the most helpful thing you can do, because then we can study that particular case of Jank. They are not all caused by the same problem. Even if they're caused by shaders, they're not necessarily caused by the same shaders. We have some examples of early onset Jank that are caused by one particularly pathological shader case. We have another example that's, we happen to specialize the shader based on the rounded rect radius, and so every frame during the animation where you're animating the rounded rect radius, we have to compile a new shader. And so those different bugs will be solved with different problems. One of them presumably will be solved by just not specializing the shader based on the rounded rect radius, and the other one might be solved by fixing the code we're writing for that particular shader. But we won't know what your specific Jank problem is unless you file a bug with code that we can look at.
Yeah, I mean, performance is I would say it's a multivariable equation, but that's not giving it justice, right? Like, there's so many variables that go into that and so many special cases. So again, this is absolutely an area where we can use some great help from our community. Awesome. Let's see, I think we have another question relating to Flutter Web. How does Google plan to use Flutter Web internally? Eric, you speak for the team a lot internally, talking to other groups. Do you want to take this one?
So I can't speak to other teams' plans per se, but I can say that there are a number of teams who are experimenting with Flutter Web today. Flutter Web just came to the stable channel today, and similarly, we've been giving similar guidance to internal teams that we're still working on things. So there's nothing to announce today, but I do expect to see more usage of Flutter Web. I mean, Google engineers have similar constraints to any engineers, listening, right? We still have to write for lots of screens. And I think, I'm working on this project because I believe that it's a better way to develop when we write our code once and then we get to deploy it lots of places. And so I suspect that we have seen a lot of Google teams adopt that strategy already with Flutter, and I expect that we will see even more as Flutter goes to more places.
We've also seen Flutter for Web being used internally for internal tools, where there isn't necessarily a big team behind the tool, and they need to create something that is useful and productive quickly. And so, for example, just on the Flutter team, for example, we use Flutter Web for some of our internal tools for migrating the public Flutter code into our internal repository for teams like GPay and other teams to use. And the tool that does that is itself written in Flutter.
We also, to add to Ian, we also use Dart DevTools is built in Flutter Web. So that's a great example, and we're hoping to showcase that as a way of using Google technology both internally and externally, because that same tool is available internally as well.
I actually used Flutter for Web to build an internal tool myself. Now that I'm a manager, I made a little tool to help people get GitHub searches to see what pull requests they've done over the course of 6 months or so. And Puff, this may be interesting to you. I actually deployed it to Firebase hosting, and the new thing that you all have that puts like automatic GitHub actions into your project took like 5 minutes for me to get like from my laptop up online at a web.app domain. So I don't know who works on that, but give them 2 thumbs up from me.
Yeah, this is definitely definitely one of the popular features we've released last year, right? It's that you can, from a GitHub action, automatically create a URL in Firebase hosting, a preview URL or a live URL. That's really awesome. We see lots of uptake of that, yeah. And it merges really well with Flutter Web, of course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, let's take another question. This is from FluDev, perhaps short for FlutterDev. Can we do mediation with AdMob in Flutter? If yes, then how will it be implemented? And I think I just talked myself into answering a question again. Does anybody else want to cover this? Because I'm the weird oddball former ads person on the call. Maybe? Okay. Sure. Yeah, a little bit of personal history. I came from Ads DevRel, mobile Ads DevRel. How I ended up on the Flutter team because I worked on the AdMob plugin for Flutter. That's how I got hooked on it. So yeah, as you saw, we had a wonderful announcement about the Google Mobile Ads plugin for Flutter today. Mediation is not in its list of supported features. I just want to be very clear about that. Because the plugin uses the same native SDKs under the hood as you would use on any other Flutter or any other Android or iOS app. Mediation is in there, and you could, in theory, set up an ad unit and try to take advantage of it by bundling in the right native SDK and adapter. I should mention, by the way, for those of you unfamiliar with mediation, it's a feature where the Google Mobile Ads SDK can load and display ads from another ad network's SDK, like the Audience Network or MoPub or another one. But it's not officially supported. And the reason it's not officially supported has to do with testing. One of the reasons that we're being taking so much care in putting out the Google Mobile Ads plugin is that if you're going to put out something relating to monetization, it has to be right. It has to be tested and 100%. You're completely confident that it's right because this relates to somebody's livelihood, right? Like if I have a bug in one of my apps, it crashes and somebody's sad for a minute. If you have a bug in your ads SDK, it could mean that somebody's business is threatened, or somebody can't keep the lights on in their office. That's a very big responsibility, and that's why so much testing and so much cooperation with the ads team has gone into the current release of the mobile ads plugin, and that's what they're going to do with mediation before saying that it too is fully supported and ready for production. So it is on the roadmap, but I wouldn't try it just yet. That's my answer there. All right, let's take another one. This one comes from Sanath Kumaryu. When will Dart support WebAssembly? Ian, I'm thinking maybe this might be a good one for you.
Yeah, so this could mean a number of different things. We actually use WebAssembly today as part of Flutter for Web. And maybe Miriam can talk more about this in a minute. But basically, we have 2 other parts of WebAssembly that could be relevant for Dart. One of them is whether you could compile Dart itself to WebAssembly, and the other one is whether you could take code already compiled to WebAssembly and link to it from Dart. So for the second one, linking to WebAssembly code from Dart, I believe there's a package that already exists that uses Dart FFI to load up a WASM runtime and therefore let you connect to WASM code. That's not the most convenient way of doing it, but it sort of works today. The other option, or the other way of using WebAssembly with Dart would be to compile Dart itself to WebAssembly. That is not possible today. That's going to require features in WebAssembly that aren't really mature yet, like WebAssembly garbage collection, WebAssembly threading, and so forth. These are things that we're very interested in. I think WebAssembly has the potential to become really a uniform language interop technology in a few years. And so I'm really hoping that we can adopt that in Dart as well. but we're not there yet, and it will take some time, I think, to get there. Miriam, do you want to add something about how we do WebAssembly with CanvasKit?
Yeah, so today we have 2 renderers for Flutter Web. We have our default, or what used to be our default HTML renderer, where we use HTML and DOM backend in our web engine to render your application on the web. But we have been experimenting with CanvasKit, and today we have stabilized it so that you can use CanvasKit, which uses WebAssembly and WebGL to render your app as a Skia in the browser. And so with those 2 different renderers, we also have something called Auto, and that's what we've set all Flutter web apps to run by default. And Auto basically means that we use CanvasKit on desktop browsers, and we use HTML renderer on mobile browsers, just to optimize for the benefits and the strengths of both.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Miriam. Let's see. Let's take some live questions. We have about 15 minutes left, I think, in our block. We are still taking live questions from the chat and on Twitter using the AskFlutter hashtag. I always like to go back to Twitter, by the way, and see if I can answer some of the ones that we weren't able to get to live. So if we don't get to your question here, hopefully we'll have some time to come back and answer it after the fact. But let's take a live question. This is from Vijay Kumar. One word about Flutter Web in comparison to React and Angular. Let's see, Miriam or Ian, what do you think about that? What are some of the differences between those 3 things?
Okay, Ian, did you want to take it, or or Eric? I feel like Eric has something to say.
I think the first thing that comes to my mind is that like Flutter Web, like we just draw to a canvas, so we really treat it like we have access to the CPU or the GPU like we do on a native platform, which is I think different from how I see Angular and React working. But that's the first thing that jumps out to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I always feel. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. You got it.
I was going to say, I always feel reluctant to compare Flutter to other technologies because we all have valid use cases. Like all the different technologies have valid use cases. And I don't really want to speak for React and say, oh, React is good at this, but is not good at that. That's really up to React. We are very happy to coexist with these other technologies. And we hope that the community as a whole can write guides that say, here's when Flutter is good, here's when Flutter for Web is good, here's when React is good, and so on.
Yeah, I was going to answer the same way as you, Ian. I don't know if anyone caught Dion at the keynote, but I think he put it really well that the web platform has opened it up to so many frameworks, and Flutter is just another one that is taking advantage of all that the web has to offer. And so we just want to see what you build with it, and we're going to try to suit it best for the things that you want to build with it.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Ian and Mary. Let's go to another live question. This comes from MDPE _IR. I am on the beta channel right now. Should I go to stable channel? I think the gag here is that the beta channel just became the stable channel earlier this morning. Do I have that correct?
That is right. It's really hard for me to answer that question because I usually spend most of my time on tip of tree on all the projects I use, which of course means that half the time I'm broken and the other half of the time I use the absolute latest features. So I'm really the wrong person to answer this. Eric, do you have opinions about what channel people should use?
I think that it really comes down to your interest in update frequency and sort of how much testing is received. So say stable only updates about once a quarter, and many, many apps and many, many tests have run before that code is ever pushed to stable. Beta is updated about once a month. Also has a lot of testing, both in terms of apps and tests, but less than stable. In part because, as Ian says, right, we promote the best beta of the last while to be the stable. And similarly, dev is updated, I want to say anywhere between about every day to at least once a week. And there again, we go through a promotion process of picking the best recent dev and making that the beta. So I think it's a trade-off, but I think most individuals probably want to be on stable or maybe beta. But
the other big difference
certainly
between
the others.
The other big difference between stable and beta and the other channels is that for stable, and to a lesser extent beta, but certainly for stable, we will cherry pick fixes if there's something egregiously bad. So if we find a regression that we're like, oh, we didn't catch that, we should have caught that, then we will go and cherry pick a fix onto that stable release. And so you'll see over the quarter, the stable release gets updates, very minor updates, but updates for issues that we think are serious enough that they warrant a out-of-band fix. That will not happen on dev. We don't check on dev. If something is broken on dev, it'll be fixed on the trunk, and then we'll do another dev in a few days' time. And obviously that can't happen on the main line because that's where we're developing. So there's always a risk. The more recent the code, the higher the risk that something is wrong that we haven't caught. But of course, there's also going to be new fixes there, so it's a trade-off.
Mm-hmm. I assume previously people were using the beta channel because web was not available on stable. So that could be a reason that you could switch to stable now, because we do have web and desktop that you could run your app with.
Yep.
Yeah, that very much applies to me, Miriam, indeed. I'm switching back to stable.
Yeah, and in our samples repo, we just had a whole bunch of samples for the web now that we don't have to put a special little notice on, like, by the way, if you're going to run this, you got to switch channels, because now they're running in stable. Awesome, thank you. Let's go to another live question here. Ali Reza Izadeh, hopefully I pronounced that right. When will you add data classes to Dart? Check issue 314 of Dartlang, which has a lot of thumbs up. This makes me wish Bob were here. But Ian or Eric, you might have a take on this. Miriam as well.
So Bob already covered it in the keynote. We are actively trying to find a good way to do this. We want to be really careful in how we do this. We don't want to add a syntax that works today but doesn't work in 6 months' time, doesn't work in 2 years. And we don't want to keep adding new syntaxes every few months or every few years just to end up with a lot of kind of obsolete language features that aren't used by anyone. So we're looking at metaprogramming. We're looking at ways that we can really handle a large number of use cases that exist today, and hopefully in an extensible fashion. We have no idea when this will be done. It really depends on what kind of ideas we manage to come up with and how well they work. We'll be going through a lot of testing through this. I'm sure if you follow the bugs, for example, the one that's listed here, which I'm sure I'll go and check out after this talk, I'm sure you'll see our progress there.
This is another area where the fact that the Dart language team hasn't yet found the right way to step in and implement something has also allowed other people the chance to explore their own ideas, right? Like built value, for example, can create use source generation to create data classes that have a lot of features like immutability and serialization. I know Freezed, again, from Remy, is a very popular library that a lot of people are using. So there are options out there for folks right now, even though the Dart language team hasn't settled on what they feel the correct approach is for what they're going to implement.
Yeah, and we have a relatively mature code generation mechanism in Flutter and Dart today, but it's code generation, so it has all the downsides of code generation, which is why we don't think that's the final solution to this problem.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, thank you for that. Let's see, another one. What would be the best way to develop a Flutter app that needs to work online and completely offline? I'm guessing that's about data, accessing network data, and maybe storing it locally, dealing with connection status. Huff, do you want to talk about this a little bit? It's kind of up your alley.
Yeah, and I actually think I saw it coming in, and this is a really great question. It was a bit more. It was about gathering data in an offline scenario, right? So you gather the data when you don't have a network connection, and then you want to synchronize it to the database when you're back online. And there's many ways to do this, some of them involving Firebase, but definitely also some that don't involve Firebase. I will focus on the Firebase ones, but the same type of model works for many approaches. But what's key here is that essentially when you use one of our Firebase databases, we have the so-called real-time database or Cloud Firestore, they work in a very similar way. They keep a local cache of any data that you've recently read from the database into your client-side application. Because keep in mind, these are cloud-hosted databases, right? So any data that you've recently read from the database is kept in a local cache, and that means that we can access the data again if you restart the app while you're offline. And so that's one thing that both of them do, and that's what you want, right? You want that local cache. And then you get the dealing with local write operations, right? You're gathering local data and you want to write them to the database. And in both cases, right, what both databases do is they keep a queue of pending writes, right? So we essentially just keep track of what have you written locally that we haven't synchronized to the server yet. And this doesn't affect your application. You still see the data as if it's been modified already on the server. But we then, on the background, actually check. It's like, hey, do we have a network connection? And once we have a network connection, we start synchronizing all the changes to the server. And that could lead to, for example, the server rejecting a change if the user is trying to write something that they don't have permission to. And then we actually locally reconcile those rejections also. So we fire events so that the UI can reflect the database state. That's actually one of my favorite things I always notice about using something like Firebase with a Flutter application, right, is the reactive nature of this. I always love when you are connecting to the database, and if I then make a change to the database, it just snap also updates on the Flutter application. I really love that about dealing with a remote database in a reactive way. So great question, thank you.
Yeah, I imagine your favorite widget is Stream Builder, right, Bob?
Mm-hmm, very much. It's between Stream Builder and Future Builder, indeed, yes.
There you go. All right. Well, cool. Another live question. What is the difference between legacy version and null safety version while collaborating Flutterfire plugin with Flutter? That comes from Vital Rakolia. So the difference between, I guess, the existing version and then the new null safety versions of Flutterfire. Do you want to talk a little bit about the migration of those plugins maybe and where we are with that?
I'll completely admit that I haven't checked yet what's in the latest version. I know that the team has been working on null safety for sure. I don't know what you will need to do yet. So this is one where I might have to come back to it on Twitter. Although I'm not sure, Ian, I saw that you also comment on this. I'm not sure if you have any more information already. If not, I will get back on Twitter for sure.
I believe the Flutterfire plugins are migrated now, but I'm not 100% sure, I must admit. There's a lot of plugins. We've been tracking all of the different plugins that we release and make sure that they're all updated. And there's a lot of them that I've lost track of which ones we've migrated and which ones we haven't. We've migrated most of them.
Yeah, I saw indeed a lot of releases coming in. I just didn't have time to check what as the developer you need to do for them. But yeah, I think those all went out also today.
Yeah, if they're not out today, they'll be out very soon.
Cool. Well, there you go. Let's do one more live question. This is from Ayaz Hoda. What is a good IDE for Flutter? That's going to have about as many answers as there are people on this stream, I think,
or
right
more.
now. This could be fun. I use IntelliJ's IDEA. That is my preferred one. Eric, I don't know, what do you use?
Honestly, I mostly use VS Code. I've used Android Studio some too, but the coding that I do tends to be more in VS Code.
Okay. Ian, I assume you have a favorite, right?
I use Emacs, and you'll pry it out of my cold, dead hands.
There's always one of those.
That's right.
Miriam, what about you?
Okay, so as a PM, I use all possible just to make sure things work. But I did, when I joined the Flutter team, I did start with Android Studio because a lot of the tutorials, like the App Brewery one, sets you up that way. And then I moved on to VS Code because that's kind of what I'm used to. And then I've recently been testing out IntelliJ, making sure our cool new inspector widgets and all that work with it.
Awesome. And Puff, any preferences in the Firebase team?
That leaves me, right? Yeah, I mostly use Visual Studio Code for things where I need to integrate with Firebase, but I actually have a real soft spot for Dartpad also. I just love tinkering with widgets without having to open any IDE, just in my browser. It's one of my favorite things.
Sort of a more serious answer to this question is that we really try and make sure that all of the IDEs can work with Flutter. We have a open kind of an API that you can talk to if you're an IDE, And that's how all of our plugins talk to the Flutter tool. So there's very little bespoke code in the IDEs about running Flutter or compiling and so forth. And this means that if you have an IDE that doesn't yet have a plugin, it's possible someone will write, or you could write a plugin for that IDE using the Flutter tool. And it also means that if you have an IDE that you want to use that doesn't really have strong Flutter support, you can use it from the command line. All of the same things that the IDEs do are possible from the command line by and large, except things like, auto fixes and refactorings. But even, for example, our analyzer tool has a mode in which it operates at the command line live. So it's just running the analyzer continually in the background. And that's actually what I use with Emacs, for example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know there are some dedicated Emacs users. I first learned that when I was talking with Hans, one of the engineers on our design languages team, our frameworks team, and I referred to his editor as VI, and he very quickly corrected me to say that it was Emacs. In a nice way. Hans a total nice guy. Not. It was a learning moment for me. And speaking of learning moments, we have had one over the past hour, and now it's the end of our time. So first, let me say thank you to our 4 panelists here. Thank you so much for being with us here today.
Thank you.
Pleasure, Andrew.
And I want to say thank you to all of our stream viewers here. Hopefully you've enjoyed what you just saw, but we have a lot more coming for you. So this is the end of our Q&A, but if you stay on the stream, we have 4 tech talks from the Flutter team coming to you. These will provide more technical detail on some of the exciting features and announcements that you saw during our keynote. And then after those, we have 11 more talks from Flutter's global developer community. These are Flutter coders who have put together tech talks going into all sorts of things, from navigation to animations, deep dives into all sorts of Flutter tech. Those will be up on the website as well. There'll be a content drop for those. So, but first up, we'll be having Mariam Hasnani back with us again, along with John Ryan, to present from mobile app to progressive web app. They're going to go through the process of taking a Flutter app that works on mobile and deploying it to the web. So stay right here. We have a lot more Flutter to show you.
Hi, I'm John, a developer relations engineer on the Flutter team, and joining me today is someone who also works on Flutter, Mariam. Hi, Mariam.
Hi, John. Hi, everyone. I'm Mariam, a product manager for Flutter.
So, Mariam, you're actually the product manager for Flutter on the web, which is what we're going to talk about today.
Yeah, I'm so excited to be here and work with you, John, to get a Flutter app running in a web browser and deploy it as a progressive web app.
Me too. Actually, before we dive in, Mariam, can you explain why we added web support to Flutter?
Sure. As some of you may know, Flutter started as a UI framework for building beautiful iOS and Android mobile apps, like the ones you see here. But our vision is to provide a portable framework that helps developers build. The web already runs on any device. Targeting the web felt like a natural next step for Flutter to achieve our goal, enabling you to build high-quality, high-performance experiences across multiple platforms. So, with today's release of Flutter 2.0, we now have production quality support for the web on the stable channel, which means you can build apps for iOS, Android, and the browser with the same code base.
That's super exciting. So now I can run Flutter apps natively on my phone and now in a browser.
Yes, and emphasis on apps. While you can do a lot on the web, Flutter's initial stable release is best fit for building web applications, not static content websites.
Okay, so maybe I should keep my landing page for my site in HTML if I want that to play nicely with search engines, for example.
Exactly. We see Flutter being a great fit for apps that can be installable progressive web apps, a rich interactive single page app, or even an existing Flutter mobile app. So John, what web app should we build today?
I've been updating the Dashcast app, which is a podcast app. So first, let's walk through some of the features on the iPhone. So this page loads podcasts using HTTP and JSON. It also uses this custom font here using the Google Fonts package. It, as you can see, uses material design components like ink splashes right here, animations. And if I go to a podcast, say this one, you can see I'm using the URL launcher plugin to open links using plugins which operate on the host platform, either Android or iOS.
That's pretty cool. And I'm not just saying that because I like the name of it. It would be awesome if I could use that on my laptop. I think having it run in the browser would actually let me use it on any device.
Yeah, that sounds great. So what do I need to do?
So with the stable release, the web is just another device target now for Flutter. So like you see iPhone or Android listed as devices in your IDE, you should also now see Chrome or Edge if you're on Windows. So all you have to do is run Flutter create, and that's going to generate the web directory. Then select Chrome as the device, and then hit run.
Okay, so let's see if we can do that. So I'll open my terminal here, and I'll run Flutter create, and I'll pass it the current directory to recreate this project. And once that's done, I should see a web directory with an index HTML file. And I can see that right here. So now I'll select the Chrome device and hit run.
All right, so running the app for the first time takes a while to load because Flutter is launching the application using the dev compiler Dart dev C to run in debug mode. The first compilation takes the longest because it needs to compile the entire app.
Cool. So yeah, on the web, Dart uses different compilers, right?
Yeah, so for our mobile apps, we have a GIT compiler and an AOT compiler that converts your app into machine code or ARM. Similarly, on the web, Dart uses the Dart dev C and Dart2JS compilers, which convert your app into JavaScript. So having separate compilers for development and deployment will give you a fast dev cycle and also make sure your production app runs as fast as possible.
So since the Flutter framework is written in Dart, the entire framework can be compiled into JavaScript, right?
Yeah, just like you said, the Flutter framework is built using Dart, and so is your app that sits on top of the framework. So all we had to do to add web support was replace the low-level C++ rendering engine that's used by mobile apps, and instead map to browser APIs, DOM, or WebAssembly to render your web app either using HTML or CanvasKit.
So the only real difference between Flutter mobile apps and web apps is that underlying engine that they use.
Yeah, our model for the web is not two separate frameworks that look the same and use the same language, but actually a shared framework across platforms, mobile, web, desktop, etc. So when we improve features on the Flutter framework, all platforms get the benefits.
Okay, so that's why I don't have to change any of my app's code. The framework APIs are the same. So I've got the app running now. Are we done?
Well, there are a few things I like to consider when building a Flutter web app. So first, especially when you're bringing an existing Flutter app to the web, you want to check if the plugins are supported for the web. Flutter plugins allow you to talk to native libraries for the platform you're running on. So when you're running your Flutter app on the web, you can get access to existing JavaScript libraries through these plugins.
Okay, so I'm using URL Launcher. So let's check if URL Launcher is supported. I'll go to pub.dev and I'll just search for the package or plugin I'm interested in. And I can see here this label at the bottom. It's got the different platforms that are supported. So it's got Android, iOS, and it is supported on the web. But what do I do if my plugin isn't supported yet?
So you'll actually want to add web support for that plugin, and you can find instructions for upgrading your plugin to include web support on our blog site.
Great. So since URL Launcher already has web support and I already have it in my pub spec for my mobile app, I don't actually have to change anything.
That's right. For most Google plugins, we do all the work behind the scenes, such as wiring up to JavaScript libraries, so the plugin works as you'd expect on both mobile and web.
Right. And sometimes a plugin will require some JavaScript to work. If I open up index.html here, you can see that I imported some JavaScript to make it work. So I have all the plugins working for both mobile and on the web. What's next?
So now I like to think about layout. Web apps can run on many different form factors, and it's important for our app to adjust the UI accordingly.
So I need to think about layout for different screen sizes. Cool. So the homepage needs some work. Let's change the bottom section to use a 2-column layout here. For this, I'm going to use a layout builder. And I'm going to check the constraints. So I'm going to go to this podcast column here, and I'm going to change this podcast list to a layout builder. So I'm going to type in layout builder. And that takes a builder parameter, which is a callback. And that callback takes two parameters. One of the parameters is the build context. And interestingly, we get the constraints here. And the constraints are the incoming constraints that the layout system passes to this portion of the widget tree. So I can actually check the constraints. I've already kind of set up the 2-column layout with my podcast list. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just add this back in, return this podcast list, and I'm going to use the constraints to set this 2-column parameter here. So I'm going to set it to a 2-column layout if the constraints max width is greater than 700. So I'm going to reformat. And now that I've made that change, how do I restart the app and see the change?
Great question. So you can trigger a hot restart for web apps, which basically means that you don't have to restart your app and wait for it to recompile everything and load again. It's just a fast way for you to see changes. So if you make a small change, the dev compiler is smart and only recompiles the JavaScript that was affected and then pushes only the deltas to the browser. So this works similarly to the hot reload feature for mobile development. The only difference is that hot reload remembers your state and hot restart does not.
Cool. So if I restart my app here and open up the browser, I can see that the changes show right away. And I can resize the window here manually, or I can open up the Chrome DevTools and click on this toggle device toolbar button. And what that allows me to do is demo this app on different device types. In this case, it's a Pixel 2.
Wow, that looks so much better on every screen. By the way, there is more info on building responsive UI on flutter.dev/docs. So John, the next thing to think about is navigation.
Sure. I've actually set up deep linking in my app using Navigator 2. So on the web, if I navigate to a specific page, the URL in the URL bar updates. I can also navigate to specific pages by updating the path in the URL, or if I were to click on a link, it would update the page. This would also work if I were using named routes, but I'm using Navigator 2 here. And if I click the back button, it takes me back to the previous page that I visited. So I changed the podcast from 1 to 2 here. If I click the back button, it's going to take me back to the first podcast. And if I click the back button again, it takes me back to the home screen. And if I were to click on a podcast like this, click the back button in the app, and then click the back button in the browser, it takes me back to the previous page I visited. So this looks better already. What other things can I do to make my app feel right in a browser?
Well, since our app can run on desktop browsers as well as mobile browsers, we should also consider adding scroll bars and mouse or keyboard interactions for the desktop.
Sure. Let's add a scroll bar to our list view in this page, for example. So if I go to the widget for that page, the episode list, and I wrap this list view in a scroll bar, so by typing wrap with widget, scroll bar, and hot restart the app, I should be able to see this page reload. And now I get this nice desktop style scroll bar on the right hand side. And you can also see that my cursor changes from a normal pointer to this clickable pointer, this click pointer. And that's a piece of the framework that uses the mouse cursor widget. So if you want to do this yourself, you can use the mouse region widget and provide the mouse cursor that you want to display when you hover over that widget. So to add keyboard shortcuts, I also used the shortcuts widget here. So I can actually play and pause this podcast using the space bar.
All right, that's looking good. So finally, you'll need to think about what rendering mode will be best for your app. Unlike Flutter mobile apps that just use Skia to render, there's actually two renderers for web. There's one, HTML, which uses DOM Canvas APIs, and another one, CanvasKit, which uses WebAssembly and WebGL to render Skia Paint commands.
So how do I know which one of those two renderers I should use?
Well, by default, the render mode is set to auto. So this means that your app runs with the HTML renderer on mobile browsers and CanvasKit on desktop browsers. This is our recommended combination to optimize for the characteristics of each platform.
That's really cool. So what if I set the renderer mode to either HTML or CanvasKit? How do I know what the difference is between those two?
So HTML allows you to optimize for download size and uses less bandwidth. That's why we think it's better for mobile browsers. On the other hand, CanvasKit is faster. So if you have larger screens with a higher number of widgets showing per frame, that's what it's better for.
Gotcha. So I think it makes sense to use auto in this case, since I'm rendering quite a few widgets on desktop screens. And on mobile browsers, if I were to load this in iOS Safari, I would want to load fast. I would want it to load fast. So if I'm debugging, how do I know which one of these is running?
So if you inspect the body tag in Chrome inspect source code, you'll see a class, FLT-renderer. That's going to either show you CanvasKit or HTML and then let you know if it was set automatically or not.
It looks like something is wrong with my app here. One of the dates is not showing up. It's showing null. Can I set breakpoints while my app is running in the browser?
Yeah, you can. We connect to Chrome's JavaScript debugger, which allows you to set breakpoints, evaluate expressions, and also use Chrome DevTools.
Cool. So let's set a breakpoint after we load this JSON. So I'm going to make sure I'm running in debug mode here, and I can see I've got my debugger open. And I'm going to set a breakpoint after I load the details for this podcast. And I'm going to reload this page by just navigating back and opening it again. And you can see that once I'm stopped at a breakpoint, I can do all the normal things like evaluate expressions. For example, I can just type response.body and see the response body. So it looks like I'm parsing the JSON correctly. If I scroll through this, I just want to check that the episode URL here, publish date here, is the value I would expect. And I can see that it's null, so I can see the value is coming from the server as null. But let's verify that by opening up the Chrome DevTools. So if I go back to my app here, continue, and pop open the Chrome DevTools, I can see network requests here just like any other web app. So if I navigate back to this page, I'm still stopped at this breakpoint, but I can see the network request here, and I can also verify that the value is null if I wanted to. So let's work around this issue for now by fixing this widget so it doesn't display the word null. I can open up the inspector here, disable this breakpoint, and enter select widget mode. And I'm just going to select this widget. And once I've got that selected, I can navigate directly to that widget by double clicking on it in the Flutter inspector. And I can see that I'm just putting the raw value of toString into the text widget. So if time ago date is null, it's going to put the string null into that widget. So I can just fix this quickly by doing a quick null check. So if the episode time ago date equals null, I'm just going to give it a null widget here. Otherwise, I'll give it the text widget that I was giving it before. And I can perform a hot restart and go back to my app. And you can see that the null widget is gone now.
Fun fact, just like Flutter DevTools, the inspector is also built using Flutter. All right, I think the app feels ready to me. Let's ship it.
Let's ship it. So in addition to the Flutter build iOS and Flutter build Android commands, there's now a Flutter build web command. So if I go to my terminal and I run this command, Flutter build web, that's going to do a release build of my app, and it's going to put the output assets in this build/web directory. And I've already run a build here, so I've already got the build web directory filled out with my index.html and my dart.js file.
Yeah, and John, when you use that build command, you can choose which renderer to use, just like you did earlier with the run command. But since you didn't specify one, it's just going to use the auto option.
Cool, that makes sense. So it looks like it's done now. Now that the release bundle is ready to go, what are my options to host this app?
Well, there's a lot of options. There's Firebase hosting, Google Cloud, GitHub Pages, or other similar hosting services.
Okay, so I'm familiar with Firebase, so let's go with that. I've actually already installed the Firebase CLI, so I'll just run from my project directory Firebase init hosting, and that's going to ask me a few questions here. So it's going to ask me what to use as my public directory, and we'll use build/web since that's where the output assets go. And I'm going to configure it as a single page app since Flutter apps are single page. And I'm not going to overwrite the HTML file. And once that's done, it writes a Firebase configuration file, and I can run Firebase deploy only hosting for my current project, which will upload the assets. And it should just take a second here. And once that's done, I can actually click on this link to load the final version of the app running in release mode.
Wow, that was really fast. It looks just like we expected.
Yeah, it does. So now that it's hosted, how do I turn it into a PWA? I want my users to be able to install it when they visit the page.
So it's already a PWA. If you look at that icon in the URL bar, it's a plus icon. If you click on it, you'll get an option to install it as a progressive web app. So when you build your Flutter web apps, we create a web manifest file for you so that by default, your app can use PWA features like installation, offline support, or notifications.
Great. And now that it's installed, I can access it without opening my browser. So are we done?
Yeah, we're done. Let's recap all the steps we took.
Sure. So we started with our mobile app. We ran it in the browser, and we changed some things to keep the web platform in mind. So we looked at plugin support for our app. We tweaked some things for responsive design for desktop screens. We looked at navigation and how that works on the browser. And we looked at desktop idioms like scroll bars, mouse cursors, and keyboard shortcuts. And we also looked at the different web renderers like Auto and CanvasKit and HTML.
Yep, and we also used Hot Restart to iterate quickly and debug the code using breakpoints, evaluation expression, inspector, and Chrome DevTools. Then we deployed it using Firebase and installed it as a PWA.
Yeah, and it's all available now in the stable channel. So thanks again for joining me today, Miriam.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I had so much fun, and I encourage everyone to try building their own Flutter web apps on the stable channel now.
Thank you all for watching, and check out flutter.dev/web to learn more.
So here's an interesting question. Does this switch need to have a case to handle null? Well, if theme mode can return null, then it does, and the switch is broken. Can it? Wouldn't it be nice if the compiler could just tell me whether I need to worry about theme mode being null or not? Well, the new null safety feature that we are releasing as part of Flutter 2.0 is designed to solve just this kind of problem for our developers. Null safety lets the tooling keep track of what things can be null for you, making development in Flutter easier, faster, and more reliable. So today I'm going to show you what it's like to migrate an app to null safety. This isn't an intro to null safety, so if you're not familiar with the feature, some things will be new to you, but don't worry, you'll get the basic idea. So the app I'm going to migrate is the Rally app from the Flutter Gallery demo app. It's a pretty full-featured app. We can take a look in here. We can click around. We see it has a bunch of animations. It has a bunch of charts. So, non-trivial app. There's about 9,000 lines of code in this as I have it currently running. The thing I want to point out here is this little message down in the terminal window that says that we are running with unsound null safety. So what's that about? Well, basically, this app is running a version of the Flutter framework that has been ported over to null safety, but the app itself is not yet null safe. So we're running a mix of null safe and non-null safe code. That's fine. We built technology into Dart to make this work, but it means that the app doesn't get the full benefits of null safety, and the framework can't rely on the app not to pass null where it's not allowed to. That's what we mean by unsound null safety. We can't quite trust it. So what we need to do today is to get this app running with full sound null safety. And to do this, we're going to use a migration tool that the Dart team has built to make this easier. So let's give it a try. So if we go over here to our terminal window, we can run the migration tool directly from our terminal. So if we run Dart migrate, it's going to give us a little printout here, which tells us some helpful documentation, which is very useful to read. And we'll tell you lots of powerful ways to use the tool and tell you more about how to use null safety as well. The tool is going off and it is looking at your code and is analyzing it to figure out a bunch of things that it needs to know about it in order to migrate it to null safety. So it's looking at the code. And it's giving us an error. So something went wrong. What did we do here? Okay, so we're getting a bad state. We're getting an error that says that the package has unmigrated dependencies. So what's going on with that? Well, this is the first thing that the migration tool is going to do for you. We really encourage our developers not to migrate their code before all of their dependencies have been migrated. Waiting for your deps to be migrated makes your migration experience much more reliable and helps you have a good experience with it. And the migration tool is trying to keep you on the rails by checking this for you. So we need to fix this before we get started. So how do we fix this? Well, we need to update all of our dependencies. We need to change the packages that we depend on to be null safe versions. And the tool that we use for this is the tool that understands packages, which is pub, okay? So we have built into pub a new mode for the pub outdated command. So if we run flutter pub outdated with -- mode equals null safety, we will get a bunch of information that's very useful for knowing whether or not we are ready to migrate to null safety. Okay, so we're running pub outdated and we get some information that tells us a whole bunch of stuff about the status of our dependencies of the packages. So what are we looking at? Well, on the left side, we have a column that says the name of all of the packages that we are currently using for which the current version is not null safe. And you can tell that because if you look under current, that column shows us the current version that we are using. And there's a little X next to the version that means that it is not yet null safe. It has not been migrated. That package has not been migrated. And you shouldn't be migrating your app unless all of the packages you depend on are null safe. Well, maybe there's a new version of the package which is null safe because the Dart team has been out migrating lots of stuff to get it ready. And in fact, if we look at this, if we look under the resolvable column, we see that both of these packages have a version listed with a check mark next to it. And that little check mark is telling us that this version that is listed here is null safe. The resolvable column is telling us the latest versions that we can get that are mutually compatible, that we will actually be able to get a pub solve for. There may be a more recent version listed under latest, but for some reason it is not compatible with something else that we have in there, okay? So resolvable is what we're gonna focus on. And if we want to migrate, because we are apparently able to migrate, what we need to do is we need to copy over these latest resolvable versions into our pub spec and update the dependencies on the packages. Okay, so we're starting here with Shrine images, and we're going to go to Shrine images and update it to point to this latest null safe version. And we will do the same for URL launcher here. It has -null safety in its name because it's a null safety pre-release. It hasn't been published and stable yet, but it is available as a pre-release. Okay, so I've updated my pub spec here. And now if I run flutter pub get, that will go off and it will get me these new versions of these packages, download them, and it will get it ready to run again. And if we run our outdated command again just to check, what we should see is that there is nothing listed anymore among the packages that are not yet available. So we can see here that all of our dependencies, both direct dependencies and dev dependencies, all of them support null safety. So that tells us that we are now ready to migrate. So now we can go back and try again. Okay, so this is going off and doing some analysis. So what is it going to do? So the first thing I'm going to tell you that it's going to do, or not going to do, is it's not going to change the code that we have on our disk. So the migration tool is designed to make essentially its own virtual copy of your code, pretend to migrate it, and then it's going to give us a preview of what it will do once we choose to apply the migration. So this allows us to look at the choices that it's making and possibly reconsider if we want to accept those choices directly or do something to change what choices it's making. And we'll get into that in a little bit more detail in a minute. Okay, so we've made a little further here. We're not getting our error anymore about seeing missing migrated dependencies. It's generating a bunch of suggestions. It's generating the modified code, and then it's spinning up a little web server and giving us locally on our disk here on our own machine, and then it's giving us an address that we can hit to actually get a preview of the code, the way it will look once we migrate it. Okay, so this is the migration tool. So let's take a little look around the migration tool. If we look over on the left, what we see here is a skeleton view of our code layout of our app. This is the app code over here. And there are little checkboxes showing which files we're choosing to migrate now. By default, you're going to migrate everything. But if for whatever reason you want to only migrate part of your app, so for example, you want to split part of it off so you can send it off in bite-sized chunks to your reviewers and be nice to your reviewers, you can choose to deselect certain parts and select other parts. Again, as with packages, we recommend that you choose to migrate the sort of roots of your package first and then move in a waterfall fashion through the dependencies, even within your app, if you don't migrate it all at once. But the migration tool, the preview pane here, allows you to choose which things you're going to migrate. Okay, and if you click on any one of these files, in the middle here, in this middle pane, we will see a preview of what the code will look like after we run the migration. And then there's a little bit of more information over on the right that I'm gonna get to in a minute. So the first time through this tool, I'm going to do a couple things with this, but the first time through, I want to just see what happens if we just accept the changes as the migration tool proposes them with no modifications. And so to do that, or at any point, if I want to accept the code in its current state, I can push the apply migration button. Okay? Applying a migration is actually going to edit the code that is on my disk. The tool is going to go off. If I click that, it's going to say, do you really want to do this? And if you say okay, then you will see down here in your terminal window that it has applied the migrations. It is migrated 48 files. And if we do a quick git diff, we'll see now that there's a whole bunch of changes that have been made to our code. And if we go over to our IDE, we can actually see, if we go up and we click on one of these files here, we might see some changes. So for example, some @required things became required and so on. We actually also see, though, that we have a static error. Okay, so this is the first thing I want to point out about this. The migration tool is not perfect. It's not putting us out of business yet. It does a lot of the mechanical work for you, but it will sometimes get things wrong, or it will sometimes make choices that are not exactly what you would have made if you were migrating the code by hand. The real strength of the tool is doing sort of the mechanical data flow work for you, where you have something which is nullable assigned to something else which is nullable and chasing that down. And here it's gone a little off the rails. So let's see, we only have one error. So let's see how much work is left for us to do if we were running the migration this way. If we go in here, we can see that what it's complaining about is that we have a variable match, and the inferred type of match is string question, and it's being assigned to the parameter of this demo page constructor. And we can see that this demo page constructor, it's a field formal, and it has been migrated to be non-nullable. And yet we are passing a string question as a nullable string. We're passing a nullable value, and that's not allowed. Okay, so this is somewhere where the tool went a little bit off the rails. Basically, this was already marked as @required, and usually the tool assumes that things which are required are not nullable, because that's what they usually are. If we change our mind and we make this nullable, that's fine. This is good so far. That fixes the original error we had, but it introduces a new error because there are other places that this thing is assigned. And now we have to chase through and mark all of the places that this data flows through as also being nullable. And this is the work that the migration tool would otherwise be doing for you, right? It would be doing the work of chasing through all of these places that nullable value reaches and marking them nullable for you. So that's why using the migration tool in general is going to save you a lot of work, because it does a lot of this mechanical stuff. And we can see now that that we have actually that we now have no errors. So we can go over to our app here and we can quit out of it and we can restart it. That's going to take a minute to start up. So let me just point out here a couple more things around here. We have a bunch of informationals now that weren't there before. So what's going on with that? Well, one thing we can see is that there are a whole bunch of assertions which are now not necessary, right? These were assertions that were previously asserting that things that should not be null, that are not allowed to be null, were not actually passed a null value. Well, now that we've migrated this to null safety, the static analysis, the tooling, is sufficient to prevent this from happening. So that the system is telling us that these assertions are essentially dead. When we were running in unsound mode, we might have wanted to keep these assertions around because unmigrated code could violate the guarantees of null safety and still flow null through here. But now that we've migrated this fully to null safety, we don't need these assertions anymore. Another cool thing, if we look in here, if you remember when I started out, I asked the question of whether this case, this switch statement here, needed to handle null. And we can see actually now that the migration tool has figured out for us that we do. In fact, theme mode can be nullable. It has been migrated to be nullable. And I looked through this code and actually found that, yes, null can flow to this location. It turns out that won't crash the app because there's some default logic here. But it's a latent bug in this code that was found by null safety. And if I was editing with this code, I would have been told this right up front. So that's one of the really nice things about working with null safe code that I hope you find valuable. Okay, so we're loading up the app here. It's taking a little bit of time. We have to do a full rebuild. But if we give it a minute. Okay, and we are up and running. So the first thing I want to point out is that we are in fact running with full sound null safety. We've got this little message tells us here, says that we have been successful. And now all of the code in our app is soundly null safe, and the compiler and ourselves can trust that no null values flow to places where they shouldn't, okay? And if we click around in the app here, we actually can see it's running quite fine. That's not always the case. It's possible that you will get new runtime errors. Maybe you added a null assertion operator in a place that it wasn't supposed to, or any of a various number of small things. But in this case, we seem to have ended up in a pretty good spot, and the code is running just fine. So that's pretty cool, right? We basically just took an app, and with one push of a button plus 3 small edits, we got this entire 9,000 lines of Dart code up and migrated and running with full null safety. And it took us, maybe 10, 15 minutes here. And I'm not cheating, by the way. I didn't pull this app down and do a whole bunch of work beforehand to make this easy. This is, I cut out some of the other pieces of the app that I didn't want to work on to get it down to 9,000 lines. But other than that, I just ran this and we're running. So this is really a legitimate example of what it can be like to migrate your code. But we also saw that it didn't necessarily do everything right. And I also will say that the tool is going to be more conservative than you might choose to be. It is trying to get things up and running, and it is trying to minimize the number of things that it makes nullable. But where it has to make a choice, it will sometimes make a choice to make something nullable that you, because you know a little bit more about your app, would be able to make non-nullable. And so if you want to do a careful migration of your code up front, right, you might want to audit the changes that the tool is going to make and guide it to a better result. Fortunately, the tool supports an interactive workflow for doing this, which allows you to tune the output. And this is one of the I think the more powerful ways of using the tool. So we're going to go back and try this again using that interactive workflow. Okay, so let's give it a try. Okay, so if we go back over here to our terminal, we can reset ourselves back to clean state so we can try this again using the interactive workflow. We tried it once, just sort of accepting everything that the migration tool suggested to us and then fixing up anything. Now I want to walk through it again, taking a careful look at the choices that it's going to make. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and run that tool again, okay? And if you recall again, this tool is not going to directly change the code that we have on the disk. It's going to go off and develop its own little view of the world and propose it to us in a preview package. When we use an interactive workflow, we're going to spend time using the tool in our IDE to understand the choices that it's making and to guide the choices that it's making. So how do we guide the choices? Well, there's two ways we can do that. One is we can actually refactor our code so that it's more compatible with null safety. And the other is we can add explicit hints in a way that I'll show you in a minute to the code to guide the tool to a better result. And that's the one I'm going to focus on here, okay? Using hints to guide the output of the tool to get it to produce exactly what we want. So let's take a look at that. Okay, so it's getting its stuff spun up here. And if we take again, remember it's got a little web server, and we take the URL it gives us and just open it up in our browser. And we're once again back into this preview tool, and we can look, we can start poking around in here. So this time I want to focus a little more on using the tool and all of the powerful things that the tool provides for us. So I talked about how in the center here we have our preview pane. And this preview pane is, again, showing us the way the code is going to look after it's migrated. On the disk is the code that currently exists unmigrated, and in this preview pane is the code as it will exist once we migrate. And you can see that because actually it's highlighted here the changes that it's proposing to make in the preview pane. So if we look at each of these, it's adding questions to these type, meaning this is becoming a nullable type. This is a field that it thinks is potentially going to be nullable. And it's also listing over here in this upper right-hand corner, it's listing by category each of the changes it's going to make. So we can see in this file here, it's making quite a few changes. It's proposing to add a lot of non-null assertion operators. We can click on them over here and it'll take us there. These non-null assertion operators are places where we have a nullable thing that we know by invariant is now not null, and we want to extract out the non-null value with a non-null assertion operator, a null check operator. So there's a whole bunch of those in there. I don't want to focus on them right now. So what I suggest when you're using the interactive workflow is that you focus on the types that have been made nullable. So down here, there's a list of just 4 types, 4 places where it has taken a type and made it nullable. The reason I recommend focusing on this is that the choice of nullability in the types is what drives all of the other changes that it makes. All of those null check operators that it's adding because of the choices that it made about nullability. So once you've figured out what the right nullability is for the types, all of those null check operators, you might want to check them, but they basically are mechanically added. They're mechanical. And this is, the power of the tool is that it will do that mechanical work for you. So let's take a look at it. So if we look here, we've got these 4 fields. It is proposing to make them nullable. So is that the right choice? Maybe I know a lot about this code, so I can just say right off the hand, yes or no, that's great. In this case, I'm actually not that familiar with this code. I just pulled this down off of GitHub, so I'm using the tool and using my IDE to explore this. And the tool gives us some very powerful tools. It gives us some very powerful techniques for figuring out why it is making the choices that it's making. So if we click on one of these, we can see down in this right-hand pane, down in the bottom right, a stack of the reasoning that led the tool to make the decision that it made. It's essentially telling you what flow of control and data through the program led it to decide that this should be a nullable variable. And if we walk back through that flow, we can reconstruct very quickly and without having to do a lot of exploring in the code or debugging why it's made it nullable and whether we agree with its reasoning. So let's do that. If we go over here to this little pane here, and we start clicking on the points in the file, well, the top of it is just pointing to the actual field. And then the second thing is saying, well, this field is set in the constructor as a field formal parameter. And this is the constructor that it is set in. Then if we walk back one level, we get to the call to the constructor that is causing it to believe that this should be nullable. Okay, so it's looking here and it's saying open controller is set by being a parameter to the animations constructor here in this other file. And if we walk back one step, we can see that it is decided that in this other state file, OpenController is going to be a nullable parameter. Okay, that seems very reasonable, except if we look in this init, this is part of the init state, it's an init state submethod. Once we get here to this point, the assertions tell us that these 4 fields will always be non-null. So in fact, the animations constructor, even though it looks like it is accepting a nullable value, will never get null. So here is a place where we would like to change the output of the tool by overriding its behavior. We'd like to come in here and say, no, we don't want you to make this nullable, we want you to make this non-nullable. Okay, and the way we can do that, one of the simplest ways, is we can actually use these 2 buttons that the tool gives to us to add a question mark hint, which means make it nullable. Well, we don't need that one because this is already nullable. Or the exclamation point hint, which means, no, make this non-nullable, which is what we want because we want to change it. We want to override it. So we hit that button, and what we see is we see a little comment with a bang in it showing up here on the code. Key point here. This is the one point up until the point that we apply the migration that the tool is actually editing the code on the disk. So if we go over to our IDE, we can see that this IDE, which is looking at the code on the disk, is showing us that this comment has actually been added into the code. And in fact, if we want to, we can add the comments out here. I want all 4 of these to be non-nullable, so I can just go ahead and edit it directly in my IDE. If I wanted to, I could check this code into GitHub. I could spread out this migration over a long time period by just adding annotations and incrementally working on it. And all of these have no effect on the existing code, but they guide the migration tool to a better result. Okay, so if we go back to the tool now, we can rerun the tool. There's this rerun with changes button that we're going to hit. And when we hit that, it's going to look at the comments that have been added, look at any changes to the code, any refactoring you did, and it's going to recompute the set of suggested changes that it's going to make to your code. So it is doing exactly the same work. And our hope here, by adding these non-nullability assertions, is that we're going to make the rest of this code cleaner, right? Okay, so this is the output. If you recall, when we first came into this file, there were a whole bunch of null check operators proposed to be added this, and those were all driven by the fact that these 4 fields were nullable. Now that we have made them nullable, now that we've overridden the choices of the tool, it is not suggesting to add those because they're not needed anymore. So by auditing this and making a few small changes to its choices of non-nullability, we've ended up in a point where the final emitted code is much cleaner. That's what I mean by an interactive work with the tool. We work with the tool to help get it to a better point. It does all the mechanical work of figuring out what flows from these decisions that we make about what things are nullable. Okay. One more example here I want to show of a different kind of tool we can use. So if we go to featurediscovery.dart here, we go into a little bit, we'll see another example of a code pattern which is very common in Flutter, which is a state. This accompanies a stateful widget, and it's a state class. There's a very common pattern here where state classes tend to have fields which are not set in the constructors, but they are set in the init state method. Often, but not always, those fields are never actually intended to be used as null. They just happen to be set a little bit late. Well, Dart null safety has a new feature called late fields, which is exactly intended to support this kind of pattern where you set something later. You don't set it initially to a non-null value, but once you set it, you never reset it to null. So often we want to look at our state classes to see, is this a good place to use a late variable? Okay, so how do we figure that out? Well, I'm going to look at this animations and these overlay fields here, both of which the tool is choosing to mark as nullable. If we look at the reasoning stack here, it's actually not that helpful this time because basically it's just telling us this field is not initialized, so I don't know what to do with it. Sometimes that means we may want to refactor the code to initialize the code in the constructor, but in this case, in this state pattern, we don't get to do that. But what we can do is we can go over here to our IDE, and we can actually start looking around a little bit to figure out whether it is necessary to make these things nullable. There's nothing wrong with making them nullable, but let's see. So if we look at overlay first, and we look at all the uses of overlay, okay, so we use our IDE here to see all the uses. we can see here that actually overlay is almost certainly should be nullable. It is set to null in a place. It uses null aware operators on it. It's checked for null. So something about the logic of this program is requiring overlay to be nullable. So we're not going to change anything about that. Animations, though, if we look at the uses of animations, we can see in one place it is set to a non-null value. The result of a constructor is definitely non-null. And all of the other places that it's used, it's passing it into places that have required parameters that are definitely non-null. So that's a good sign to this for us that this field is never actually really intended to be null, and therefore it's a great candidate to make late. Okay, so how do we make it late? Well, again, we use hints, and here we can just add it directly. We don't have a button in the tool for this, but this is one of these sort of power user hints that you can actually add directly in your code to, again, continue guiding the tool. I'll add a late hint that's going to come back here and tell the tool that when we rerun this code, it should treat animations as a late non-nullable variable and propagate all of the changes that follow through from that. So we'll get rid of a few more of these non-null assertion operators. So that's the basic workflow that we're talking about here when we talk about using the tool in an interactive mode. We look at the changes that the tool is proposing. We think about them either using the preview pane, which gives us information about the reasoning that the tool has made, or we look in our IDE to try and understand whether it's making the choices that we want it to make. And we override any choices that we don't like, and then we rerun it until we finally get something that we like. And then if we want to, we can take all, or again, some of the code and apply the migration to it. So let's go ahead and do that. We can say, well, we've just ported this feature discovery directory. We haven't looked at any of this other code yet. I want to send this out for review, so I'll uncheck everything else, okay? And then I can go ahead and apply the migration. It's going to ask me if I really want to do this. I say yes. It's going to go ahead and rewrite just the code that we just audited here on disk. So we can see here it said it's migrated a few files. It updated our pub spec to say that the whole project is opted in. And then it has marked a whole bunch of files as explicitly opted out because we haven't migrated them yet. And if we start the tool up again, it will tell us, hey, these are the files that are not migrated. These are the files that are migrated. What do you want to do with this? Okay, so that's the workflow. If I wanted to, I could now send feature discovery off for review. I could start in on the next part. I could do the whole thing in one go with a bit of help from the migration tool. We could have this whole app up and running just without a lot of fuss. It might take us an hour or two to get something really tuned and fine. Okay, so a few things that I'd like you to take away from this. First, remember that you should only migrate when all of your dependencies are ready. We really strongly encourage this. And pub outdated -- mode equals null safety will help you figure out if you're ready or not. When pub says you're ready, go for it. If not, you need to wait. Maybe you can help migrate some of those other packages you depend on while you're waiting and get familiar with null safety. Second, when you are ready to migrate, I hope I've convinced you that the migration tool is a great option for speeding up the process. You can try using it in a one-off fashion, the way I did at the start, but we think you'll probably get a better outcome if you work with it interactively, the way we did here at the end. Finally, whether you choose to use the tool or not, I hope it's clear that migrating to null safety isn't a terrifying ordeal. Our experience is that most code is pretty straightforward to migrate, whether you're using the migration tool or just using the IDE, and we've been really quite happy with the result. So thanks for listening. Thanks for being part of the Dart and Flutter community, and happy coding.
When you close the door of a modern car, chances are that the sound you hear is engineered. The latch mechanism is made in a way that makes it sound a little bit more deeper and more vault-like and satisfying. Old cars didn't have that. In this talk, I want to show you how you can make your Flutter apps more satisfying to use. If you want to expand your expertise with some design jobs, this talk might be for you. There's an important concept called perceived value. This is the value of something as it is perceived by the user. A car, for example, is inherently valuable because it can take you from point A to point B in relative comfort. But that's not the whole story, is it? Two cars can both take you from point A to point B in relative comfort, but they don't have the same perceived value. All it takes is something like the sound that the car makes when you close the door. You'll find that the perceived value of a car is often as important as the functional one. Similarly, your app can be functionally amazing, but it could still be, if it feels too bland or flimsy, then people will just not use it as much. The perceived value will be low. Some people will still use it, of course, but others will be put off. On the other hand, just to be clear, if your app or if any app is not valuable at all, if it doesn't have any functional value, then no amount of additional perceived design polish is going to save it. So in this talk, we are assuming that the app has some functional actual value. It's useful. It just needs a little bit of polish. You may be thinking, well, I'm not a designer. How is this relevant? I'm a developer. I don't do this kind of thing. And you're right. You can have a perfectly valuable, good career in software engineering without ever really thinking too much about design. You can just implement whatever the designer tells you to implement, and that's fine. And there's nothing wrong about that. This talk is for people who would like to meet the designer halfway, or people who would like to even bridge the gap between development and design. Or maybe people who want to become the mythical designer-developer. Some people call these developers unicorn developers because they are rare and valuable. Okay, so what are some of the things that you can do in Flutter to make your app more polished? This app, for example, is not polished. It shows the agenda of my talk, starting with car doors and ending with animations, and it even tracks my progress and shows a little congrats card at the end. So let's pretend it's valuable, but its perceived value is pretty low. Let's try and fix that. We'll start with white space. White space is the blank space around elements of your app that make those elements stand out. White space is sometimes perceived by product makers as wasted. It's like, oh, all these precious pixels used just for background? What? But white space is actually really important, and it communicates meaning, hierarchy, and relatedness between elements of your app. So, do we have a widget in Flutter for white space? Yes, it's called padding. That's right. Sometimes just playing around with padding in your app will make a big difference in the perceived value of your app. And this is something that you can do very early on, even if you're just playing with a prototype. It's easy to play with using hot reload, so you can see immediately what the effect is. And again, hot reload will just make it happen. You don't need to do anything more. A related simple thing to white space is alignment. Right? This is nothing more than making sure that elements on your screen are lining up nicely. For example, these paragraphs might look nicer if they line up with the title. Again, this is just padding most of the time, and sometimes using the align widget, for example, if you want to line up to the right. Aligned elements aren't just nice to look at. the alignment also communicates some meaning. The paragraphs belong to the title because visually they're in the same group. Next up, typography. In most apps, text is a big part of the screen. Some apps are basically a vehicle for a lot of text, right? So it's important. So how do we improve typography in our apps? How do we improve the way text looks like? You're looking for consistency and delight. Consistency means that you have only one text theme and then you're using that one text theme throughout the app. You try to keep the fonts, the styles, the sizes to the absolute minimum that still communicates meaning. If you find yourself overriding the text style too often, then that's a good indication that you might not be consistent enough. Just extract the styles into text theme and then use that instead. How do you delight with text though? Well, that depends on the kind of audience that your app is for. Some apps can delight by being minimalist. Others might go for absolute mayhem, just crazy things. Still others, and I think the majority of them, might delight with just the more classical approach of having a good display font for the headlines and then something subtle but interesting for the body text. Don't forget about letter spacing and other typographical measurements. They are there for you to play with, right? For example, the letter spacing of bigger headlines can be much tighter because the increased size of the letters makes up for the decreased readability of the squeezed characters. And the squeezed characters may look much nicer. Line heights, similarly, can be pretty tight in titles, but for body text, they need to be more spaced out so that it's easier to read. Again, hot reload is your friend. You won't get to the right combination on your first try. Trust me. At least I can't. This stuff needs iteration. Next, let's look at colors. Once again, there's a lot you can achieve just by being consistent. So find a palette and stick to it. Finding a good color palette is actually pretty hard. Again, especially for me, it's super hard. But there are online resources, there are actually online tools that can help you, and there are tutorials and articles. You can also get inspired by art and fashion and architecture and what have you. When you have a palette, just use it in your material themes theme data and then use it around your app. So you can specify each color in that material themes data, or you can just specify some of the basic colors and let material theme guess the good complementary colors from that. I recommend using material color swatch, which is just a fancy way of saying it's a color and 9 of its other shades. From a primary color, material theme then can guess some of the other little things, like for example, the color of text selection in your app. But of course, you can always override to your heart's content and you can make the text selection whatever color you want. Material theme has also the concept of accent color. This is the kind of color that you want to use sparingly, but that adds a lot more life to your design. If you don't have that, then the app could look a little too bland. But again, use it sparingly. Like with red roses in a room, that looks great, but if you have a room that is completely red, that may not be such a good idea. If you have a brand or visual to work with, then of course use that. That's best. Anyway, there's a lot to be learned about color, of course, but you'll get a long way by just being consistent. Next, iconography. A nice, well-placed image makes a huge difference in the perceived value of your app. These can be photographs, illustrations, splats of color, what have you. Don't underestimate the power of adding a single image to your app and placing it prominently on the screen. Also, don't forget to make the image match the rest of the design, or vice versa, match the rest of the design to the image. Like here, I noticed that there's a subtle gradient on the image, and so I copied it to the background of my app. So first of all, there's no discontinuity, and it also just looks nicer. So far we looked at white space, typography, color, and iconography. So basically padding, text, color, and image, right? Even with just these very basic, simple elements, you can make your app look much nicer. But let's not stop there. One of the coolest things you can do with an app is make it move. Let's talk about animations. Well, actually, first, let's talk about the basics of motion. You want a car to fly from the top to the center of the screen. What do? Well, you use something like slide transition or animated position, and you're done, right? Wrong. You see, by default in Flutter, these kinds of widgets that move around things default to curves.linear. This is an obvious default because Flutter can't know what you want, but it's also a pretty bad default to keep as is because you almost never want curves.linear to move things around. Once again, you should use hot reload and experimentation to find out what's best for you. But most of the time, a good subtle ease out or ease in curve will work. In our case, you can see how curves.easeOutCubic made a huge difference. And you can now see how the linear curve looks really weird and unnatural. People, when they see movement like that in apps, they can't put their finger on what exactly is wrong. They just know it's wrong. Well, what's wrong in this case is that we're using the linear curve. There's no acceleration. It just starts moving in constant speed and then stops immediately. And nothing in the real world moves like that, so it feels unnatural. Okay, so now we have this animation there where a card comes from the top and it's not linearly animated, which is great. Can we make it a little cooler, a little more satisfying? So just sliding is fine, but we can also animate in the other stuff. Like, for example, we can make the confetti icon show up and then we can track out the text below. If we try that and animate everything at once, the result is actually terrible, I think. Instead of making the animation look cooler, it's just all muddled and confusing. There's a concept called staggered introduction. When you're introducing new elements to the UI, you don't want to show everything at once. You stagger their animations. You space them out. So how do you do this in Flutter? Well, there's a great article on flutter.dev called Staggered Animations, and you should just go check it out. It's really good and it has code in it that you can immediately use. In short, this is done using Interval. Interval is a class that you can use in combination with Animation Controller. And so for the whole introduction, using all these elements, like, for example, our sliding card and the icon and the text, you use a single animation controller that runs for the whole duration. And then for each of the sub animations, you use interval. For example, an interval like this will do nothing for the first 50% of the whole animation controller's duration. And then between the 50% mark and the 60% mark, it will do the whole thing, and then it will be at rest for the rest of the animation. you can combine this with another sub animation, and another part of the thing will use a different interval that can be overlapping with the first one. And in this way, you can orchestrate this ballet of animations. At the end, you'll have this app that comes to life, like things are starting to come up to life. So, is this great design? Probably not. I don't think so. I'm not a designer, but it's better than this, right? And I spent about 3 hours doing this, including lunch, instead of days of back and forth with a designer. Now I can ask an actual designer about ways to improve what I already have, and I have the vocabulary to talk to them about these things. By the way, I want to say that the code for this app, both before and after, will be available on GitHub, and I'll make sure it's accessible so you can play around with it and ideally make it even nicer, because I would really like that. In conclusion, here's what you learned today. Even without being a full-blown designer, you can still make your apps more satisfying to use. This will increase the perceived value of your app. More people will be installing it, more people will be keeping using it, and research shows people will even think it's more user-friendly just by looking at it. As I said before, if your app doesn't have any actual value, then no amount of design polish will save it. But on the other hand, don't let a perfectly functional, valuable app be overlooked by the users just because it doesn't have that, satisfying element. This additional perceived value of your app will in turn make you more valuable. If you're able to build apps that people value more, then that's going to be good for your career. So learn about the basics of design, color theory, typography, psychology, sociology, and use all that in your Flutter development. Think of yourself as a maker, not just a coder, a designer-developer. Thanks for watching.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zoe. I am a product manager on the Flutter team.
And I'm Andrew from Flutter's Developer Relations team.
Thank you for joining our breakout session. We're here today to show you how you can monetize your Flutter apps. If you watched the keynote earlier, you probably already knew that we announced open beta for the Google Mobile Ads SDK for Flutter. And that's what we're going to focus on today. But I just want to quickly mention that in addition to ads, there are 2 other ways to monetize your mobile apps. For example, you can always charge for your app in the App Store. Another option will be in-app purchase. You can allow your user to buy extra content or features such as game currency through in-app purchase. We also have a plugin for that on pub.dev. Today, we're going to be focusing on ads because we have this new ads integration that we're excited to tell you about. During the keynote today, we announced the Google Mobile Ads SDK for Flutter is now open for beta. In this brand new plugin, we now support a wide variety of ad formats. For example, an overlay banner, which is usually a rectangle ad at the top and bottom of the device screen. Second, an inline banner. Actually, it's just another variation of the banner ads, but the main difference here is that the overlay banner is floating on top of a Flutter view, but the inline banner allows you to integrate it into the widget tree so the ads can appear inline with app content. Next is interstitial. These are full-screen ads that cover the whole screen of your app. These ads work great when you place them at natural breaks and transitions in your app. For example, you can place them after the user completes a level in a game. We also support rewarded video. These are ads that reward users for watching short videos. Last but not least, we're also supporting native ads. Native ads are highly customizable, so you can design them to match the look and feel of your app content. This allows you to provide a seamless ads experience with minimal interruptions to the app. Moreover, another highlight of this new plugin is that we're now unifying support for both Ad Manager and AdMob. For those of you who are not familiar, AdMob and Ad Manager are two different ad services. Generally speaking, small to medium-sized publishers prefer AdMob because it's an easy-to-use solution. Google Ad Manager is an ad management platform for large publishers who have significant direct sales and need more advanced features. That being said, no matter what size publisher you are, our new plugin is able to tailor to your scenarios. When it comes to mobile code, AdMob and Ad Manager are very similar in terms of implementation. So for today's demo, we will use an AdMob ad as an example. Before we get started, here's some ads terminology I would like to clarify. First, ad unit. Ad unit represents a single place in your app where you want to show an ad. If you have an app with 3 screens and you want to show a banner on each screen, then you need to create 3 ad units so you can control them independently. Next, ad format. We already talked about it earlier. You can choose between a banner ad, an interstitial, rewarded video, or native ad. Ad request. When your app loads an ad, it sends an ad request to the server. You can use this object to provide additional information that can be used when selected. Last but not least, test ad. Once you implement an ad, you definitely want to test it. But it's important to enable test ads during development so you can click on them as much as you want without the clicks actually being recorded. Because if you click on too many ads without being in a test mode, there is a risk that your account might be flagged for invalid activity, and you don't want that to happen. The good thing is that Google does provide test ad units. These ad units are not associated with your account at all, so there's no risk of your account generating invalid traffic when using them. Okay, now you have enough of ads terminology. We can get started. For today's demo, Andrew and I are going to show you an app we created in our spare time. Let me tell you more about it. Both Andrew and I are parents, so we created this app called The Big List of Parenting Jokes. It was so much fun that we wanted to share it with the entire world. But we soon realized that we have to pay for the maintenance cost, the servers, etc. So we like to monetize the app via ads. That way, the app can be free to download. In order to load an ad in your app, the first step is to create an ad unit. Actually, in order to do so, you will first need to create an AdMob account. You can follow the link below to create an account. To save some time, I have already created an AdMob account. After you log in, you will navigate to the left and click Apps in the sidebar. Here, we want to create a brand new app, so you will now click Add App. Let's first create an Android version of our app. Select Android as the platform. Select No, because we haven't published it yet. Let's fill in a name. The Big List of Parenting Jokes. Select Add App. Okay, now you see there are 2 tasks for you to complete. The first one is to set up an appads.txt for the app. That's a mechanism that lets you leverage your business website for some extra security. It's a good thing to use, but since we're focused on mobile app right now, I'm going to skip past it. Now let's move on to create an ad unit. For the ad format, I'm going to pick banner because banner is probably the easiest one to start with. Later, Andrew can show you how to display an overlay banner versus an inline banner in the code. Now let's enter a name for this ad unit. Let's call it a demo ad. Well, you know what? The name is kind of boring. I'm just going to call it a fun ad. Here we go. Click Create Ad Unit. Hooray! Now you have your first ad unit. But don't forget, you only create an Android version at this point. Let's repeat the same step to create an iOS one. Let's hit Done, go to Apps in the sidebar, Add App, select iOS this time, click No, hit Continue, put the app name there, click Add App, create an ad unit. Select the banner again, give it a name, click Create Ad Unit. Cool. Now we have 2 ad units, one for each platform. Now Andrew is going to show us how we can load them in our Flutter app. Over to you, Andrew.
Thanks, Zoe. All right, so here I am with my running app. It displays a list of jokes that I like to tell my daughter. As you can see, my design skills aren't that sophisticated, but my comedy is pure gold, right? So that's why Philip did the talk on design touches, and I'm doing this one. Let's take a quick look at the code. I have a hard-coded list of joke data here in a file called data.dart. In main.dart, I have a stateless widget that represents my app, and another widget for the screen itself, which uses a scaffold and list view to display a row for each joke in the list. So I've got my app. Zoe and I made the decision that these jokes need to be brought to the whole world, so I'm going to use ad-based monetization from AdMob to make that possible. The first step is to get the Ads SDK integrated into my project. I can do that by adding a line to my pub spec for the Google Mobile Ads plugin. This plugin has support for iOS and Android. While I'm in here, I'm also going to throw in a line for Provider, which is a package you may already know. It makes distributing data down the tree with inherited widgets a little cleaner and easier. Now, I just need to do a pub get and a full rebuild of my app, and I'll have those packages and the native code that comes with the plugin. Now, once that native code is initialized, some of it's going to look around for an AdMob application ID.
I just registered 2 of those.
Yep, and I need to add them to my underlying Android and iOS projects. First, let me open the manifest for my Android project. I just need to add a little XML element within the application tag to hold that ID as metadata. You'll see there's a particular name for the metadata, and don't worry about memorizing that because it's included in the plugin instructions. Okay, so that's Android. Now for iOS. I need to update the info.plist file that's part of my app's iOS Runner subproject. The Flutter plugin for IntelliJ has this handy shortcut for opening Xcode, which I will now use. Then I add a new row to the plist file called GAD application identifier. And again, don't memorize that because it's in the instructions. And then I give it a string value and I paste in my iOS application ID. Cool. So now no matter which platform I'm building for, Android or iOS, the SDK will know right where to find the correct ID. Speaking of SDKs, now's a good moment to point out that the Google Mobile Ads plugin references the same native mobile ads SDKs that you'd use for any other iOS or Android app. So the 2 places you just saw me adding ID values are the same as you would use for any other iOS or Android app, whether it's built with Flutter or not. Okay, so now I need to update my app's Dart code to take advantage of these new capabilities. Let's start right up here in main. Before I do anything ads related, I need to initialize the mobile ads SDK. For simplicity's sake, I'd like to do that right when my app starts running. Because that initialization involves Dart talking to native code, I need to make sure Flutter's method channel service is running. And the way to do that is by calling widgetsflutterbinding.ensureInitialized. You may be looking at that line and thinking, I've used plugins before and never in my life have I had to do anything with whatever the heck that method is. And you'd be right. Run app will actually call this for you when it executes. But because I want to use a plugin before calling run app, I need to do it myself to avoid a runtime error. Okay, so here's the initialization call, which returns a future. It's important to wait for that future to complete before doing anything that involves ads. Sitting and waiting before calling run app isn't a great idea though. So instead, I'll create a little class to hold data about my ads integration and use provider to make it available to the widgets further down the tree. So I'll make a new file called addstate.dart, and inside I'll create a little model class. First thing it'll need is a property for the future, and I can take that in via the constructor. Also, I can stick my ad unit IDs in this class.
I registered 2 of those as well.
Right. As we saw earlier, Zoe created 1 banner ad unit for Android and 1 for iOS. Since I'm working on my app right now, though, and you should always use test ads when you're working on your app, I'm going to use the dedicated test ad units for banners on iOS and Android. There's actually a page in the AdMob documentation that lists these ad units for each platform and format. And they always serve test ads, which makes them great when you're coding. So I'll add a little platform check here and return the right ad unit for each one. Now, back in my main method, I can create one of these little objects and give it the future from the mobile ads plugin. Then wrap my application widget with a provider and use the value constructor to make my ad state object available to any widget that needs it. All right, now, if I do a rebuild of my application, you will see that I have changed absolutely nothing that's visually discernible. But that's okay. It's up and running with the SDK, and now I can load and display an ad. There are lots of ways to make room in an app's UI to display a banner. However, I am but a humble dad joke author, so I'm going to start with one of the simplest, just a single banner at the bottom of the screen. First, I'll wrap my list view in a column. Then I can add a sized box at the bottom. I'll give it a height of 50. There are a bunch of standard sizes for banner ads, but 320 by 50 is definitely the most common. Now, I just need to add an expanded widget around the list view to make sure it fills all the remaining space in the column. And now I can hot reload again. And you see, there's now a little space below my list view for a banner. And the list view still scrolls nicely within its viewport. All right, let's load an ad. In order to track the state of an ad as it loads, I need a stateful widget. So I'll convert joke list screen to be stateful, and the plugin helps me here. And now I can add a field for a banner ad. This object represents a single banner ad placement within the application. The remaining work for me is about loading an ad into this placement and using the aptly named ad widget to integrate it into the widget tree so my users can see it. Okay, first up is loading an ad. I need to make sure initialization is complete before I do that. So I'll override did change dependencies in the state object. This method is called anytime one of the inherited widgets on which a state object depends gets changed. It's also run just after init state the first time a state object is created, but before build, so it's a good spot for any non-trivial work you need to do that requires a build context. First, I need to call the superclass method. Next, I'll grab the ad state using provider. Then I can use then to add a function to be executed when that future completes. Inside, I'll call setState and instantiate a banner ad object. It needs an ad unit ID, which I can also get from ad state, and a size. I'll use ad size.banner, which is 320 by 50. Next up is an ad request, and I'll just need a plain one, but this object allows you to set flags and parameters that are used when the server selects an ad. If I were using Google Ad Manager here rather than AdMob, I might want to set keywords to help the server select from several different ad campaigns that I'd set up beforehand. The last parameter I need is an ad listener object. This is a class that exposes a bunch of callbacks that the ads plugin will call in response to events. I could define one here, but a better place would be back in ad state. I can create a getter for a listener right here. And for the actual instance, you know how we've all seen those cooking shows on YouTube where someone starts a recipe for like a giant roast turkey? This is going to take about 3 hours to cook, but I just so happen to have one here that I started 3 hours ago. Well, consider the following pasted in code to be my giant roast turkey, because it's large and easy to understand. Actually, it's only 15 lines, so maybe a roast chicken, but it is good code. This is a simple ad listener that just logs all the events that can take place. There's one for an ad loading, for instance, and one that's called when someone taps on an ad and leaves the app for a browser. You could use that one to stop background work if you happen to be running some. Anyway, I provide that listener from my ad state object right here. And that's it. Now I just need to call load, which I'll do using the cascade operator. This is a neat little Dart trick. It calls the method but instead of returning the result, it returns the object on which the method was called. Cool. So now I've got this closure here that will execute once ads are initialized. And it's going to create a banner ad and call set state. All that's left now is to display that ad. So let me go back to my build method and change the bit at the bottom to use an if then. Ever since Dart 2.5, we've been able to use if-else statements and for loops inside lists. So I can put a null check on banner ad here and return the sized box if the ad hasn't been created, or put in a container with the same height if it is. Then inside the container, I'm going to use an ad widget to display my banner ad. Okay, let me go ahead and hot restart, and there's my test ad. I can tap on it and open a browser with the destination URL, come back, and you can see in my log that the listener is receiving and printing out ad events properly.
Awesome. So I guess we're done now. Thanks, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed this talk.
Wait, we haven't gotten to the cool part yet.
Okay, just kidding. Please go ahead and be cool.
Thanks, and I wish people would say that to me more. As some of you may know, there's been an AdMob plugin for Flutter for a while. I actually worked on it a bit when I was on the ads team. That's how I got hooked on Flutter in the first place. What's new about this version is that the ads are integrated into the widget tree. Previously, they were displayed with native views that floated on top of whatever Flutter rendered. They were two completely different systems, so you couldn't put a banner in a column like I just did, and you definitely couldn't put them in a scrolling list of widgets. Now, though, you can, and I'm going to show you how and turn my dad joke business up a notch. First up, I'll need more than one banner. So what I'm going to do is remove the banner ad property, and instead keep track of a list of items, one for each row in the list, and they'll be either a joke or a banner. Then in init state, I'll start with a copy of the list of jokes. So now I've got a new list, and inside did change dependencies. Instead of creating one banner ad, I'll loop through the list, back to front, and drop in banner ads every so often. Let's say to start a few from the end, make sure I stop at 1, so there's no chance to have an ad first in the list, and I'll put in one banner every 10 items. Now, I just use insert at that index, and I keep the same banner ad constructor and load method from before. So, instead of loading one banner ad, I'm loading a few at once, and keeping track of where they should be displayed in the list. Cool. So now in my build method, I can remove the column and expand it and the if-else and go back to something much simpler. First, I need to change item count to use that new list. And then I change the item builder to check the type of the item. And return a joke row if it's a joke, or a container and ad widget if it's a banner ad. Okay, I made a bunch of changes to the state object, so let's do a hot restart instead of a hot reload. And there we go. I've got an ad on the screen, and it scrolls right along with the rest of my list. There's some other ads below, and you can see they disappear under the app bar just like any other widget. But I can still tap on a banner ad, and just like before, go to the browser, come back, no problem. This, to me, is the best feature in this new version of the plugin. Being able to monetize with ads in a way that feels more natural and less obtrusive goes a long way to maintaining a good user experience. Also, let me pull up an Android emulator and build my app again. This is a Flutter event, which means I'm talking to a multi-platform audience, and I know you're curious. And so here you can see the same app running on Android with no code changes required. I'm monetized on both platforms.
Thank you, Andrew. In this breakout session, we have shown you how you can implement banner ads in your app. But there are a lot more features we didn't get a chance to cover in this short session, and we strongly encourage you to take a look. The Google Mobile Ads SDK for Flutter is available on pub.dev for you to download and try today. Please follow the link below for detailed documentation. By the way, we also designed a collab. Please give it a try. We hope this new plugin will help you unlock more revenue growth for your Flutter apps. Thank you for joining us today. Bye-bye now.
Thanks, everybody.
Hello guys, welcome to the Randa camp. My name is Daniel. Today we will build this great image. I hope you hear me well. Please give some pluses to the chat and we will start. First of all, I would like to ask you, please share the link to this workshop with your social media account. Maybe something like stories, do some post, maybe Facebook, maybe Instagram, maybe somewhere else. Put this link to this workshop on some groups where you read about 3D graphics. This will help us to share our information, because for us really important to do this for you. Okay, today we will build this image. I will try to explain my point of view, how we should think to when we start work with a real project, with some interesting project, but not every time we understand what exactly we should do, how our project will look in the end. That's why I will work today exactly with the long explanation of this, how I build the real project using reference. Of course, I will start with we will work during 2 hours, I think, and we will do every step of doing this project. We will model it. We will work with the reference. We will build the main model. We will do the lighting. We will work with the colors. We will work basic colors. We will work with the shaders. We will work with the post-production. I think we will. I mean about post-production, because this is not important thing in my pipeline. I'm work with the full 3D graphics, not with not a lot of post-production, maybe a little bit of contrast, maybe a small color correction. That's all. So let's start to work with. First of all, you should understand this project was made by me exactly for this workshop. This is not my design. This is a design of American designer, if I remember right, and this guy this is interior designer, and I take this of course not this image. I take this image from his website. Probably I found it on the Pinterest, and later I do the not this, maybe I little bit mistake. Yeah, this one, that was a reference. How we work with the reference when we work with the real project. This is a good answer. Of course, first of all, we work with the floor plan of the building. Yeah, and we receive something like this, maybe without colors, but never mind. And first of all, we need to decide where exactly we will put the camera, because if we put camera, if we don't, the work can be longer for us. And we will try to find this camera in the end of the project, and this is not good for whole pipeline of the work. So in the very beginning of the work, we should have a list of the cameras, and we should understand how many cameras we will give to our client in the end of the work. So that means, for example, here's nice place, and that means we should put camera somewhere here and do some image from this point. Here is some bar or something like this, and that means we should put the camera here and do the image something like this. For example, this is nice place here. This is not the floor plan of this project I show you before. This is just floor plan. That means we should find nice points on our floor plan and work with them. Not just building whole project and try to find nice camera position. This is, of course, this is a mistake. That's why we should understand which area we should show in the very beginning of the working of the project. I hope you understand my point. And later, when we understand which areas we should show to client of our client, we try to find the reference for each of them. Of course, when we work with the reference, work will go much faster because we understand what exactly we will need to have in the end. Because I think you understand me well. When sometimes you think this project I can finish this project in a 2 weeks, for example, but project goes during 4 months, something like this. This is usual situation, yeah, and that's why R exists, because you don't agree with your clients what exactly you will have in the end of your work. If you agree, we will have this, for example, 4 renders. You have possibility to work with each of them, and client understand what exactly he will receive in the end, and you understand where will the finish of the work, something like this. I hope that you understand. Okay, and when you decide all these points, you can go to find the reference. Sometimes I hear something like, but I try to find the reference, this is difficult, I didn't find anything, and I start to work without it. This is very usual situation, but this is this situation happens because you have not enough experience to finding references. That means you should work with this experience, of course, and of course every time you should try to find the reference, because reference, this is explanation how your image should looks in the end, which mood are existing on this reference. And of course you can show this reference to your client and ask him, is it right mood we need to have in the end of the work? If your client will say something like, yes, this is exactly what I need to have sunny day, I would like to show the place around the pool or something like this, you agreed and you can start the work. But if your client say something like, no, this is not what exactly I need, you will you receive easiest version of your time spent in process. That means you don't did not right work, already did it. So that means of course decide what your client want to receive in the end much faster than do this and show to your client and receive the answer. That is not what exactly I need. I hope you understand my point. Okay, let's go. This is my main ideas, and I always use the reference in my work. Okay, let's go to the Max. Yes, we will work with 3D Max and Corona Render. I hope you hear this well. First of all, I put here reference, just like background. Yeah. F10, press F10. Of course, I use a lot of hotkeys, and they give me opportunity to work faster. Which resolution here? I will copy this resolution to 3D Max. I have second screen on the right side. Something like this. Here's a K. I will work with a little bit different viewport, something like this. This is I like this type of viewports. Oh, unfortunately, I should do it before. I can off grid. I don't need it for sure. And here I will start. Yeah. First of all, I should build this scene. How it works. Of course, I can take from another scene, but I will not do this because you have because you will do the same in when you will work with your own project. So I hope it will help you to do the same with your real project. How I will do this at all? First of all, I should know some dimension from this scene. For example, this armchair. Maybe this not armchair. I'm not sure. I didn't find this model of the sunbed. That's why I'm not sure the final dimension. But I think this is something like 20, maybe 25 centimeters high, and maybe 1.6 meters long, because this is not looks like 2 meters sunbed. This looks like long armchair. As for me, of course, I can be mistaken. Okay, and here I will start the work. Top, front, yeah. Oh, yeah, one more thing. Of course, in the beginning of the work, I should check the unit setup and check the. I use metric system and millimeters here, and for architecture, I always use centimeters here. A little bit useful. Let's start. Here I will use something like 20, 200 millimeters at 20 centimeters. Let be 80, 800, and 160 late. Yeah. Okay. And I will try to. Oh, here is orthographic. I should change it to perspective and put it somewhere here. And of course, I will try to work with the perspective match. Let's try to put it somewhere here in the place where I have the sunbed on the image. For example, here. Yeah, perspective match. And of course, I always remember a photographer can use some can fix some perspective troubles in the post-production, of course. And of course, this can be just part of the image. I understand this too. That means, of course, in this image can be some mistakes, not real camera position. But I understand this, and I will fix this during my work. Something like this, something like this. Pretty good. I will check it here. Here is a little bit not correct. Here is better. Red line should be horizontal, blue line should be vertical. That's enough, I think. But frontal frames always not so easy. Yeah, you should correct them. Now I push Ctrl C that build the camera from this view, and this is okay for during the work, for continue work. Yeah. Let's see which camera angle I have here. 44. This is, I think, a little bit too much for this for architecture, because 44, this is pretty thin angle. But never mind, I will try to build the pool, and I will try to understand, is it real situation or not? For example, with I understand from this Vulcan rod, something like 2 meters, maybe less, maybe more, maybe 2 meters with a half, maybe 1 with a half. This is not wide pool for kids, maybe something like this. That means I should check this. That's why I convert this model to the editable poly, and I will add here some connect. Yeah, and I will move this line to this place. And here I understand I have less than 2 meters. This looks like real, and I can have can build second line here. Move it exactly here. Be careful with do not move it up or down. Be careful. Everything should be flat. Yeah. Yes, here is good. But I'm not sure I have so big distance from sunbed to these rods. Maybe half of meter, but I'm not sure more. Can I move it a little bit in front of this? Yes, I can, because here is reflection of the sunbed. Can it be like this? Yes, for sure, yes. Let's try to work to go next step. For example, I will copy it. I will put it somewhere here. I see some little bit different perspective, but of course I understand. Somebody can roll this sunbed, something like this, and this is not. This sunbed shouldn't be exactly directly parallel with the for example pool. Yeah. Let's work with the next point with the building, because I understand. Oh, one more thing, one important thing. I should turn on the vertical perspective control. Yeah, this one. And of course, I should little bit move my sunbeds and pool to another position. Somewhere here. Oh, of course. Okay. I will delete and make new one, because this is faster than change faster to do from the scratch than change something. Okay, I will convert it again. I will add it. I will add here new lines. I will add 2 lines. It still looks good. Yeah, but I think I should move it a little bit closer to me, to us. Yes, that looks much better for me. And of course, I should think: is it okay to put camera here? For example, how wide can be this pool? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So little bit more than 10 meters long. Of course, it can't be, because sometimes it can be like 2 meters, and this is probably less than should be. And it can be like, I mean model. After perspective match, it can be like 1,000 meters. And of course, this is more than we need. You should be careful with this. Let's go next to check the height of the building. 4 with a 5, so that is I think that is okay. Of course, this is not 2 meters with a half like usual flat, but this is not a usual flat. So let's go to the next point. I will do this wall higher, maybe to this point. That is okay. Yeah, 10 meters, why not? I will do it wider. I will do it deeper, and maybe a little bit. I see this line, so right now I know where the building finished. Something like here. But of course, this is not one line, because here is columns, and this part of the facade a little bit deeper. So this is not important right now, of course. We need to just be careful with the logic. Okay, let's go next. What's next? Next, this wall, I think we can try to build it somewhere here. Maybe not exactly here, maybe deeper. I think this dimensions should be bigger because of trees. We need to have a lot of space for add here these trees. Yeah, so that looks good, I think. Do you like this? Please give me some noise, please, on the chat. Please, you ask me to make it a little bit loudy. I can do it a little bit loudy. I was asking in the beginning, do you hear me well? Please give me your opinion about it. Hello from Philippines. Hello. Maybe you can write where are you from, guys, on the chat. It will be nice for us. We will understand who listens us right now. Let's do it like this. Let's front. Yeah, like this. And I will make small hill here. Something like this. Let it be. And of course I will make it longer because I need this is something like end of the hill or something like this. Ukraine, India, Brazil, Kiev, Ukraine, Iran, Morocco, Saudi Arabia. Hello, Bangladesh, Ukraine, India, Colombia, Bangladesh. Nice to meet you guys. Okay, let's do something. Let's go next. Of course, everything here I like, and I should add here some circle. I will add it here. I think I will make it a little bit bigger. I understand he stands exactly in between of these sandbags. Maybe closer to this one. Maybe not so big, a little bit smaller, maybe higher, something like this. Let's leave it in this, in here. Okay, let's change the render because I have another render like by default. Okay, I will add here something like Chrono Legacy, and I will add this shader to whole scene. I will do it a little bit grayer. I will start with a 70. I will, every time I add a little bit of reflection, something like this one, and I will make it less. Something like glossiness I will make less, something like 0.6. That's okay. That will be my gray material. Exactly this. Not 120. This is a very important thing. Just 70. 70, maybe 60, 80, something like this. But not less. And not higher. Okay, let's go next. Next, we need to build the trees, I think, because we need to... I think we need to... Maybe with the pool, because he is big. I will make it fast, just simple hole in the middle of the ground. Just for beginning, of course. I will make it with a... Okay, I think I don't need this box, but I will work with it later. Something like this. And second point, this is my building and the trees. First of all, I will work with the building because this is big thing, but not so important in our frame, because our frame talks have story not about building. Building, this is some additional information, you know, some side information. Of course, this frame about the pool and about rest around the pool. So we should work exactly with it. That means building not the main object here. That's why I work with Quixel Bridge with Megascans models. When you will work with your real project, of course, your architect will give you some special model of your real project. Right now, I don't have any reason to build some special architecture. This is about mood. That's why I just use these bridge models. I will download, upload, I think, this model, exported successfully. That means I will wait. Italy, Dnipro, India, Cambodia, Mexico, Turkey. Nice to meet you guys, really. I'm glad to see you here. And welcome to the Randa camp. Okay, I will move it here. Maybe I change the color because it will be helpful for me a little bit later. Let's add here another model. For example, the balcony. Brazil. What else? Maybe something. No, just this. I probably not remember what exactly I will. I was take last time when I did this project. But this is not so important. I will work with this. I think this will be enough. I will add the balcony here, another color here. Of course, I will move the balcony higher. Of course, I will move all of these objects somewhere here. Let's rotate almost all of them 90 degrees. I always use capturing by 5 degrees. 45, this is too much. 1 is too not comfortable to work with. 1. This is corner, yeah. Okay, I don't need it. This is a column. I think I will use it later. This is part of the wall. Of course, I will use it later too. Okay, let's work with this object. I think I will move it a little bit back. Yeah, of course I will make it bigger because I have bigger windows. And probably this is not window. Never mind for me right now. I will make it bigger like this. Of course, if I will have real architecture, I will add this real architecture here first of all, but I don't. That's why I work with this element. I will make it bigger too, little bit. Yeah, I will put it on the top of this architectural element. And I think I will move it in front of this door or something like this. And I think no, maybe bigger, because I would like to have good proportion, I think. Yeah, that looks good, better than before. And let's make it transparent with the Alt X. Yeah, let's add here column, some column. Let's check with which proportion I will copy this number. I will add here the same number. Okay, that helps me a little bit easier connect this column to this wall, something like this. Yeah. if I need add the wall here, but probably I'm not sure I need have this wall because I can copy these columns, something like this, or maybe not columns, maybe. Oh, one more thing, maybe like this one. Yeah, it will be, I think, better. Okay, that looks good. And I will have a place for add here flowers on the wall. That's good for the scene. Of course, I will copy this, both of these elements, I think. I think that's enough for our scene. I will delete this wall I have before. That's enough. That's enough for me for this scene. Of course, this is not exactly architecture on the reference, but I don't need it. I need to receive. I need to do this mood of the image so fast as I can. To start work with my real geometry of the project. Okay, let's work with the pool, because we have here a lot of additional objects. I think I will start with I will delete all of these. I will add here a few connections like this. I will add chamfer here, not big, not small. Triangle, 20. Let it be 25, 5 centimeters. That's okay. And of course, I will add here some input, because I would like to add some small geometry here. Do you see this seam? That means I need to do it. And one more thing, guys. Of course, I will answer all your questions, but in the end of the workshop, okay? Because if I will broke the path of things, we will try to find it long time. I think that is okay. And I think here will be our pool. Not here, probably not here, because I would like to add here one more line. Yeah, for sure, yes. I forget about it. Let's connect here. Do you know a few companies, a few publics give me award for this work? Probably I do it exactly for this workshop, but they do this for me. I'm pretty glad to receive it, but of course I'm glad to receive it. Let's do it in this way. Is it okay right now or not? No. I will add one more insert here. Yeah. That's enough. With a shift, I will go down something like 5 centimeters, maybe more, little bit more. Yes, of course. Now it's better. I will add here a few stairs. Not so much, something like maybe 2, maybe 3. I think this is enough. Something like this. Something like this. And of course I will add one more stair. Of course I will move them a little bit later. And of course I can work only with this level without these lines. I don't need them here. By angle, something like half of meter for kids, just for kids. Maybe 35 centimeters. Yeah. Here's enough. I think here should be something like let's change the color. Maybe blue. Yeah, will be better. One with a half. Yeah, that's okay. I will move this minus 35, yeah. And maybe here I will make it deeper. Maybe stairs I will make longer. This is probably not enough, not so important right now, because when we will add water, we will see this, how deep it should be. And of course, I will add I will do something like maybe from the top. It will be more accurately. And I will check the dimension on the bottom of my screen. I will add here something like 500 oh, I have a reference, of course. I will use exactly this dimension. From another side, the same. And here I will add the same size of the border. Yeah, here it looks like nice. Turn off this. Here I can make some smart thing. I will do the ring, I will do connect, and with the control I will go to polygon. It will be easier to choose all of these connections, polygons. Extrude minus, never mind how much, minus stuff, 100 minus stuff. And I can delete, for example, this one. This will looks better, I think. That's okay. And later I will, why later? I can add here right now water. For example, from this place. And for example, to this place. Yeah. Later, I will connect it to editable poly and go down. Something like this. Of course, I need to have water a little bit higher than pool, because it should goes from this place to this place. Yeah, something like here. Okay. Water should be bigger than the pool. This is my shaders of the building. Of course, I will use it. I will add new view building. Okay, and I will add here exactly these shaders from this model, and from this model. Okay, here I will add some water shader. It will be like usual glass, nothing special for now. And of course I will put here this glass material. Okay. What's next? Next is I think I need to add here this these elements. This is not so important for this image, I'm pretty sure. You know, I will not add it here. I think you probably know how to do this. I don't want to spend so much time to do this. I will put here some rectangle, and this is enough. Maybe box. Yeah, and of course that means ground should be lower, maybe 5 centimeters lower, maybe minus 50 millimeters. And here I can make, maybe divide this box to the 2 different boxes now. Something like this. It looks more detailed. Okay, here I will add the high. Yeah, it looks should look like this. And of course I don't need the ground between the pool, but one important thing. I will add here grass. That's why I don't need the grass in the middle of the pool. Not in the middle, of course, but in the middle of the sidewalk. Let's work with a 3. Yeah, that looks good. That looks better. And of course, I will delete here this smoothing because this I don't like it. I will add just smoothing, auto smooth. That's enough. Yeah. Not turbo smooth. This is just smoothing groups. Okay, I don't need this grid. That's why I delete them. What's here? Some mistake now? No, everything's okay. Of course, I will add here some our gray material. This one. Okay. Here is some additional object. I don't need them. I think everything is okay right now. Technically, that is exactly what I need. Next step, that is trees. Yeah, let's add here the trees. Of course, I will show what the trees I use. I will tell you all of these trees is trees from the Max 3 models. Library number 15, 80, 77. I just bought 97. This is pretty fresh. And the old one with the grass, it's 20. So I will upload to my scene some of these models. I will upload this one from this model. Here I upload, I don't remember which of these models, but I think this one. That was my bushes, and I add them here just because I don't have not enough time to find these bushes and these bushes. But of course, for this grass wall or plant wall, I will add additional another model, something like from here. But this is not only here I can find them. Here is the first model I found. That's this one I use in the left side of the image, somewhere here. And I choose, I don't remember, maybe this one, maybe this one. Let's try to work with this one. Never mind, I will change the materials and other things. And from this pretty fresh for me library, I take, I don't remember, I think maybe this one, maybe some of this one. I don't remember. I like this one. I will use this. Before you will add any models to your scene, you should add the project path. That means you should add the texture project path for the textures. I already upload here all project paths. For example, 77, 20, 50, 37, maybe I don't remember, but probably I absolutely sure I have all I need models here. Yeah. And of course I have I already do the collector set for about main scene, so I will have possibility to add here my folder from the project. For example, Jake Arnold, this is the name of designer of this project. Textures, and I will put it here. So that's mean all textures from this folder will be added to my models. That's okay. Right now I have possibility to add here my models I need. Kakos, I don't understand these names, but I will add it to my scene. I will move this PDF to another screen. This is number 50. Mesh Corona. I will explain your question about. I will explain your question about why I'm choose Corona. I'm not choose Corona. Corona. This is just a pretty often used render. That's why I use the Corona here. But probably this is not important. We are talking not about Corona. We're talking about how to do the beauty image. Cactus. Number 3. This one, yeah. I will add it here. I should wait while this model will be loaded here. Yeah, that's okay. Let's go next. I will add here next palm. I think I need these palms. I didn't find models looks like this one. That's why I a little bit changed it, but without but. I didn't find it. If you will find it, you will be great. But from 97, I think. I think that was somewhere here. Yeah, that was exactly this one. Of course, I can do it with the computer from this scene, but here I rebuild the models, and here I rebuild the shaders. That's why I would like to add the model exactly from the folder, because I will rebuild the shaders again, and this is important. I will show you why, and I will show you how. Yeah, let's go to the 97. That was number 6, something like this one. Yeah. Apply to. Oh, this is not. Oh, forget about it. Little bit of Coke. Yeah, that's good. What's next? I need another palms from this. From this folder. I think I will add this one. That was first one, yeah, this one. Merge file. Of course, when I work with building this project for when I work with this image exactly, I found in these models longer, but right now all of them already found it, so I can do it much faster. Looks good. Let's add here this model, number 80, folder number 80, number 80. There's Corona. Mm-hmm. Let's check it. Is it right? I'm not sure. No. Yeah, this is right. Let's add it here. Portugal here. Love this channel. I love you, Portugal. Next. What exactly I need? I need this. I already show it. This is 77. Where were you? Yeah. Corona. 77. Which name of you? Vaku. I hate these names. Absolutely, yeah. I know the reason why they called with these names, and this is okay, but that not helps me to understand these names. When you like to use a storm over the Corona? This is a difficult question. Right now, it's a difficult question. I'm not love a storm more than Corona. I not love Corona more than a storm. This is different tools for work. What's next? I need to have this left bushes. This one. Let's found them. That was this one. Solarium. Oh. 77. That was the first one, yeah. Let's add it here. Thank you, guys. I'm pretty happy to hear or read these words. This is very important for me. That's why I'm asking you, please share the link for this workshop, because we are trying a lot. We are working a lot to doing such great information to you. Please help us to share this information. I think that's everything I need. Let's check. I need grass. Yeah, I need grass and of course elements for the pool, but this is later. Grass. This is folder number 20, and I was very smart thing. Please wait to this moment. I will show you small secret about doing the grass, because you always ask how to do the flat grass, and you don't have any ideas how to do this. It always looks not flat, not like somebody just cut all the grass. But a lot of situation when you need this type of grass. I'm looking for this model. I'm not happy. Of this. I'm not happy of this. I think I need to have it lower. Maybe like this one. Let's check what I have. Because all other looks a little bit not what I need. Probably I lost it. Maybe this one. Yeah, let's take this one. This is not so important which one you will use. You will take most important next thing. That should be number 20. Mesh Corona. Cool. Number 1. Yeah, exactly this one. I will add it here, merge file. Of course, this is long work, not so interesting, but we should do this, of course. Yeah, let's add the let's change the colors of the greenery. Because if not, it will be more difficult to understand where we see right now, what we look right now, where we look right now. My English is so perfect, but this lesson not about English. That helped. That understanding helped me a little bit. That's okay. Let's work with other models, something like this one. I will take it from this from here. Yeah, I will group it. And I will take it exactly from this scene because I don't remember where I take it. This is just a sunbed and just a simple, I don't know. For furniture, you can find it anywhere. I will use Capiter. I will copy it here. And I will open the same Capiter on my scene and copy it here. Okay, let's wait in, and right now I will work with the trees, I think, or with the bushes. Yeah, let's work with the bushes. I will add it here. Of course, I will change dimensions, and of course, I will try to do it carefully. Let's do like this. That's okay. Too big here, but never mind. This is a real plant. It should grow like you want. Nobody asked him. Yeah, maybe closer to the door. No, here's better. Yeah, I will add these palms to the background, and I will divide this model, because inside this model we have 3 palms. Of course, this is too much for, this is not comfortable to use all of them. That's why I will divide this model to different objects. Detach. Okay. Second one. I know these palms very well because we pretty often work with projects with the palms, something like some hotels, some I don't know, a lot of different tasks exactly close to the sea, with the ocean, with a nice blue sky. This is our famous client word. At least nice blue sky. We love this phrase. We hear it something like 8 years almost every I don't know 100 times a week. Please add here nice blue sky. My favorite. Yeah, let's add these palms here. Here's important thing will be, I will roll this, and of course I will move this wall a little bit far because I don't see the when this element begins, but probably I need to have a space for this wall, and not so wide, of course. I don't need to do it so wide. Let's check how it looks. Yeah, I will copy this palms and let's do it like here. One important thing, if you have building, please check moments like this. You can control it, of course, and try to be careful with this type of leaves. So if you have this type of the problem, this is nothing important, of course. Okay, nobody see this, but of course this is the problem. You shouldn't do like this, and you shouldn't do like this. This is absolutely symmetrical model. Of course, this is a problem. This is not good. Both of these moments you can check. Some of these models should be somewhere on the other side of the fans, something like this. It will look better. And of course, I will move it a little bit because I would like to see this vertical line. Of course, this is not exactly like in original model. I can move, or I will move model, or I will move the palms. Better, something like this. Yeah. Next one is oh, where is my wall? Yeah, this is my huge wall. We will grow up it something like 1 million times bigger. Looks good. And of course I will copy it and I will roll it a little bit to because I don't need to I don't want to upload a lot of different models. I would like to use one single model. That's why I will make it a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller, and in the end I will have something looks like I need. Yeah, that looks good, and exactly like with the of course I need to do it like it can be looks like in real life. Of course we can't work like this. No any bush grow with the palms. This is important thing, of course. Everybody understand this, and this is not real. and the palm shouldn't grow from the bush. Okay. Maybe this object already copied to Capiter. Yeah, that's okay. Let's add it here. Oh, Capiter. I will push this button. Okay, and I will put this exactly almost in this place, in the same place. If you will find better furniture, it will be good for you. Nothing important for this moment. And of course, I will move this some elements, elements inside the pool, little bit in front of us, somewhere here. And of course, I will correct it a little bit later when I will add the water, and when I will start work with the render. Of course, I should do this. And this one, I think this is enough for now. I will add here a gray material. I will add the glass material because I will work with this with shader of the water. It's the same like glass. What else? I need to add here gray material. My gray material, this one, yeah. And the next step, I will add here the sun. Corona sun. And I will put it here. I always put the sun somewhere, not in the middle of the scene. I will add it somewhere here. Yeah. Let's start to look like it look. Thank you, guys. I'm pretty glad to read these words. Yeah, yes, really. Thank you so. And of course, we are waiting for some render because a lot of shaders, a lot of everything uploading right now to the 3D Max. Yeah. Of course, I will make my sun a little bit not so bright. And of course, I can add here some this new tool from the Corona 8. Oh, excuse me. Let's control it here. I will move the sun a little bit to the right side, and here is most important thing. I will explain you what exactly. I need to decide where the sun will exist. I would like to add the most nice light and shadow composition. That's why I will move it a little bit in front of me and to the back side. And of course, I can check how it looks in the original place, in the original reference. For example, here is shadow. That's mean the sun little bit in front of me, opposite of me, but little bit, something like this one. Yeah, let's check this. I should take from the from original scene everything he can give me. Probably I like it. I'm not sure I like this whole, but maybe I can make it lower, something like, or double it. I don't know. Let's leave it right now. I will put the palms into their more useful positions. Pivot point. Yes. center to object. I will move it here. And here is good. Yeah. Of course, I will try to receive the same shape of the palms. That means palms shouldn't be higher than my screen. Yeah, my higher level of the image. That means I will make it a little bit or lower or smaller. I think both of these. I would like move a little bit left side. Yeah, somewhere here. Here's too big. And move it left. To cover this hole. Yeah. I will move this palm here. Too close for us, yeah. And of course smaller. Not so. And of course, I should check these moments because this is not natural, of course. This looks good. Let's copy a few palms more. Maybe not this. I like this much more. And of course, I should roll it a little bit. Maybe lower. I don't like these leaves. So I will roll it a little bit. Yeah, right now it looks better. Maybe smaller and maybe not. Okay, let's go next. Let's work with them later. I will copy next palm. Of course, I copy all of them with instance. I don't like this hole. Of course, I will. I would like to cover it somehow. Not so big. Smaller, little bit smaller, maybe higher, maybe to the left. Here are small holes we see too, but in the original image we have holes too. That's not a problem, but we should take a lot of small details from the scene and understand how it works. Why this image looks good. Maybe that's why. Maybe the reason is position of the palms. Maybe position of the sun. Of course, the reason everything of this. Okay, I will leave it here, and that palm should be somewhere here. Maybe not. This palm a little bit goes to the right side. I don't like it. Maybe something like this, and shadows goes here. Maybe not. I don't need shadows here. That's why I will move it a little bit in front of me. And let's copy it here, because I need receive shadows here, and I need receive some palm here and small shadows. Let's move it a little bit. Of course, I don't see shadows here. Okay, never mind. I don't see. That means I don't see. And I think I will take one of these palms and add them here to receive shadows in front of pool, somewhere here, maybe smaller. That looks much better. And probably I like this. And of course, somewhere here I need to have some kind of shadows. I will rotate it a little bit. Yeah, that's what I'm called light and shadow composition. We not just put the trees on the somewhere on the ground. We build the light and shadow composition. This is most important thing. Please understand this and please be careful with this. And of course, I would like add the different ISO to the water, because water should have less refraction ISO, but that is not enough for us. I should make higher our steps. I will, of course, a little bit later, but I will. What's next? Bushes. I would like to add here bushes. That will be, I will take the bushes from this tree. Huh. I will try to be careful with these branches. Some of them I will make smaller, because in closer bushes should be smaller, I think, maybe not. I will add one more, maybe not one. And I will add them here. Of course, I understand in the original scene I have here bigger and probably different type of bushes, but I don't have enough time to find so much bushes. Of course, you can do it if you want. If you will have more types of bushes, it will be better for your project. For me, this is not so necessary right now, because I would like to explain you my way of thoughts, path of thoughts. Here is nice place for put the bushes here. But I would like to receive some bushes in the sun. Low, maybe closer to us. Maybe some of them now, unfortunately. But okay, never mind. But I like these shadows on the palm bark trunk. Yeah, that looks good. I like this, and we have we can go next point. What's next point? Next point, this is lighting, because this is not whole lighting, this is just light and shadow composition. Of course, we need to add here some additional light, light of the sky. I know a lot of guys absolutely in love with the Corona Sky. I'm not one of them. I absolutely love use HDRI maps, but exactly here I'm not sure we need it. That's why with the sunny days I pretty often use just color. This much faster than HDRI and much faster than, not much, but little bit faster than skies. Only one I need from the sky, this is a color of the shadow. That's why I will add here little bit of the shadows. But first of all, of course, I will add here some background. I will answer you right now. For example, we will can do this kind of mistake after save. We should wait. I will open this image with Photoshop and I will show you this mistake. I will demonstrate it to you. I delete all the colors, and here we see the light and shadow composition, exactly light and shadow without colors, because saturation of the colors gives us a little bit broken opinion about colors. Everybody, for example, here some of us can say what the brighter, of course not everybody, but some of us can't say what the darker, trees or for example sky. When we delete the colors, we can do this for sure. Palms should be much darker than sky. That's what we need to add to our picture. And let's understand what the lighter, sky or lighted house, for example. I'm absolutely sure lighted house that we can try to do too. Here we don't have this kind of difference, and of course this is a big mistake for us. Let's work with it. How we can work with it? Of course, first of all, we can do not so powerful sun. I will make it just one. Yeah, here is much darker. What else? Of course, I can make darker gray material. 70, it's pretty a lot. Let's add here 50. And we should try to make it closer to this. Let's do some print screen here. Yeah, it will be easier to compare. Okay, and let's go to the to here. Here is absolutely white. He shouldn't be white. He will be a little bit colored for sure. That's why I will go. I will do higher exposure. Maybe one. No. One more thing. One more important thing. We add ACS here. Of course, he add here a lot of contrast, but probably I'm not sure I love it so much as usual user of this software. I will add it not with 100%. I will use it with 0.2, something like. Next point, I will add here some contrast, something like 3. It will give me contrast. And later, of course, I will have possibility to add here little bit more of exposure. And right now I understand my dynamic of the lighting little bit better than before. Let's check how it was. Here is, as you can see, I should do it more deeper. Yeah. Of course, I will try to make the sun brighter, and I always will check the result. Of course, here shadows darker, but I have much darker the pool, the tiles in the pool. That means I will add it later. And of course, I should have much darker pulse, but I have no possibility to change the color because I do it with a I do it with the MTL override. I can add here only one override color shader. That means I will add different color to the building and other elements around building. For example, pool. For example, pool, building. Of course, I have this already have these shaders. That's why I don't afraid delete the model from it. Okay, and I will copy this shader. I will add this shader to the selected models, and this is very important. Please be careful right now and listen me carefully, because this is very important thing. And I will exclude this object from the MTL override. Oh, I do some mistake. Let's add here bash. A bit different way. I will delete this model because I put the shader. This is not right. One more thing, one more very important thing. I should do the physical Corona camera. Yes, targeted. Seems okay. Corona camera, select camera. Okay. I forget about it. But I always do this in the moment when I start to render something. So. And I will check the camera angle, something like this one. And I will add it somewhere here. Let's check if it's the same. Corona, one more thing. Corona should have a vertical tile too. Physical camera, Corona camera. Corona camera, little bit far, but not so important. It's not broke the composition. This is a top, this is a front, maybe perspective, but not important right in this case. Yeah. Let's start the render again. Yeah. Yes. And of course, I will make this one material of the building and of the pool darker. Maybe I will add darker pool exactly inside of this hole, because here I have too bright place. I don't need them. Hey guys, are you alive? Give me some noise to the chat. please.
That's pretty much my day.
Because I don't want to talk with only with myself. Balloon. Let's open them. Yeah, here I will make brighter. Maybe not 150, but 120, 120, 20. That's okay. And of course, all. Maybe not all. Oh, I forget about one important object. About this wall. This wall should be white too. Yeah. What else? Nothing? Are you sure? I'm not, but never mind. Let's do next important thing. I will take this shader and I will make it green. Of course, I will change the color of the pool later. Right now is not so important, but I need to receive the final emotion of the image. And probably right now, I don't work with the building. I work only with the trees. This is most important thing. Yoo-hoo! Thank you guys. I see your comments right now. This is very important for me, really. Really, guys, if you like our workshop, my workshop, this workshop, please, I'm very I would like to ask you, please share the link for this workshop, because very important for us right now. Share this link maybe with stories, maybe something like this. Show to your friends what we do here. I'm absolutely sure they will happy to connect to us. I will do a little bit lower exposure. I will try to make lower sun, because this is too strong, too bright for me. Here I have 120, but looks like more than 180. I will add here 006, maybe more, a little bit more, of course. One, yeah, because I still should have sunny day. Okay, let's go next. I don't use darker value than 20. Never. If I, of course, if I need some metals, I can do this, but not about trees, not about sofa, not about furniture, nothing like this. Yeah, and right now it looks exactly what I need. Yeah, do you like it? I'm absolutely yes. Let's work with the pool little bit. I will stop the render. I will add here 2 different shaders because I need this. I will go to the polygon grow. Not. This is too much. Yeah. Here is it. One more grow. Yeah, that's everything I need. And I will add here, for example, this shader, this copy of this shader. And in the middle, oh, one more thing. This element should be grow, and I will add the same shader. Yeah, that's okay. And I will copy it, and I will do some interesting thing. I will take the shader from this model. Yeah. This is exactly what I have right now. One of them, this is white, this is green. I don't need here green. I will break this connection, and I will add here another copy of this first one. That's how I can choose these polygons. And of course I will make it much more darker. Later I will add here some color. Yeah, that's okay. Let's go to the render back. Go back to the render. Oh, and of course, I should do something like this. Of course, later I will add color, but right now I don't need it. For my composition, I will, and add them to, and accept them. Yeah, this is good. And next step, I think right now I will make it darker because I would like to have this balance of the colors, and I think I will add the color here because probably I need to have more reflection. I should have here some color. 20, and I will change the color. Of course, I will try to make it the same like on the render, something like here. Darker. Yeah. Here's looks better. Yeah. What else we need to do here? Of course, one most important thing: translucency of the greenery. So let's go here, and I will add this color to the translucency color. I will check which size of translucency I need to use. For example, 0.6, 0.5, and of course I will make, maybe not of course, but I will make it a little bit lighter. I will make it a little bit more saturated, and I will make it a little bit closer to yellow. No, maybe not so. We need to check. Of course, not every shader will looks great with the with this type of shader. And of course, right now, almost last moment when I can move the sun, because later it will broke the For example, here I absolutely like the shader, but here is shadow everywhere. I don't like it. I will try to make it a little bit more powerful, because yeah, here is better. Here is much better. Maybe too much palms here. I'm not sure I understand what's going on here. Maybe too much palms. Maybe I will move this palm to the left side, right side. I would like to receive more yeah, that looks good. Much better. Of course, I will add here this effect, but I still try to check the background first of all. Maybe not so high contrast, because this is too much right now. Okay. Right now it looks very interesting, but of course I should add here some color, because my shadows should have small blue, nice blue color. That's why I will add here color of the sky. But very important thing, here I work with the lighting of the background, but directly visible background will be black, because of aliasing. We should work, but this will be the last step. Right now we work only with the white. Let's see what we have right now. Too much green inside this blue color. Too deep shadows and a lot too much shadows here. But of course we will change the color of the brushes. We will make it lighter, but never mind. Yeah, here is more comfortable to watch on this image. Yeah, here is better. Maybe I will move these brushes, because I like the shape of them, but I don't like the shadows of them. Yeah, I like this much more. And of course, maybe smaller. Maybe go closer to the pool. Yeah, that's okay. Last one, that's grass. I will stop the render. I will open the force pack. Where is it? Where's my force pack? Where are you? Ah, on the right side. Nice. Nice to meet you, guy. Hello. Camera clipping. No, I never use camera clipping. I don't know why, but I don't like it. And of course, I will add geometry here. Recommend to use proxy mode. Okay. Let's go surface. I will put here 0. I will add here transform a little bit, but smaller, 95, 105. Because I don't need to have a big difference between grass, different elements of inside the grass. What else? Distribution, yeah, full. And of course I will make it smaller. I will take the sun and I will start the render, because I would like to check which settings will look good with exactly this grass. And of course I think I will make it smaller, and I will make one interesting thing. Oh, I should have my pool too. Yeah, that's okay. I pretty often meet the question how to work with the corner of some elements, like here. For example, when I will add more elements of the grass, it will grass will go through the tiles of the pool. Of course, this is not okay. I don't know why I can't choose them. Let's do it closer. Yeah, that's okay. I just will make it a little bit lower, -50, -80 maybe, and I will work little bit with the grass. Probably right now I didn't have this problem, but never mind. I will make more flat grass. Where is it? One more smart thing. I will delete some part of the grass elements, and grass will look like cutted. It's very stupid, but work it thing. But of course, right now I see holes between grass elements, and I will change the this size. I think 12. Maybe this is too much. Maybe not. Maybe 60,000. 16. Yeah. Right now, looks good. Let's go next. And one more thing I don't like Corona. I will show you something. When we turn off this fast preview, we see small difference between colors. Here you see more colder colors. Here we see much warmer colors. I don't know why, but Corona 8 do this, and I don't like this. That's why I will turn off this setting right now. What's next? Next, I will work with the. I don't know. I would like to do something with the light. Maybe move the sun a little bit closer to us, because I don't know. For example, here is much better right now. Here I see this translucency and looks better than. But no, here it looks the same. Okay, let's leave it in this way. Let's go. I think let's go next. I will work with the shaders. Yeah, I have a lot of questions from you guys. When everybody asks me, Daniel, why you always broke the shaders from the models? You can use these shaders, and pretty often they look good. Not the best in the world, but good. Right now I will explain you why this is bad idea. I will show you this. I will turn off MTL override, and we will see how the shaders not connected to each other. So each of them looks good without everything else. Every of them looks good when the element alone, but unfortunately, not unfortunately, for example, in this picture we can see all of the grass or all of the greenery looks similar. Of course, not exactly the same, but similar. The similar lighted, the similar color, the similar, all of them pretty similar. But right now we will start work with see how it looks in the real life. And right now we see no any shader not connected to each other. For example, this one not connected to this one not connected to the grass, not connected to any other shader. For example, this shader not connected to any other shader in the scene. And this is a problem, because right now we will start, where is our problem? And of course we will go to change, for example, lighting source, we will change the sun, but this is not a problem of the sun. This is a problem of not connected shaders. That's why we should work with a single shader and rebuild every shader one by one. Of course, this is a little bit longer, but that will give us a nice result, really nice result. That is much more important than, we should work not only fast. We should think not only about speed of our work. We should try to work only with the same object, work only once, not twice. If we build the sun, if we build the light and shadow composition, we can't waste time to rebuild it. we should work with this light and shadow composition. That's pretty understandable, I think. Okay, that's why I will start with the side objects. For example, this building, because I already have this model. Here is just 2 shaders. And this is a big part of the image, so why not? Which one is the balcony? I will try this one. I'm not sure. Yeah, here it is. I will add here just color correction. It will be general. Oh, general color correction. I love work with it. I love the result. I would like to open this reference and go to the left screen, right screen, excuse me. Saturation. Last saturation. And I don't like this red color inside it, because, and I will a little bit change hue of it. Something like this, yeah. And of course I will change gamma position. I will make it lower because I want to make it darker. Maybe less saturation. Yeah. Let's add here this shader. And of course I will try to make the same color of material around this balcony. I will delete part of the saturation. I will change the color a little bit with the hue, and of course I will move gamma, but I think I will move it higher because I would like to make it lighter. I like this. Probably that's not good time for moving exposure, but I feel I need to do it right now. That's why I do it. Okay, let's go next. I will add the shader to this. What's the name of this element? Umbrella. I remember umbrella. Guys, please try to be polite on the chat because we will block you. Like right now. I will add translucency here. And I will, of course, I will change the color to a little bit warmer. Of course, not yellow, but I will copy it here. Lighter. Something like this, and here I see the shadows of the palm trees. It looks good. Yeah. Of course, I will change the color of the pool. It should be a little bit of yellow too. Let's add here not too much of the color. I like this connection, but colors connection, color connected to each other. So this color looks exactly like this, and they are connected, and it should be exactly like this. Oh, here the problem. Of course, we should solve it somehow. But I like it here. Here looks pretty good, I think. I think I will just delete a few polygons here. I will connect twice here. I will connect a few times, however, 1, 2, 3, 3 times here. Yeah. Let's check how it looks. Of course, we can open it. Of course, we can update it, but it will be updated just when render starts. I'm sure I need to do grass lower and smaller because it's too high. Oh. I think I will do it with geometry. For example, 70. Yeah, I think it's enough. Of course, I should do it closer to each other. Let's do 10,000. I think that will be enough. Yeah, here looks better. Yeah. Let's go next. Of course, I don't like these transparent moments, but of course I will change it a little bit. I will change it in a different way. I will copy this wall of the greenery, and we will have 2 of these walls, and that's how we fix this moment. Of course, in the real situation, we will have something behind this green wall, but not right now. Oh, Excuse me.
That's really interesting. So we're making a stop on the 11th floor, essentially 3 through 11.
Why I'm not using splines. I'm using splines, but for a little bit more difficult situation. Right now, it's not so important. For me, delete these polygons much more easier than add some splines, connect them. Try do not forget the spline when I do something with the scene. Here I like a little bit more because I receive more light. Yeah. This left element should be bigger. Yeah, right now it looks much more fresh. Probably I like it much more. Let's go next. Let's work with the shaders of the. I'm a little bit afraid of these bushes. They're too dark. That's why I will work with them first of all. So I will check. I will try to select all of them. Select similar. Escape out save. And I will add all of these models. Oh, one more thing, brush. This is a brush. I will add in the middle of the scene sphere somewhere here, and I will add this material, exactly this one, to this sphere. I will take this material from this scene a lot of times. So I will take it here. This will be the main material for me for this scene, and of course I will copy it and I will delete original shader to do not change it. Okay, let's go to take this shader. It can take time. No, just 3 shaders here. Probably select similar. Yeah, I will add. I will accept them.
And the 11 weeks of training is also 100% remote. Next, we have the patient care coordinator position.
Yeah, and right now I will change the color of the leaves. For example, I can add the same shader here. Because I don't need all of these textures. I don't see textures here at all. And of course I will copy this shader and I will add here one more, and I will work exactly with this shader. What exactly I would like to do here? I will try to make it lighter, of course, because right now it's too dark for me. And it should be a little bit lighter, like maybe like this, maybe more. I'm not sure about it. And maybe not so colorful, maybe less saturation. And one most important thing here, this color should be comparable with all other colors. This is most important thing. Probably we can not go back to the texture. Maybe add the opacity. Maybe add the corona normals, but everything else it looks good. Let's add it. Let's do it lighter too, maybe. Maybe not so. Maybe not so high. Maybe warmer because it's a little bit too cold. When we change hue of image, color change too. Right now it looks good. I see the color of the branches and that looks good. I don't see any result to any need to change it. So let's add here opacity, and of course I will add here normal. Of course I can add here color, but this is I will show you some small my own trick. I'm absolutely sure this is not only my trick, but first of all I will try to change this color with the color correction to make it looks nice and closer to or other colors here. So that means I think a little bit brighter, a little bit warmer, and later I will show you. This is difficult to explain for me. I will add more saturation, maybe a little bit warmer. I'm not sure which side I need to move this hue point, maybe here. No, not here.
One is T-Tech, TTEC.
Here is not two. Oh, I don't like it. Never mind. Let's go back. And I will add one more stupid thing, absolutely stupid, but you will like it for sure. Of course, I will change the color of translucency because this is not absolutely not what I need. Why not changed? Oh, here's a little bit better. Yeah, okay, let's leave it in this position, but of course I will change it in this way. Here I will leave just 20% of this. Of both of these colors. For what I leave them 20%, this is pretty low, not so enough. For small difference between leaves, that will give us for a big resolution, not huge, but small difference between leaves, that will be enough for us. Yeah, let's work with the brushes here because it's too strong, too dark, I think. Let's copy it again, and I will choose one of these colors, one of these brushes. Of course, I should push this button. Of course, this looks like this is long work, but in 2 hours maybe 2.5. In 2 hours, we have ready a nice scene. Oh, this bush looks good for here for this scene. I will just little bit. I will make it a little bit not so brightful. I will do saturation less, and I will leave this color. Why not? Because it looks good. So this is just a. I will add here color correction. So my main point, you should walk one by one, not work with whole scene in the same moment. First of all, we work with the geometry, only with geometry. We build whole scene with geometry. Not only put here one palm and try to add some sunlight. This is, of course, this is a mistake. When we work step by step, it's much better than we working with every element in the same moment. Maybe I will make it warmer and maybe lighter. No, different direction. Yeah, here it looks a little bit better. And a little bit lighter, something like 1.3. Yeah, here it looks better. Maybe I will. It looks good. Looks good. I think I will change the color of the grass later, and it will look better together. I will add grass here too because this is pretty small. Oh no, grass is the pretty huge shader. I remember it. Here is 1 million different elements inside grass. That's why I don't will use it. I will work only with the color. It will be better, believe me. Because we will wait right now 10 minutes when during this shader comes here. Of course, I will push this button. Of course, I need change material on the in about and of course I will clear material here, and I will make it. I will change it a little bit, not so saturated. Maybe darker, a little bit darker. Yeah, here it looks nice. And render pretty fast. This is very important thing. Let's go next. Let's work with the left side brush. This one. I don't remember is it big much shader or not. No. Not now. Let's take this shader again. Because and let's add this both of these object to the exception. Yeah, looks awesome, of course. course. I will add here this color. I think I will broke this line too, and I will make this color again. This is small seam between trunk and leaf, and I'm not sure we need some special color on it. Of course, I will break all these lines. I will delete this shader, and I will add here opacity. Of course, I will do this because I need because this object on the first type of view, side of view, and I will add the bump here for sure. This is not too big, but I will see it. And of course, I will add it to the diffuse, but not more than 10%, something like this, to make the different color of different leaves. Yeah, it will look much better. Probably, I'm not sure I need to add here some special translucency because I like this translucency. Okay, I will add this translucency color here and make it with, of course, less than right now, maybe 50, but 50 is too much too, but I would like to check how much too much. I think less than 10. It will be 5. It will be enough because I don't like this extra color of the flowers. I need to delete it or work without them. I will delete them. Delete translucency shader because looks nice. And of course, yeah, right now I understand. I did usual mistake. I changed the original shader. I forget about it, and I will do what I will do right now. I will check it again. I will delete all shaders here. Textures. Delete from here. And of course, I will go back here. Yeah, right now it will be better. What's next? This palm. Yeah, let's work with this palm because I like it. Why not? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Probably I remember palm 1. I will do different folders for different palms because here are a lot of textures, and it will be faster if I will work with a separate folders. Yeah, like here. And of course, I will. Oh, that's okay, but I would like to work with different one on the first side. Exactly this. Yeah. I remember the shaders on this palm was nice from the scratch, not from the scratch, from the original shaders. Let's add it here. Yeah, that looks good. Only one thing I would like to change. This is the color of the trunk. He's too dark. Usually trunk somewhere, maybe first, maybe second one shader. Yeah, second one. And I will make it lighter. And sometimes I add the fall-off here. Because the sides of the trunk should be lighter than middle of the trunk. Nobody care about it, but this is important for bark looking. Maybe not so bright, maybe 1.5 or 445. But here it looks good. I will not change it at all. Let's go brush 2. I will work with these slower palms. Here I don't like these holes. Of course I will cover it somehow. Here is a lot of textures. Of course, all of them I will not, of course, not all of them, but most of them I will change a little bit. This is not difficult work, but you should do this for sure. Of course, I would like to make trunks lighter. Because right now it's too dark here. We should wait because computers are thinking about it. Too much of reflection. Yeah, a lot of work here, a lot of. Let's do this, and guys, please be careful with this. Let's check. Maybe work with the leaves firstly. This is a leaf, yeah. I will delete some of them. This is a leaf, yeah. Yeah. Where else? For example, this one. Oh, pretty a lot of. Difficult to work with so different elements. Okay, let's try to do something with this. First, we will. This is not so, not most difficult thing in the world, but never mind. We should try to work with this. Of course, I will copy it. Of course, I will add this shader in everywhere here. and I will try to find the way how to solve this problem, because I don't like this trunk connected to the leaves. This is not usual situation for us. This is the leaf. Usually the trunk, this is a part of the trunk, not the part of the trees. Of course, I remember this problem. Oh, here is it. A few leaves in the somewhere here. Okay, let's work with it. Let's try to add here some diffuse color, and I will check is it right or not. Yes, this is right. Color correction. Of course, I already have the reflection. I'm not sure I need anything else. Maybe bump for a huge resolution, like 4,000, maybe 5,000 pixels of ready image. Let's do it. Let's move gum. I would like to change the color of the trunk first of all. Let's go on. Do it white. No, maybe this is some mistake. Woohoo! Thank you. Of course, we will reopen this scene and continue our work. Don't be afraid about. Oh, I don't know why. That's why. Thank you. Goodbye. I hope the textures, the ways for textures not broken. For sure not, because I already have it to my folder. Everything is okay. I hope my scene is saved. But never mind this usual situation with the 3D Max. Everybody knows this. Never mind, we almost finished our scene. Just 2 models we need to change. Most difficult, of course, shaders, palms, and high bashes. But never mind. Here is it. Everything's okay. What's your CPU for Spark external files? Yes, my CPU is. I will show you right now. This is it. Intel i9 10980X. Coke sponsor. My wife is sponsor. Coke. This is just a drink. Let's waiting a little bit. Maybe I can answer to your question if you have some of them. If you have them, what is my monitor size? This is 27 inches. I will add here. Why? Here you have all the textures. I always save all textures in the project folder. That helps me to solve these kind of problems. Because if not, I will need to check every folder with every object. Of course, with some plugins it will be faster, but never mind. It will be little bit faster than you do it by your own. No, 1997, but this is not so important for me right now. This is these palms. About my monitor, my screen. I think here we need to find Dell U2722D. This is my screen. I'm glad to see you too. Hello. Everything's okay. Thank you guys. I'm glad to be with you here. I have one question. Do you tie red? I told to save the file. I already saved the file and I checked the after back files. They already they saved the file too. Everything was okay. So, and after Max crash, they asked me about saving the file. So everything's okay. Nothing happens almost. We just lost 5 minutes or something like this. Yeah, let's go next. We should start to work with. Let's try to work with only with a model, not with background gradient. We don't need the. We don't need the camera. Or render. Yeah. Let's check. Yeah, this exactly this shader, but I'm not sure this is. What we can do with this? We'll check something. Let's work with this. Only with this shader model. It's going to be longest stream. I'm not sure. You know, this is not about speed. This is about everybody of us understand that 3 hours for doing this kind of scene. This is I don't know. This is faster project in all our lives. So that means if I have possibility to give you something during this stream, that's great. And if you will try to hear me carefully, you will know everything, a lot of things, because I have a lot of experience, and of course I would like to give it to you. That's why I'm here. So this is not about time. Time not most important thing in our lives. I think I will add another shaders here because I don't like this blue color. Of course I can change it to the gray, but never mind, and I don't like it with the gray too. these next shaders, and both of these shaders should be here. So this is from here, this is from here. Yeah, this shader, this. Yeah. Okay, let's work with it. Why I can't? That's why. That's why. Just 10%. That looks much better. Of course not, but this is a way how to do it lighter. Very important thing for me, guys. You should understand this. I'm not the person who would like just do my stuff very fast and look how I can do this. This is absolutely ready scene. Of course, I understand how to build the scene during 30 minutes, something like. Of course, everything of this will be with the ready models, with the ready elements, and this will be not true because I show you how to work with the real object, with the real situation, with the real everything. Because when you will take this scene in the end, you will put your architecture in this scene, render it, and you will receive your ready final project, your own ready project. In the 3 hours, I think this is a good result, probably. So that's, you should understand this. I would like to really give you something important for this profession. I will add here some translucency color. That's why I'm asking to share with your friends, with your social networks, social media, information about us, about this workshop, because a lot of people should to know about us. This is very important, of course. I will copy the opacity. I will add here opacity, and I will add the corona bump. This is most important thing because next element will be faster. I think we will spend maybe 20 minutes more and everything will be finished. So don't be afraid about it. Let's check it with the whole scene. I do lighter this trunk of the looks good, but too brown. I think I should make it not so colorful. I will add here, come on guy. Every time I add color correction, it's think too long. Diana, exactly. We're here for a great result. That's most important thing. A great result you will receive when you understand what you're doing, not like special settings. Because I know a lot of people would like to receive some special ready settings of Corona render, and render will go faster and some best loot for working. This is not about loot, this is about understanding. You should know this. That's why we spend so much time here. Yeah, that looks good. But of course, I would like to make it lighter, much lighter, because it's still dark, still too dark. I'm not happy with the leaves because I think this is a strange situation when you connect the leaves and some part of the trunk in the same shader. Of course, it is difficult to fix something inside this. And I'm not sure I need to add translucency because I need this for the leaves. Of course, this is most difficult situation here. Let's add here some fluff because for the trunk I should use it for sure. I will use it for sure. Yeah. Of course, right now he think too long. This is boring, but we should do this. Try to be strong, please. This is important. In real situation, it will help you. Yeah, right now it looks much more nice. I think I will make it lighter here. I will go to advanced. .5 maybe lighter. I'm not sure. Yeah. That looks good. Of course, I don't like the color of the leaves, but for sure we need to divide this model. We should divide this model to 2 different shaders. It will looks better, but who cares? And of course, I would like to hide these holes because I don't like them. Let's do this. I think I will add here some extra palms, maybe a few palms. Maybe one will be enough. Let's try to check. What are the application in your taskbar? Which one? I have a few of them, but nothing special. On the left side, this is Phoenix. Probably this is some tools, some plugins with coming with V-Ray. I buy all license, not only V-Ray, but all Chaos Group stuff, and that's why I have them here. Little bit better, but not enough. With usual trees, of course, it's easier because you can put just maybe 3, maybe 2 usual trees on the background, and that will be enough. But I can say you this is a difficult scene. I built it not from first Not from first time. Here looks better. I would like to fix this place because I don't like this. Here looks better. Here is reflections. Yeah, with the light, trunks looks much better. And if you can see, here we have the same trunk color of the palm and of this palm too. That's good because this is in this case we have connect the colors of different part of the image. This is very important thing. Let's move this element somewhere here because it's a little bit not okay. Let's go next to another leaves of this palm because of course we should work with them, not too much, but we should. Here is some different trunk. I will not touch it. I will work with this one, and of course I will delete. Why so big problem to work with you, guy? Out to save. Let's add here 100. Let's add here opacity, of course, bump. And I will add translucency color. Let's check where it will be. Yeah. And probably every time we can delete this line and check where exactly with what shader we exactly work right now. If you not sure about it, for example, this one, yeah, here you can see some trouble inside the leaves. Of course, we can we need to check it and change it. Oh, translucency. Let's go to the 100. Yeah, and of course I will change it with the color correction. Yeah, let's work. I think with the front side of the leaf. I will put here 0, and that mean I will work only with the front side color. I will do this this type of color of the leaf I like. And later I will add translucency, because translucency, this is second point. Second step, second stage. Yeah, here looks a little bit more comfortable to see. And of course I will have possibility to add the same shader to another leaves, because all of them are similar, I think. Let's work with the translucency color. Of course, I don't like it. It should be more yellow, more less saturation, maybe lighter. Yeah, lighter for sure, but maybe not. It looks pretty good. Natural and good. Maybe front side I will make darker. Because I need it. Maybe 0.80. .80. 0.8, yeah? Yeah, here it looks a little bit better. Let's try to add this shader to another leaves, something like here. I think it will look good. For example, here. Maybe darker translucency. Yeah, right now I understand this is too bright. And a little bit more saturated. Probably I'm not sure what's going on here. And I don't like this element. Maybe I will move it a little bit to the right. Because some mess here. Maybe this is inside the model. This is not about two different models. This is inside one model. And about this color, this is our shader which we use with the trunk. Unfortunately, I can't explain why the guy who built this model do this. For me, this is very strange. Let's add. Oh, let's check. I would like to check which. Am I right about? Yeah, exactly. I am absolutely right. Control Z. Yeah. But I'm not sure why I don't see any translucency here. Let's add here. For example, maybe no any light on this model. Maybe we need to use special textures on these models. That's why. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely sure. Let's work with them. Because of mapping, I think. Let's add here bump. Of course, this is a little bit more difficult than just put here the same. Oh, it's not bump. This is opacity. Much more easier to say something like just add model from some catalog, and that's enough. But probably that's not enough in real life. Let's check where these shader are. Somewhere here, yeah. Yeah, that's one. Let's do it brighter. Let's try to work with the same color like here. Here I will try to work with the same ideas. Yeah, right now we will fix everything here because we will work with the last one shader. And this is most important thing, most important shader of the about leaves. Let's add opacity. Let's add bump. For example, these three, probably I like them. Translucency color, probably I like them. Why not? Looks good. Maybe a little bit darker. Maybe not little bit, but it will make him more colorful. Maybe not so high translucency here because it will make it, yeah, a little bit more natural, I think. Let's leave it in this way. And of course, these palms. This is most, not difficult, but most big shader. But very important thing, almost every leaf here is the same shader. So we can do only one shader of the leaves and copy it everywhere and everything will be okay. And the same as before, we can change the trunk color and that will be enough. Let's try to do it. I will add some color correction and we will finish everything. We should wait this shader. If you have some questions, you can ask me right now and I will have possibility to answer you. But probably I like this. I like almost everything from this shader, but I don't like the reflection of it. It's too bright. Too bright for sure. It should be darker. Trunk is good. Here is too dark element, and I don't like this gray leaves. I think they should be green too, and that's all. Let's check where them. But of course it will. Yeah, here is some dark element. But this is not what I'm talking about, but of course, okay, I will add Corona color correction. And I will do it a little bit less iterated, and I will add some advanced, and I will do it like 1.7, and it will be lighter, yeah, and that's enough. What's next? Leaf 1, here we start work with the leaves. Leaf 2, leaf 3, leaf 4. I will delete all of them. I will use only one leaf for whole palm. I don't know why. Of course, for some clothes, since we should have it. This is a fruit. It's called coconut. Fruit 2, so that's okay. Fruit 3, fruit 4, leaf. This is dead leaves. This is I don't know. I don't know how to explain this, so let's check it. This is this element, but I don't see where exactly. So let's go back. Let it leave. This is next thing. Maybe this one. I would like to. Yeah. No. Oh, here already have color correction, and of course I will make less saturation, and I will make it lighter. Yeah, right now it's more comfortable to see this. Oh, that leaves, yellow leaves. 6, 7, 8, 9, leaf 10. Yeah, all of them I will delete. Probably. I will leave only one shader with the leaves, and I will work only with one leaf. I will leave one of them because I will use the textures from it, and I will add this shader to all. Let's move it somewhere. Something like here. It will be a little bit comfortable, more comfortable. And here is green. He is green. He is much more nice. And of course, I will change it. I will do less of reflection here. Because of reference, of course, because I don't have this kind of yellow leaves on the reference. I don't need them. That's why I would like to change it. Let's work with reflection because we don't have so huge reflection here. I'm not sure I need to have some special maps here because probably I don't see any result of them. And of course, I will just do the less of reflection. Of course, here it looks much better. I will add here some color correction. It's much more easier than I think about it. First of all, maybe let's move on. I will delete all reflection. I will take this color from our main shader. Copy. I will put it here. Okay, and I will make it darker and not so brightful. The same as in the reference. You always should check reference. 85 maybe. Yeah, here looks better, but not so saturated. And not so reflected, because if we do darker diffuse, it will have more reflections. Yeah, now it looks more natural. Of course, I will delete this one and I will copy this color correction. Probably I can try with this color without anything. .5. Of course, it's too bright for the palms. Little bit, maybe less of saturation. Guys, are you alive? Yeah, here looks much more natural. Yeah, I think I will leave it in here. Maybe, of course, I would like to find this shader because I don't like it. This like dirty thing inside good model. Yeah, this one. Yes, I am alive. Yes, yes, yes. That's great. Thank you. Thank you, guys. 3 hours. 3 hours and a half. Holy shit. I was thinking that will be something like 2, maybe 2.5, maximum 3, but this is real life, real scene. What do you want? Everything's okay, like in real life. Let's work. Let's leave it in this way. Yeah, maybe to green, maybe 12. I would like to make it a little bit like yellow. Yeah, like here. What's next? I will delete this one, of course. Let's try to pool. I would like to work with a pool a little bit. I will add here some stone, and some tiles, because and of course, and because of I would like to change to work a little bit with the water. This is pretty fast. Don't be afraid of it. Let's add here construction. I will show you right now. Materials, general, no. Composite, yeah. That's what I need. I will check this color because I'm sure I didn't find I don't find this color of the tiles for sure. That's why I need to I would like to find some tiles on the textures.com. And later, maybe not tiles, maybe mosaic. Yeah, maybe like this. I already was found it. Where are you? Yeah, that's exactly what I need. I already bought this model, so, or not model, texture. I will download it on the desktop. And I will add it exactly here. For example, here. I will add it here. Yeah. And I will, with the composite, I will change here to the color. Of course, why are you so bright? I think I should make it darker. Color correction, I will make it darker a little bit, not little bit, much darker. Yeah, of course, something like this, maybe more, I'm not sure, we will check. But I would like to receive pretty dark shader. And of course, I will add mapping here. Let it be something like, I don't know, 3 meters, no? Less. Yeah, less, maybe 1.5. Yeah, that's looks good. And of course, I will make it darker. And of course, I don't need 100% of this texture. I need to make it not flat like it was before. Less than 50, maybe 20, 25, 30, something like this. And of course darker, and of course I will change a little bit the color. Closer to the blue. And with a level darker too. Let's do something like 50, maybe less. Yeah, that's exactly what I need, maybe 70. Because little bit darker, yeah. And some marble for the sidewalks. Marble. Let's buy some of them. I probably have a lot of them already because I work a lot of this website. For example, this one I already bought. I don't like this color, but I like this one. Yeah. So let's download it. Desktop. Okay, I will add it here. Corona bitmap. desktop. The same mapping, it's okay for me, and this is seamless texture, so I don't need to do anything with it. Maybe some color correction, but this is not so difficult. But probably I don't see any changes on it, or this is just about me. Yeah, probably we have this texture. Okay, let's try to make it darker with the albedo. Yeah, it will be better. And of course, I will change the color a little bit because it's too red. Yeah, that's pretty better. Of course, I can download the bump texture for this model, but I don't want to do the bugs. I will add it here too. And maybe little bit of reflection, because I would like to see some reflection here, but I don't. Yeah, here looks better. Of course, I will make it a little bit lighter because it's pretty too much. Here is good. And of course, not so colorful. Yeah, here is better because this is not main object of the scene, but looks really great, and we don't use any mapping here. That's why we can start. First of all, we can try to add some LUT here. Probably I never have some special LUTs, but sometimes it looks good. Oh, that looks nice. That looks nice, but of course too strong for us, but I can make less exposure and less of saturation. It will look good, but I will try all of them, and later I can go back to some of them. Here is some shit. No, I don't like anything of this. No, I don't like these LUTs. So let's work with filmic mapping. Yeah. Little bit darker shadows. Maybe curves. Yeah, curves. It's always. I don't know. I feel the curves better than. Everything else. Yeah, here it looks better. Yeah, and that looks great. I'm absolutely happy with this result. Maybe like this. Yeah, and as I say in the beginning of the workshop, we should change the color of visible background. Oh, one more thing, the water. Of course, we need to add some glass, some bump here. Excuse me, I almost forget about it. Add here some noise. to the water. I always use turbulence. I always use tan. Of course, I should make it smaller, something like maybe 30, 20, maybe less. And of course, not so powerful because right now it's like tsunami on it. Here is too strong, still too strong. Maybe like this, but I don't know, probably. Yeah. I think that looks maybe enough, maybe smaller, again smaller. Where is the size? Here. 5, it's too small, maybe 50, 15. Yeah, I think that looks exactly what I need, I think. Yeah, it looks really good and realistic. Maybe a little bit higher reflection, because I would like to have a little bit brighter reflection. Yeah, that looks good. And what next? I would like to add here black background. Why? Because if I save this image, for example, I will show you this mistake. PNG, for example, 123. This is not important. Desktop. PNG alpha channel, because I would like to add here some background. Of course, I will receive some problem. Very usual trouble in usual work. Excuse me. Yeah. I will show you right now. For example, if I will use black color of the background, I will have this white things. Yeah, I don't like it. Of course. Of course, I will use not black color on the background. Of course, it will be lighter. But never mind. If I will add some gradient, something like from white to the middle blue, or something like this one, and I will add some gradient here. Never mind. I will still see this trouble. This is a big trouble for me. That's why I will need to add directly visibly black color. And in the end of this render, everything will be okay. But of course, that works if you don't use some special background, because if you are, you will have no this problem. So let's add here some denoising. Corona high quality. Let's add here some final resolution, something like, not final of course, but 3000. That's enough for our render. What else I need to do? Time limit, I think, if this real project, but right now for us this is not so important. This is in minutes. I don't know, maybe not do this, maybe 300. Oh no, excuse me, this is not right. Pass limit, yeah, of course, let's do it in the 300 passes. That will be enough. Yeah, and I will start the final render without anything else. I think we will spend something like, do you see this? This is our render. This is our this is our reference, this is our render. We do just in 3 hours. Of course, a little bit more than 3 hours, but never mind. I talk a lot, you know. This is probably difficult to talk and to explain something. This longer than thinking and do the same. But we have a great result, in my opinion. Right now we will render it a little bit, and in a few minutes, I think in 7 minutes, we will go to post-production, and I will do some small color correction with this image. So wait a little bit. We will continue our work with this project. During we wait this render, I will show you. I would like to propose you go to our big course. This is my own course called Professional Visualization. This course exactly for guys who already work in computer graphics with 3D graphics. We do not talk about basics, how to build the boxes, how to fix some usual problems. We are working exactly how to build an awesome images like this one. I can talk a lot about everything, but about how our course are awesome, how everything is fine here, but the greatest result, this is a result of our students. This is result of our student during the course, not after course, not before course, exactly on the course. So if you have no possibility to do images like this one, but you want to do this, welcome to us, and you will receive this result. I absolutely sure about it. I'm not sure I will give you this result. You will work exactly with me. We will work during 5 weeks, every day online. I am online every day, 3 times in a day. We will have online sessions when I will show some special situation. After all this online class, we will spend unlimited time for answering to your question and talking about computer graphics. So we will have pretty huge and great time for improving your skill, for enhancing your skill, to doing your render looks like this one, exactly like this one, not like usual situation when somebody tell you something or propose you something, but inside goes something wrong. We are working. I work exactly. I am working exactly with you. So this is important thing. Just look on these images. That's great. And of course, on the course we work with different render systems. Corona, of course, first of all, Corona, but V-Ray 2, F-Storm 2. We work with the understanding. We work with your brain. Without your understanding how to build the beautiful image. This is most important thing. Just look to this image. Please, right now, Antonina send you a link. You can check everything on this landing. Please read it carefully. And if you will give us your phone number today till the end of this day, but probably I think some of you have already meet tomorrow. So that means I think you have 3 hours more to send us your phone number, and we will call you tomorrow in the working hours, and we will tell you more about our course. If everything okay, we will propose you join us, of course, with better price than you see on the website. Just give us your phone number, and tomorrow we will call you in the working hours. I think that's enough. You absolutely understand what's going on. That will be our first English language workshop. Before this, we spent from 2015. So this is almost 7 years. We we do the courses with the Russian language. Right now, we decide to change it because of war. Because in our Ukraine, right now it goes war, and we would like to change the market. And right now, the best time for this. So if you would like to join us right now, that's the best time. That the results of our students during only one course, not the best works from the last 7 years. No, this is all works from one course. Every student who finished the work are here. So I think you understand me well. You have the link. Let's go to our render. Let's stop it. Of course, we need to have some time for denoising. Denoising is already started. I think how many passes total? 15 passes. Of course, this is not enough. This is not final result, but probably denoiser works well. Not the best in the world, but I like this result. Maybe denoising, I will make it higher. Yeah, it looks good. I like it. Probably I have no any problem with denoiser. Of course, here is some problem about denoiser. Let's leave it a little bit. Maybe a little bit of bloom glare, but little bit, not so. I think I will make it something like 2 or 3, something like, yeah. And bloom intensity I will make much lower. Yeah. Let's check denoising, because Corona denoiser 3D Max denoising much better than Photoshop denoiser. Sharpen amount a little bit higher. Yeah, here is good. I don't touch blur because he should be. And of course, I will save it. Desktop, blah, blah, blah. PNG, save, alpha channel, of course. And later, we will wait, of course, because it should to be saved. Yeah. And right now I will open it here. Of course, we will lost some part of contrast, so that means we need to add it. I will show you how look the background in this case. Yeah, here is not, we don't have this problem, and with the white color we don't have this problem too. So that the possibility to solve it. I will duplicate this layer. I will do this one, soft light. Of course, it's too much of contrast, but this is not important for me right now. I will work with a high pass. I will add here biggest radius, I think. Maybe not so. Yeah, here it looks most nice. Yeah, here I receive the most powerful image I would like to receive. Maybe I will delete some part of the color of it. No, with the color better. Of course, okay. Duplicate layer, main layer, of course. Here I will add this soft light again, and I will add less, maybe 10%, no? Yeah, right now it's better, I think. Maybe curves. I add curves and put it to this, exactly to this layer, not to all of no, not for all of these layers, just for this one. Yeah, and I will try to make it not so contrast. Yes, I would like delete part of this result. Yeah. Yeah, here I like much more. And about background, of course, first of all, I will go to the Textus.com and I will landscape. Landscape. My English is absolutely awesome. But never mind, we are not about English language. We are about, I like this one. And probably I was take this image when I do it first time. Yeah, here's this one. Okay. Windows doesn't work with this. This is new Windows number 11. Yeah, and probably this is shit. Let's move it here. Let's find some nice place here. Why not? Here is nice. Why not? Yeah, and of course I will add here the same colors like I need. I will take this color and I will take this color. Oh, is it okay? Yeah. And I will do something like this, and I will delete some part of the background. Yeah, that looks good. Maybe a little bit darker. Maybe not so little bit. Maybe this is not a little bit. Yeah, that looks good. And I think I would like to add some curves here. Not exactly here, on the whole image. Yeah, and make some small stronger higher part, maybe with the first one. I will try to. Yeah, that's more comfortable for me right now. I don't know why I would like add here some sharpness, or maybe not. Okay, maybe I would like add here some curves exactly for this level, and I will move the middle. Of the image little bit lighter. Yeah, it feels a little bit more comfortable. And I think I will add here saturation, maybe this one. Yeah, right now I like this image, and that's final result. That's everything I want to show you today, guys. That's our result. I think we absolutely close to our reference. Of course, about mood, of course, about feeling of this. Probably I know very well I like little bit more warmer greenery. This is my style. This is how I feel the emotion of the images. That's why my image little bit more warmer. I know this is my type of work. I know everything of this. That's nothing special. This is our reference. This is our render, and we receive this mood. Right now we can change here architecture from this something neutral to exactly our special architecture we receive from our architect, and of course put here our model. That will be much faster than try to imagine how that should looks, how which models will be there. Of course, this is faster and better result for this time. Yeah. So, guys, that's everything right now. I'm ready to answer your question, but I don't see any questions. I understand you are tired. We are almost 4 hours here. This is pretty too much. Yeah, but never mind. We do the great job. When render looks more realistic than photography. Not realistic, maybe more better. Of course, I like it more than render, of course, because I do it like I like. Yeah, not like it happens in real life, because in real life I can't move the palm to another place. In the render, of course, I can. That's why you should understand how you should to think with the work. So please check carefully our link to the course, because this is most great thing you should do to improve your skills right now, for sure. If you have any questions about it, please send us your phone number. We will call you tomorrow, and we will answer all your questions about course. We will help you to understand is it good for you or not, and if yes, we will help you to join us. So thank you, guys. We will finish today, and see you next time. we will have one more. One more workshop, and after this, after next workshop, we will start the course. So today is the best time for join us, because after last workshop we usually don't give any discounts. So please join us exactly today. That's everything what I would like to say you today, and we finish for the day. Thank you. Bye bye. Are you hear me? I'm not sure you hear me right now. As I understand right now, you hear me. Is it good sound or not? This is the main question right now. Maybe plug problem. No, I have no plug. Right. Are you hear me? I'm not sure you hear me right now. Yeah, right now I understand you hear me well. Ha. That's okay. Yeah. Ha. Yeah, everything's okay right now. Sorry, guys. Yeah, right now you hear me well, and let's start it again. Welcome to the Render Camp. Today we will build this beautiful image. I hope you like it. Right now I understand that's why you are here, and we will build exactly this image. Let me know if you hear me well, and give me some pluses to the chat if you hear me well. If the sound is good, because sometimes you can hear some problems in the sound, not existing sound. I'm talking about some problems, maybe scratches or something like this. Okay, perfecto. Thank you. So let's go. First of all, I would like to explain you how we work in real project. I already started doing this, but never mind, I will repeat it again. I build this image. Of course, I build it with the reference. With this reference. This image was the reference for this render. Of course, I build it exactly for this workshop. Not know any one reason I have exactly for this image, but totally this is very important thing to work with the reference for every CGI artist, because reference, this is an answer what are included to image you really like. So first of all, you should decide which image you like, and next step will be to try to build the same mood like in image you like. So how it works in real life. For example, I already started to show this. We have this image. We found this image. We found this image a few years, maybe half of year ago, or maybe more. And we put this image to the folder to our course guys who are doing our course. Maybe choose this image and build them. And one of the guys take this image, and we work with it. And in I think a few months ago, someone client come to me and asked me to build a real project for escapers from Kharkiv. In our country, in Ukraine, war right now, and a lot of people miss their homes. So a lot of houses broken, and these guys from, I don't remember the name of company, but they start to build houses for these escapers, and they come to us, and I remember about this scene, and we built this beautiful image. This is most understandable explanation where we use exactly this reference and whole model from this scene to build our own project. Of course, this project was nice, and client was agreed with these projects from the first preview, and everything was great. That's why you should always work with the reference, because with the reference you can faster find your find mood you need to for this project, and this will be faster for sure. Of course, here is maximal situation when we build exactly the same composition, exactly the same colors, exactly the same everything. But probably one of our students build this scene, not me, not any of our studio. And I asked him to send this scene to me, and he sent, and I just put here these two spheres. I don't know the name of these houses, tent houses, something like this, and that's all what I did. But never mind. For real project, it could be the same. Maybe not same, maybe you can change orientation, maybe make it horizontal, not vertical, and in this moment it will be absolutely different image. This is not so important what exactly I did exactly with this project, but this is example how you can work with the reference in real situation. So let's go. We have this reference, we have this render, and we will build the same. Now, you know, I heard a lot, and I always hear a lot of opinion. You should how to build most realistic leaves or something detailed. I'm absolutely sure the most, of course, detailed everything, environment, models, shaders, textures, this is everything very important. But most important than any detail in your render, that is your understanding and the mood of this image. For example, here in this render, we have no shader on these three at all. We have no any textures, just shader. On these trees on background, we don't have it too. On these bushes, we have no any texture and any shader, just basic material. Of course, because we don't need it here. And probably on these chairs or seats inside car, we don't have them too. This is just a shader. Probably, of course, we can add them here, but this not will change the whole emotion of this image. This is not so important. For example, here we don't have any textures on this pipe, on this box, and on these armchairs too. Something like this. I'm sure this is not last version of the of this render, because here I forgot to hide this. To hide maybe final. Probably that was my mistake, but who cares? This is exactly for workshop. Okay, so my opinion, this is not working with a lot of details. The most important thing, this is work with whole understanding of your image and whole emotion, most important emotion of your image. And of course, if you catch it, next steps will be much more easy. So let's start to work with. I think I should shut up a little bit and start working. Okay, let's go. We will work from the scratch. So I will put this image here, viewport background. I will open render stub. I will take this proportion, common corona render. Here is no preset or something like this. Just simple simple resetted scene. Let's change it here. 5, 6, 4 and 703. Yeah, I think somebody cut it. Shift F. I add here my hotkeys, so you will see. Oh, probably you see my webcam under. I think I will
$28 where?
Add my hotkeys. 1 second. You will see it, and it will be easier for you. For example, somewhere here. Yeah. That's here will be easier. Let's work. First of all, I would like to find the perspective of this image. How I can build this? And customize unit setup and millimeters. Here is centimeters. Yeah. Next step is add here box. It will this car. I think something like 1,800 millimeters, but probably this is old car. Before the cars was a little bit more smaller, maybe 1,600, something like this. And here is, this is not so important. I will put here something like 4,000 and high of them. Let it be 1 meter. This is not so important too. Shift J. Probably I don't change anything. Yeah, here is better. F2. I don't need any grid. And let's try to use perspective control. And of course, I will try to work with doesn't work. Let's change a little bit. Yeah. Next point is these arcs, but I'm not sure they are on the same level. That's why I will work with the tires. Probably, I think this is most. Yeah, and these points, I'm sure these points on the same level. Yeah, something like this. This is only one. Something like this, but I'm not sure the verticals are vertical right now. I will add here Control C camera, select camera, perspective control, vertical tile. Some problem with this scene. I'm not sure why, but I will reset it and I will add the picture again because I see some problem here. I feel it. I will rebuild it again. Customize unit setup. Maybe I broke something. Yeah, centimeters. Custom. I will make it faster this time. Five, 6, 4, 703. Yeah. Let's make it bigger, maybe like this. Later we will change it. Let's do it again. I will make it smaller, I think. And high 1 meter. Yeah, here is better. Let's add the perspective match again. I'm sure this line are parallel. Yeah, here is better. No these kind of problems here. I don't know why sometimes it's work weird. Yeah, now it's better. Control C, I will add the camera. With the camera, select camera. I will go to modify and auto vertical tile. Yeah, looks good. Next step, I will build the whole scene with huge boxes because I would like to do it so fast as I can. But one important thing, I don't want to work with strange angle because this will be a little bit more difficult for me. That's why I will roll this group with the camera and my future car. I will group them. I will answer you why I will group them, because if I will roll it without it, I will roll the camera too. It will break. The camera will be broken. That's why I group it. And of course, I try to find this perspective exactly for this object. Maybe not so high, maybe not so wide. Yeah. And I should receive this perspective. Something like this. Yeah. Because camera can be rolled. This is not a problem, but if all object around camera will be rolled, it will be difficult to work. Something like this, a little bit more. Something like this. Yeah. Let's continue. Let's continue to work. Yeah, it looks good. Maybe not so close, but never mind. I will turn on it, convert it to editable poly. I will make it higher or longer or something like this. Yeah. Here is 1, 2, 3, 40 meters. Looks like not more than 30 meters, but okay, let's try to work in this way. Maybe I will make the next wall closer. Right now we will check this. But this size looks... Oh, here is not so... as I understand... here we should make it a little bit in a different way. convert to editable poly. Let's go with a shift somewhere here. Yeah. And later we will go on the same level. Yeah, right now it's correct, I think. Maybe not, who cares? Like this. I think I should probably here. I don't see this rod going down. That's why I will do it like this. Yeah. And of course I will move this line closer to camera. Yeah, like this. And here I will add longer line, and here I will make closer rod, something like this. Yeah. I'm not sure this rod, this fans parallel to these fans. I have no information about this, but how wide this rod? I'm not sure how wide is it, but looks like maybe 8 meters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 meters. Can it be 6? Why not? It can be, but of course, wide can be different. This can be not straight line for sure. But never mind. Probably, if it will be flat, this will not be any problem for composition, because our first goal, most important thing to build the emotion, not exactly this place in real world. So let's go next, and I think I will work with these fans, something like here. I will add here some corner and something like this, but I'm not sure. This is 90 degrees between this wall and this wall. It can be different. So, and probably I will have no possibility to know this information. That's why this is not important for us right now. I will add extrude here, modifier. And later I will add shell. Yeah, and that's why I think not so wide. I think 500. That's okay. Yeah, and I will straighten corners because I think they should be with the same width. What else? I think this element should be smaller. Let's push this button. Yeah, here I see this point, but probably I'm not sure about perspective. Maybe perspective should be different a little bit. Of course, I can change it like this one. In this case, I should make these fans lower, but probably it looks good. Nothing special, but here I receive better situation. Yeah, like this. Better situation exactly for this element. Let's work with it. I think yeah, I would like move it somewhere here. That's why I will move it. This element. Something like this. Yeah, it's okay. Maybe it's okay. Am I need doing like this? Yes, of course. For sure I can. Fill it. I will do something like this. Everything's okay. Looks good. Why not? Here is some problem. No. Here is everything is okay. And this building, I should add here some box, probably huge box, something like this. And I understand this. Here we have this arc. I don't know what it is, but behind this arc, we have this building. So this is somewhere behind this building, and here we have this sidewalk or some road or something like this, and this building exactly in front of these fans. That means we will have some place between these fans and this building. I think this is not so complicated to understand. That's why I will roll it a little bit and put it somewhere here. I mean, we should have here some place for walking. Yeah, okay. I will make it a little bit higher. Little bit, not important how higher it will be. How high it will be, yeah. Next point, I will work with this because I'm almost sure this line should be parallel to this. Yeah. Here it looks good. I think I will convert it to editable poly. That's why I will make this point higher. Maybe I will make whole fence higher. Probably it should be higher. But here is not. I think I will add here. I will ungroup it. I will add here target, and I will make it higher, and camera will go down. Yeah, that's better. Of course, car I will move a little bit in front of us. Yeah, everything looks good, but this fan's little bit broken. Of course, I will move it a little bit. Maybe something like this. Yeah, let's local. Yeah, I don't want to do this, but right now it's more. I don't want to work with this too long. That's why I'm doing this. Let's change the camera. Let's change the viewport. I will add the background here. Yeah. Top, front. Here will be easier a little bit. We'll make it shorter. Something like this here. Right now it looks better, much better. And of course this road will be shorter, and I like it too. Probably this wall will be shorter and maybe not so high. Yeah, like this one. Converted. This road should be not so low, because I would like to have this high of this road. This is not so important again, but never mind, we should start somewhere. No, probably it should be lower. I will leave it somewhere here. Let it be. Yeah. This element I will leave here. Everything looks good. What else I need to do? I need to add. I need to finish the sidewalk.
Cameron, wake up.
I will do it like this one. It will be a little bit more carefully. I will add here a few lines because I would like, probably I don't need them, but I don't like have holes here. I don't need them. That's why I will add. Maybe I will receive some light. Some light can go through these holes to my building from the HDRI map or something like this. And what's next? Next, I need to continue this road, but I'm not sure how it goes there. I never been here, so I will copy this element and I will put it here somehow. I will hope it will be enough. I hope it will be enough. Yeah. Higher. And of course I will make it lower because I don't need to add here any additional element, something like wall or something like this. Left. I will turn off grid. I don't need it. Probably it not helps anyhow. Yeah. So here I have some wall. Here I have some. Everything's okay right now. As for me, this is a good result, and right now I can add here some smaller elements. For example, this box. In the middle of this box, I will put some cylinder. Of course, a little bit thinner, something like 14. Yeah, it's okay. Later, I will add the fabric on it. Probably, I think it should be somewhere there. No? Okay. That's me. No. Maybe there. The size, the final size, probably not important at all. Okay, what's next? Next, I need to add some details here for sure. Which details I would like to start with? This is not so important probably, but some of them should be making firstly. Which exactly? Probably I think the trees. The trees I used in this project, that was these Max 3 models. Plant model volume 36, plant volume Max 3. All of these Max 3 trees. Number 77, number 25, and number 32. I will not add them from the folders. I will copy them from this scene. It will be faster because anyway I will rebuild the textures. I will shaders. Anyway, I will rebuild the size. So I just will copy this model from this scene, and that's everything I will take here. Maybe not everything, of course, but it will be just faster. I will copy these models. I add here 4 different trees. Capiter. I will copy these models here, and right now I should wait in maybe a few minutes. No, it's faster. I was thinking. I would think we should wait longer. Okay. Corona. Oh, Peter. Copy. ID. If you would like, we will add link to this Max 3 website, but probably I'm sure you can find it without any problems. max3.org, and here you can find a lot of nice trees. I absolutely in love with these models. We use them pretty often. I'm just bought a few new
The other day we showed you video that they could make
catalogs.
squatters had covered it with graffiti.
Okay, what's next? Of course, I will change the proportion. That's why I will go back to original size.
Taken over by squatters. The estate sits above famed Sunset Boulevard in the Hollywood Hills and was once valued at $10 million. Last week, we showed you another abandoned mansion to face with graffiti perched on Mulholland Drive. Now get this, both mansions are apparently owned by the same guy, movie producer John Howard Middleton.
And of course, I will roll them. Anyway, that will be faster than add them automatically or from the folders. That's model I have.
There's a chain link fence that surrounds the property today, but
and I will take a few of them. Better. Nice.
It was a shock when I first saw that. I was like, whoa.
Okay, I will take first of them, and I will put it somewhere here. And of course, I watched to my reference, and I move it somewhere closer to these fans, something like this, and I will make it smaller, exactly like I need for this project. Yeah, something like this. I can hide it, I can unhide it, and probably I will move it a little bit. Maybe I will make it a little bit bigger, something like this, because the main shape of these trees should be the same. Maybe not exactly the same, but be careful with this, because the shape of this is about composition. This tree, some part, something like some piece of this composition, and very important thing. And this tree should be exactly with the same size.
Dolphin offered a fish to the man, but he had no idea why. The next day, the same dolphin
We
appeared
can move
again.
it a little bit closer. Okay.
However, what makes it so
I think next step I will add here the car, because I will start doing my test renders, not for render, of course, it's very early, but for composition, for I would like to find the holes between these branches and be sure everything is okay here.
A big dog bite? What do you expect? Like, you won't get fucking lava. Yeah, he looks like
Yeah.
fucking. Look at.
This is a group, so everything's okay. I will move it here. Of course, I don't find the same model like we have on the reference. I will put it somewhere here. Of course, I will delete this green box. I don't need it. Of course, I will make it a little bit bigger, I think, no? Something like this. This is not so important to do exactly like this. Yeah, here it looks good. Probably I will create new view and I will take the textures from this tree. Yeah, like this one. Rename, here is basics. Corona Legacy, or Legacy, and I will put it to MTL override here. Yeah, that's good. I will make it darker, something like 70. I will add here reflection.
So, what about Mitchell? Personal trainer?
Some glossiness, something like 0607. That's all. That's everything I need. Let's try to add here sun. Corona sun. As you can understand, I don't give you any final settings of the work. I show you how I think when I doing pictures. This is most important thing as for me. And I will start the render. I will start the render from this camera, only from this camera. Yeah, I will hide computer or close it. Intensity, of course, lower, something like this. And first of all, I would like to take the sun position exactly like on the reference, something like this. So I will move it a little bit like here. Let's check it. Yeah, do you see it? Yeah, and probably it's long shadow, so that means sun is very low. This is sunset or something like sunset. What does it mean? Something like sunset, or sunset or not? Sunset. I have a question. Is it finish of the shadow or not? Probably yes. This is this backlight here, and here I have almost the same. Yeah.
Have you guys seen these? This group bought a croissant lamp. After watching this, you can't tell me
Looks good.
don't exist. Check this out.
Maybe I don't need these reflections. That's why I will move little bit this sun here. Yeah. Right now it looks good. What next? I will add here another trees. But first of all, I should understand I have a breaks between these trees. So next tree should be somewhere far. Yeah. So I will move the next tree to this place, closer to fence. Very realistic. Not yet. Thank you, but not yet. It will be the same line of the trees. Yeah. Of course I can road it, but I don't need. First of all, right now we work not about realism. We are work with realism. This is last thing we will work with. I would like to make the same line, so in the perspective this tree should be bigger. But probably no. We don't need make the one line.
What was your reasoning? You wanted to have a view because everybody else had a view? Why did you want
I think I will try to
I came home and was shocked at what I saw my
try to build something like this. No,
I was prepared to
it looks good. I think. With the next steps, it looks good. And the last one, I think this is the same like this one. I think I will copy last three.
And what other things do you have in the room besides the phone? Are you stupid? You are
Maybe I will move it closer. I found this hole and probably I didn't like it. Of course I would like to delete it or hide somehow.
no thing that you can marry a woman and get she'll get married. It's ways for her to get something. Regardless. But once y'all get married. And I'll give a girl $2 million, $2 wedding, no payment. That's my
Yeah, here's better.
I vowed to them through us part.
Of course I would like it to make it wider, this road. Of course I will copy this this hole because it will make shadows for us here, and probably we need it. And I think we should move this line closer to this place. Yeah. Looks better. What else? Where is the car model from? Probably I don't remember. I have some collection called Nice Cars, and probably I think this is collection from a lot of different websites. I don't know where I take it. So I have no answer for this. Of course I don't like this yellow color. I will add some color to the sun, but not this type of color. What's next? Next I will add the big trees because I need them for sure. I will take them from the scene I already show. I already show the catalogs from Max 3. All of these trees are taken from Max 3. And I will take a few trees from here. As you can see, here is just a simple shader without any textures. And probably I think here is something like 2 different trees. Maybe 3, but not more.
Really maximize the usage of their space, and all you have to do is cut it up.
This is the same tree. Number 8 in the A. No, this is number 2. Number 2. Number 2. It looks like this is the same trees but different size. No, it's not the same. Never mind. I will take these 2 trees, and that's enough. Copy.
The outer ring is made up of wooden pallets, so the structure can hold its shape, while the inside is filled with as much spare wood as they could get their hands on. The structure
I will stop this render for a moment and open Capiter. If you don't know this plugin, please Google it. This is very simple thing. Yeah, here I can here I have these 2 trees. Probably I think I will add the sidewalk. This is far from me. I don't need anything here, but if I will have some light from the downside, it will look strange. That's why I would like to hide it. Of course, I will make it. I will move it a little bit. Yeah, right, like here. And as I remember, these trees was bigger. Yeah. Both of them.
Climbing on and knocking over their decor. The Diorama restaurant is a train-themed restaurant in Japan with model trains.
I make them smaller. Right now I will explain why. Some of you can say something like, this is real size, why you don't use it, this is not realistic, blah 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 blah. I will answer you right now. Because on the reference I have this size of the leaves, and if I will have this size of the leaves, this will be not realistic, and that's why I would like to make them smaller. A reference for me, this is realistic image, this is not. So what exactly I should do? Right, I should make the trees smaller, or maybe find smaller trees from the folder, but I don't like it. I don't like to spend time for this. This is not important right now. And I don't want to have a holes here. That's why I will add visibly override. I will change it to white because I would like to delete all holes between the branches. Yeah, that's why I will move it lower, because I would like to hide here all holes. And of course you can say, okay, you will do this and everything will looks great, but how you can work with a different camera position? If you want, how you will work if you need 10 different cameras? First of all, I will tell you, we are working camera with the real project, we are working with the separate stands for separate cameras. So probably it will be different scene in any way. And of course, you can use part of this scene if you understand. I will have possibility to do one more angle, something like this. Of course, I will build somewhere here, something here. This is pretty understandable thing. That's why. But I don't build whole world, you know. I never have something like behind the camera. I don't build anything behind the camera. Only one reason why I will work with the models behind the camera, if I have a huge mirror and I see something behind the camera. In this case, of course, yes. But any different case, I will not do anything behind the camera because I will not see anything there. And of course, I think this is wasting of time. That's why I'm absolutely sure you